줄까 아니다. 내 생각할까 you want. 함께 했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나만 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark.
이제는 잡을 것 없어. 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade. 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 How you feel. 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 향기로 You can make it better. 숨이 막혀버린 네가 가진 매력 와찬년이가 아름다운 lady. 너 없이 꽉 막혔던 내 하루가 버리게 돼 You can make it better. 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 We're the partying 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 We're the partying 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 어째 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 네가 가질 테니까 지켜줄 작은 별 까만 저 하늘에 널 준대도 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade. 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 How you feel. 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 네 향기로 You can make it better. 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 We're the partying 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 We're the partying 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 어째 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 네가 가질 테니까 지켜줄 작은 별 까만 저 하늘에 널 준대도 볼 때마다 점점 나 dangerous 스리도록 부른 내 하늘 위로 잠들지 못하는 밤 When you say that you love me 지켜줄 작은 별 까만 저 하늘에 널 준대도
No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. They slaughtering the sheep. Yeah, jumping out the window cause I'm born to fly. sliding up on you, caught you by surprise. If it's do or die, I will survive. By any means necessary, stay alive. I built it from the bottom, now I'm sky high. Weapon in my hand, I'm a bad man. I've been around the world, I had a plan to conquer the mountains in the Badlands. If you talking fear, I don't understand. I feel like a god, here I am. Stronger than a titan back against the walls. If you come against me, I kill them all. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war in the jungle. It's blood on the leaves. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war outside. It's blood on the leaves. Yeah. Super villain in the flesh that'll never change. A hero in the city, yeah, they know my name. Go against the law, ain't nobody safe. Gotta fight through the night just to save the day. This is what it is, this is what it takes. I'm on the right time, I ain't never late. I have no fear, cause I know my fate. I got a bullet for the devil right in his face. If you riding with me, this the freeway. Crush the head of a snake, the king way. They slaughtering the sheep, the blind lead the blind down the dead in the street. No mercy for a weak killer. It's blood in the street. It's a war going on. And they slaughtering the sheep. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's dark outside. No light for the sheep. Ain't no light. No mercy for the weak. No mercy. It's blood on the limb. Yeah, it's blood in the war. It's a war in the jungle. And they slaughtering the sheep. And they slaughtering the sheep. Where the blind lead the blind. Right down the dead street.
밤새도록
가득한 곳 불편한 진실이 가로챈 네 입을 잠궜나 아무도 모르는 마저 답을 알려줘 좀 더 어둠이 가득한 곳에 무덤덤덤 흔들리는 갈대처럼 사져다 좀 서서 신령들의 대전 나가겠다 작은 기적조차 우린 세기 반의 땅에서 눈을 떠 악몽이 가득한 세상을 지울래 더 멋지게 더 새롭게 우리들이 만든 kingdom vibe and 우리 강해 우리 palace 이 사물을 그린 colorful 자려보는 가는 봉지 누구든 모르는 새로운 서서 시작은 지금부터 윙윙 빠라빠라빠 끝이 보인다
거울이 장악한 거리 빛이 되면서 희망이 쟁취 아직 가려도 진심을 빼지 어떤 허들은 신경꺼 갑작스러운 변한 우리 거 still fine 너네가 알지 못하는 부리 어떤 시련도 우리는 딛고 나지 우리가 만든 kingdom wow
Let me out 거짓이 가득한 곳 불편한 진실이 가로챈 네 입을 잠궜나 아무도 모르는 마저 나가겠다 작은 기적조차 우린 세기 반의 땅에서 눈을 떠 악몽이 가득한 세상을 지울래 더 멋지게 더 새롭게 우리들이 만든 kingdom vibe and 우리 강해 우리 palace 이 사물을 그린 colorful 자려보는 가는 봉지 누구든 모르는 새로운 서서 시작은 지금부터 윙윙 빠라빠라빠 끝이 보인다
오늘 봤었다 잊어버려 또 오늘 밤에 늦게서 내려 오늘 밥싹 다 지워버려 나싹 다 지워버려 오늘 밤에 I'm gonna drop it all Say 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 날 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨을 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low Drop it low 의사님 어딜 아파 내가 이젠 음악이 내 약이야
모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 터지도록 모두 흔들어 람빰빰빰
오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 난 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low Drop it low
삐삐래 버럭 빨빼 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈
우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가 move
move get out the way 다음 생을 노리 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹어 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대
씹어 먹어야지 백맨 작당 몰라 스펙대
올해는 나는 아냐 스루 랩맨
내 말은 또 뒤가 안 들어 맵매 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시 내내 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at my body
내 말이 듣다 지려도 몰라 니 가랑이 혓바닥에 붙어 뜯듯 걷기 전에 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling motherfucker 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해 감히
사이코 형 죽일까 차라리
오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CP는 힘들게 relax 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what?
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistling, 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 yeah.
Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간 up bitch I'm ready 통신의 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 대 working my studio 한 지춘에 지린 the funnies Just gotta beat Millie go to the shop in a baby TV 나쁜 습관이지 돈에 쓰는 거또한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥에 뜨뜨뜨뜨게 잘해 사람 나니 겁은 나한테 말을 가득하지 mad line like 난 벌써 싸가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 나선다 계속
나 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 난 지겹게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두번 세 번 더해져 매실 폼이 나도 level So check my EP cycle with no peace 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜줄 줄 없이 봐봐 헤이로 with the 부트 다음 소리 카프로 따라 하다 캐 목공강을 버림 수두로 빽빽하지 마치 폐업 재고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초수력 초수와 텐트 기체 한 길을 돌파 중 easy easy에 버려놔 오늘
Whistle it, 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 whistle it.
Whistling, 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 yeah.
You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form, I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing, just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
Hey you, how's the world look from way up there? I miss you, but I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? The world's full moon. It's always when I feel it most. Can almost hear you say that I'm not alone. 'Cause we used to be spinning out like Mercury, but now there's no more ground beneath anymore. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shining across the galaxies. Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'ma cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. Try me and you'll see just how far I will go. To the edge, where you step, don't you let curiosity get you in trouble. Here's your warning, just like you should know that. If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. 이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 흘리고 있어 shot. 만약 입고 있다면 fat 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지죠 또. 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 알지. 재미없는 들은 또 급발진. 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그. 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual. up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 낙치난 척 여기 너무 또 내 목은 텁텁 카리형 가져와서 소스를 뽀뽀. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. 우린 hot 뜨거 like the summer. 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn. 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상빈공내도 안해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뿜뿜. Then we burn it up 버섯처럼 let it burn. We making classics Air Force One. 쟤네 난참 지났어. Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season. 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 인기를. 거절했어 갑이 아닌 구린 딜을.
겁이었나봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아닌 데드풀. 우린 직진하지 why they making false moves. 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수. 일상공원 이제 돼버렸나 가수. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it
up 뜨겁게 불태워버려 배로 벌어 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송 지구온난 나의 범위는 일삼 no doubt no doubt 뒤따라와 지금 제일 핫한 팀 일삼 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
Yes, I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 걔네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진다 빼반지 스토리 올려 대결선 건강 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴 나간 예상 우리 피처처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써 연어 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 퍼져가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로 날아가
Tight. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
일삼공공 받지 날기 원하지 나 협찬 날기 오르지 우리는 하이킹 너무 쉽지 마치 사비 스티커 보면 날아오리 물에 좀 쓸어 담을 거야 진짜 전부 일삼공공 받지 날기 락스타 일삼공공 이제 달라붙어 우리한테 더블팀 레이블에서 연락 마치 허리케인 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러그 이제 우리 노래 어디 가든 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아홉 기억고 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 워 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 퇴치하지 우리들은 세스고 on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
Yes, I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Here we go. We got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Foot stuck to the gas and we ain't breaking. Had to switch it up so we gon' shake it. Practice always lead to perfect paint this. Whole team on my back, now that's a statement. Say what you want, but when I'm on directions, we never get caught in the maze. Climb to the top of the mountain and lift up my wing, that's just cover for shade. I've been on duty for days. Play slip and slide through the rain. Success always edge out the pain. You better follow the train. this love, but I can see what's written on your face. Walking to the stage, I might wear a cape. I'm like here to stay. I'm like here to stay. Boy caliente, like I'm on fire, don't try to tempt me. Wanna learn the ropes, I can be a sensei. And we all about dollars, we ain't talking sensei. Make sensei, break neck, eh? Cut check, say. They upset, eh? Boy's mad.
Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it.
You only see smoke until it's lit, and we lit. Dance with me with two left feet, and you go trip, 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 trip. We got it all, we got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars, move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all.
Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't be shy, can change our minds. Blinded by neon lights, so beautiful in the night, so be mine under city lights. Da 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 da. So be mine under city lights. Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't be shy, can change our minds. Blinded by neon lights, so beautiful in the night, so be mine under city lights. Da 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 da. So be mine under city lights. So be mine under city lights.
Yeah, if you want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, how you down in an enemies. Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory, they be liking the empathy. Put my streams like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on.
what you want, bring it on.
Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh and death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit poppin'. I am the target, I will not miss. Sir, straight for the head like some clippers. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Sir, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. Should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music.
Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and shastics. Far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit.
Now your face feeling the fish.
Bring it on. The problem's what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problem's what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problem's what you want, bring it on. Bring it on.
You can't get it back when it's gone.
Bring it on. The problem's what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problem's what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problem's what you want, bring it on. Bring it on.
Get your hopes up.
I got power. I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I
It's happening. Can't control. Feel it. 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 All this power. Power. All this power. Power.
Welcome everyone back to South Korea, Seoul, the KBS Arena for G2 versus NRG up next, followed by T1 versus BLG. Mickey is winking at the camera. We have the fans filing in who are very, very excited. And here, of course, the sunglasses for NRG. Don't read their emotions, don't read their mood, but get that, however you call that.
Yeah, well, this is DeMonte's pregame ritual. You hold up the finger.
That's
number
it.
one.
You
didn't respond to his tweet, did you?
I did not.
I did.
That
Copa
would
did.
be
Flowers
blasphemy,
did.
I'm sure, but that makes sense. So, hello everyone. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by Chronicler and Wajat for a qualification day for the quarterfinals. If you win your best of 3 today, you get into those quarters, which would be huge for NRG, for G2, for BLG, for T1, for everyone here, because that's the whole reason why we're here.
Yeah, no downsides today. Either you're in or you're in later.
Yeah,
That's the mindset you need to have.
Absolutely no conceivable downside to losing
None at all.
today.
No.
You know, maybe you run into JDG or Gen G. Maybe
As long as no loss records are set.
There you go.
So 16 minutes and 48 seconds, everyone can relax.
I feel like you're covering one side of the struggle here, Chad.
As long as the draw is in the favor of whoever loses the best of 3, indeed. Such an exciting game. Also happy it's like you're between us.
I'm
of course, want G2 to win, you want NRG to
here.
win, and you're here, and you're going to be stressed later.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it'll be a really tough time because that match I saw at MSI and it was not great for my personal enjoyment. Although you gotta love the BLG run, right? You gotta the MSI run. I think is still one of the coolest stories, if not for the fact that they got clapped by JDG.
It's fine.
It's okay. That happens to everyone.
Everyone gets clapped, you know, except for the people that actually win. So
yeah.
Speaking of,
everybody loses.
To kick off the series between G2 and NRG, Laura's standing by with NRG's positional coach DeMonte in the Verizon game day interview, rather.
Hey, welcome back to this side of the KBS Arena ahead of our first series of the day, NRG versus G2 Esports, and I'm here with DeMonte to talk about this series. Thank you so much for taking the time talking to me. I know you guys have to prep, but I want to ask you some questions about the previous series, Mad Lions. It was a really, really messy one. What are the takeaways from this?
Well, I think coming out of that game, we just saw that the explosive early game that we normally have in NA, we can still do it here against like the other European teams and just like at Worlds in general. But it also showed that we are quite sloppy ourselves too. So I think a lot of what we took from that is like cleaning up how we play from ahead in the early game.
And I think it's going to be really important, especially coming into today, because when you look at the fights, especially you guys played against Mad Lions, you were able to pick up on their sloppiness, if I may say. I don't think G2 is going to give you the same windows today. So tell me a bit more about the way you approach this series, taking all this feedback in consideration, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think our team has a lot of like respect for G2, and we know that it's not going to be an easy match no matter what. So a lot of it is coming into the game with like a really straight mental and really focusing on what we do after we get a lead, or even if the game is even, like how we want to approach objectives, how we really just like, we need a more methodical way to play the game, because we know if we play super messy, it's super fast like we normally do, that we could get exposed a lot more from G2.
There's been a lot of weaknesses exposed on the side of G2, though a lot of memes coming from the Baron setups on their end. Is it something you're going to keep your eyes on?
Oh, of course. I mean, NRG, I think we won a lot of games just pulling Nash, so.
It's going to be really interesting to see. And last question, I love the interview I saw from you and FBI, I think it was, about the inspirational speech you saw from Caps and how the whole G2 approach, I want to say philosophy of seeing the game and approaching the team really motivated you guys. Can you tell me more about this and how much it influenced the team?
Yeah, I mean, so the LEC video that went out, it was basically Caps talking about the Western mentality when they come to Worlds, and we put it on the big screen for our whole team to watch because we just thought what he said was really inspirational. Like he's just saying that everyone in the West needs to change the way that they think about practice, and starting from solo queue, starting from spring, starting from everything. And yeah, for us, it just showed that like we put in a lot of work this year to get to where we are at, and I mean, we won LCS with a lot of like younger players. It was a huge underdog story. So I know it was inspiring to see them talking about that, and honestly, I just want that mentality to go throughout the West for NA and EU.
It was really inspiring to see all of this and how much influence the West, I mean, both regions in the West can have on each other. Last question. I see you guys a bit in the makeup room. Tell me about the mood from the boys coming in today. Give me some insights.
So something Ignar always says is confidence, but not cocky. And I think that's pretty much where we're at right now.
It's going to be really interesting to see. Thank you so much, DeMonte, for the interview. Best of luck today against G2.
Thank you.
And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we watched that interview with Travis as well. And in general, I think that's kind of an awesome development. And I think it kind of speaks to how NRG has been approaching everything, right, with a very positive mindset.
And I really specifically and I think that this is something that NA in general has suffered from, you are considered, right, the weakest major region by a large margin. It makes it all the more impressive if you're genuinely able to adopt that mindset, because that mindset is hard, even if you're a competitor that's at the top of their game, but even more so if you're facing almost I don't want to say unopposable odds, but they're not looking too hot.
Yeah, I will say the vibes for NRG have been great all year. I think part of that is actually the size of their staff. They have so many former pro players on that staff, so they have a community rather than just a team. And I think that can help you fake it till you make it in terms of creating a positive reinforcement atmosphere.
Yeah, and I also think those players don't have kind of the NA hangover that I think a lot of the NA teams that already got knocked out unfortunately carried with them, because you have the story of Contracts, for instance, who made it back to this place that he was fighting for again, so you can only take it in a positive aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to talk to Contracts last week. He was saying how he wants NA to be a region that he can feel proud to play in, and I also talked with Palafox, and I think his point was NA had sent the same players year over year, and there was almost so much scar tissue of losing in the past years that it was hard to overcome that. So him having his debut on the world stage is a bit of a fresh start for North America.
Yeah, it's excellent. We look at the record there of G2 versus LCS, and of course it is better for G2, but I think the same note goes into it. They've not played this NRG. In fact, they probably wouldn't have expected to be playing them, because it was such a surprise that they won that title.
After week 3, they were 3-7 at one point.
Whoa.
In the summer split, they made a run towards the end. They made a run through playoffs. They dominated early games. This G2 trophy lift, though, was not a surprise.
No, I think it was written well before those season finals kicked off. In scripture, it was just expected, right? They were head and shoulders above anyone else, which...
As the region of T1 versus Gen G, I appreciate consistency, and I think that the LEC has really done a good job with G2 in that regard.
Yes, they also, of course, they went to MSI and they made it a goal, G2. They said, we want to change right now, we want to evolve right now, which is also the content piece that Demonte was referencing. Yeah. But the thing is, it now has to pan out, and it has to start right here. You have to take that match because you are favored, and all the work has to kind of come to fruition.
Yeah, let's talk about how favored they are.
Okay,
actually.
We have a graphic.
Because I do feel like there's a level of emotion and a level of realism that might actually be a little G2 favored, because I get it. Like, I get it. They should definitely be favored. But beyond all of these co-streamers that were asked, I asked a lot of people in the streets.
A lot.
Streets.
I was there
Who did
for
you
a
ask?
lot of them.
I can't find one that is willing to say NRG, which is just blasphemous, because legitimately, it is G2 favored, but it's not that G2 favored, right?
I think it's insane to see this graphic, and I also think this is the most memeable graphic we will ever have if NRG do manage to do it. Tell me then, Jat, why do you disagree with the people that put it so firmly? What makes it closer than people expect?
So I'm also predicting G2 if we're talking legitimately. But I'm going to give it I'm going to give it a 65-35, and I think if Palafox has a good matchup against Caps, he's a player that can really rise to the occasion and surprise people. I think NRG has very flexible drafts, and I think they're very good in team fights. So that would be their play. The other side of it is, even though G2's peaks are high, their values are low. So depending on which G2 shows up today, that's what gives you the upset potential.
That's a great read. And of course, 6 years ago, together they shocked the world. And today they are enemies on the Rift as Ignar and Hansama are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Faker's going to split the crew right through the upright. The team's going to have to meet him on the other side. The cleanse comes out. Hansama, one more shot as Wolf wants the glitter lands. Barrier comes out.
With this play, the West first realized that they could make gods bleed. Despite ultimately losing, Hansama and Ignar took SKT to 5 games. In this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, it was destined that these players would face each other on the international stage on opposite sides of the Rift.
And G2's bottom line matches it! Oh my god!
Hansama has become, without question, the best AD carry in the LEC. His lane domination has proven that he is unmatched in his region. Ignar has conquered the LCS, showing his ability to adapt with any roster. This has become a David versus Goliath matchup between the two former teammates. They showed years ago that creativity is key to creating an upset and to become immortalized.
As the teleport comes out, and now Ignar will press his buttons and get that engage going.
This is a battle between former teammates that gave the West hope when it needed it most. Now they face off on opposing sides. One will move onwards to glory, the other will fall to the grind.
And 5 years down the line, they are again in a position to prove what their teams can do respectively if they lock in that spot in the quarterfinals. Also, as a fun fact, after Ignar, Mickey came in on Misfits, and then he went to G2, and now he's back with Hans. So I love the intertwined ex-Misfits rosters always popping up.
Yeah, also contracts going to that same World Championship when they're on Misfits, also losing in a Game 5 against an Eastern team. So it's all coming back together.
It's great to see a lot of people that are making their way back to that higher plane in competitive League of Legends. But let's talk about how they made their way to this spot in the bracket, because I think you could argue that it was slightly more difficult for G2.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any opportunity to really argue against that. If we look, right, G2 facing DK, facing Weibo, and then having to face off against Gen G, which obviously they already struggled with, versus NRG, who lost against Weibo, but then got TL, who they already beat, as well as Mad, who... do I have to say it? Can someone else say it? Mad have a habit of you know...
Yeah, Mad's not here anymore. I mean,
not here anymore.
Literally, the teams that Energy has beaten are no longer in the tournament, so they've definitely had the easier opponents.
They had, and I think that also works into the kind of what NRG are we going to see, but we talked already about G2 definitely not being infallible in that game versus Weibo and in that game versus DK that they ended up winning. The Barons are just one example, Maurits, but that's something you gotta clean up if you want to go further.
Yeah, and I gotta say, particularly in the series against DK, I was so impressed with how well G2 played the early game. So then the fact that they give DK an opportunity to find their way back in this game with a Baron setup that doesn't take into account the enemy jungler, has them all funnel up into the possible AoE in the opposite end, is something that I expect G2 to, very similar to the game against D+, get an early lead. But then it comes down to, can you not create a chaotic game state? Because I think we saw in the game against Mad, even though it was a very much back and forth, NRG, I think they thrive in that type of chaos.
They can indeed, and G2 went on to play Gen G, of course, Jad, and that kind of laid bare some possible issues with them in draft going forward.
I think so. So what we have is we have the 2 games that G2 lost to Gen G. They were red side both games, but specifically the first bans by Gen G, and then the fact that the first pick by G2 was Maokai both times and gave up Xayah twice. And this, to me, exposed a possible weakness with G2 that when they don't have bot prio, the team doesn't look that good. So they didn't have bot prio in game 1 with the Ezreal pick, and then they tried to force it in game 2, despite it being banned, and actually played a Lucian game, which did not work. So I think that's definitely going to be a point of priority for NRG as they move into this draft phase in game 1. NRG was the first team drawn in the draw, which actually gives them blue side for the first game. And one of their strengths in North America was their ability to prep against specific opponents in draft, and I think trying to get a bot lane advantage is going to be high on their priority list.
It definitely will. It will be good for them to get blue as well. We haven't seen it broken many times. Yesterday, I think, was one of the first times, but I just want to kind of meander into how important this matchup is, of course, when you look at advancing in the World Championship. But Jad, for the EU versus NA community.
Yeah, well, listen, Fnatic already took down C9.
Yes.
G2 took down TL back in 2019. I say, even if G2 wins, it doesn't change anything. People already think EU's better. Look at the predictions.
So there's no downside.
But there's no downside. If Energy shocks them today, that's how you actually change the conversation. So I, for one, am excited to see what happens.
NRG with a chance to change many a conversations about NA versus EU, and about the might of LCS at the World Championship today. Not only a spot in the quarterfinals is on the line, it's a fight for regional pride and glory. LCS versus the LEC, NRG versus G2. Let's get it started.
NRG keeping themselves in a strong spot.
And move themselves to 2-1 in the Swiss stage.
Going to the 2-1 bracket it's thrilling. I mean, there's no other feeling than going against a top dog and qualifying for quarters. This is something that we live for. I want nothing more than to face the best in the world. That's why I'm here.
We've had so many challenges already. I'm still very confident for the next bracket because I feel like we've shown a lot of strength.
Let's go, boys! Fantastic play from G2.
G2 is pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. As long as I'm confident in myself and my team, and they're confident in me, then that's really all I need.
I think I'm proud of how disciplined I have been this year.
The whole way through our playoff run, throughout all my career, we've always been doubted. That just makes it even better when we prove them wrong.
G2 is very creative, very unpredictable and aggressive, so watch out for that.
지금 롤드컵 치르면서 개인적으로 느끼는 거는 이제 다른 팀들에 비해 굉장히 경기력이 아쉽다 생각하고, 그리고 저희가 원래 하던 거에 비해서 굉장히 더 경기력이 안 나온다 생각해서 이제 계속 시간이 흐르면 흐를수록 점점 올라올 거라 생각하고 그렇게 믿고 있습니다.
Really dominant showing by T1. This is the team that T1 fans wanted.
觉得我这一年当中的成长是经历过很多BO5，因为有双败制，我觉得双败制这个东西对我们来说帮助特别大。
KT started with grins on their faces, but as the ace comes through, it is BLG who will never say die.
이제 개인적인 생각으로는 맥스가 100이라고 생각하면은 절반도 안 차있다 생각해서 이제 아무래도 경기 텀이 계속 길다 보니까는 연습하면서 조금씩 끌어올리면 아무래도 좋은 결과가 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
就现在的心情还是非常好的，但是我觉得我们不能放松警惕，会一直好好训练，去迎接下来的BO3。
8강으로 간다는 거는 이제 제가 생각하는 목표에 한 걸음 다가가는 걸 생각하고 이제 한 스텝이라고 생각합니다.
我们这支队伍的强悍是你抵挡不住的。
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right to the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, we're
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2023. Joining the desk for the first time today, I am Captain Flowers. I am so excited to be here, and how appropriate for me to be joined by one of my NA brothers and one of my EU brothers.
It's a pleasure,
for
man.
The LCS and LEC going head-to-head again.
Oh, listen to that energy, the roar of Flowers' voice. It's not words without your voice. It's an absolute pleasure. NRG versus G2. We're in for a banger, boys. I couldn't have asked for better partners.
We certainly are. Vedius, notorious for casting G2 wins. I have cast all of NA's biggest upsets, so you know what? Good luck, my friend.
Good luck. Oh, I love those signs as well. The fans are out in force. I'm hoping that we get some great League of Legends today, gentlemen. I'm excited to see what these teams are prepared for. Is how much inside the meta will we be sticking? Palafox versus Caps in the mid lane.
Yeah.
We're going to get some very exciting matchups, and we're jumping straight into draft.
Yeah, and one of the most exciting things about these teams is the draft specifically. This G2 kind of brings that spark of life of the old G2 and their dominance with how versatile they are in Champion Pool. Kallista's banned here. It has been banned now 12 games in a row versus Hansama. Red side, blue side, does not matter. Nobody is letting Hansama get that, and the Draven pairs with it nicely.
Exactly. They do not want Hans piloting either one of those marksman picks. Over on the other side, G2 is going to take the Xayah out of the pool, as well as that incredibly popular Orianna that has proven so powerful in so many mid lane matchups so far.
How confident are you guys feeling on FBI's champion pool? Because while you are banning out a lot of these power picks in the bot side of the map, it does mean that that pool is getting smaller. With Kai'Sa now being one of the highest priority champions potentially up and available, are you guys still feeling confident in his ability to go up against a player like Hans?
FBI, even though he didn't use a tremendous amount of AD carries, actually feels really confident on a wide array. So I think they will be able to find something for him, no problem, even with 4 right now AD carry bans and Kai'Sa kind of being left up dangling. It's Kai'Sa and Azir right now, dangling over everyone.
The Maokai as well, something with the Rumble too, both very prevalent champions in the current meta. and they're all going to be left up. All right, so what will the priority be here for NRG? Do they want to get themselves that Kai'Sa, potentially giving over the Rumble Jarvan that we've been seeing a lot of answers for on the red side?
I feel like the Kai'Sa is the safer way to go, you know, or the Rumble. Rumble has been exceptional here, and it was something that Dokla pulled out in the LCS Finals, which he had not played before the LCS Finals. They had to invest a lot of time into him practicing. Oh, they go with the Nico, though, the playmaking here. I'm assuming it's for Palafox. We've seen some North American support Nico. I would not like to see any more today, though.
I concur with that statement. I think that this should definitely be the mid lane pick there for Palafox, but it definitely seems like an audacious choice going for it first with all these power picks that you guys were talking about still being left up. That Kai'Sa being a huge one with all of these marksmen already banned away. I feel like Energy has to have the expectation that G2 is going to lock that in.
I wonder what the priority will now be. Often from G2 we'll see something like a Maokai or a Rel, two things that, okay.
All right,
so
good call.
Rel can of course be flexed. Both Mickey and Yike are very proficient at the champion, and G2 are going to be happy with that level of flexibility.
And probably they can drop a Maokai to the next pick if they actually want it, because we're already seeing Nico from NRG and generally not going to want like AP mid plus jungle there. So let's see what they decide to go with. Rakan is up. They want to split up that engage combination possibly. But Big Dokes is just going to go for the blind Cassante here off the bat.
The blind Cassante. So we've got what we're assuming to be double blind solo laners as the first two picks here for the side of Energy. Do they want to just go ahead and complete this with the jungle here, hovering the Vi for quite a while?
Vi hasn't had too much success recently, but it does pair with Nico as super hard, guaranteed engage for this team. And something that we heard in Laura's interview with Demonte, one of the Energy coaches, is that they want to have an explosive early game. And these point and clicks and this guaranteed engage is one way to get that. And then they also want to have more controlled you know, mid games after they get there, but that's going to be a couple steps forward.
Yeah, I wonder if their game plan is to attack Caps, and answering with a Syndra, very much powerful in the lane, but without your flash, you suffer the same problems a champion like Orianna does. Very easy lockdown on the side of NRG. Cassante, Vine, Nico, all very lethal champions that without your flash, you're in some very serious danger here if your name is Caps.
Exactly. I'm going to be looking at Caps on this pick to be able to absorb that pressure, respond to it. By locking in the Syndra, you are throwing down the gauntlet, placing the red flag in front of the bull, and just daring them to charge at you. So we'll see how well he can handle that as we move forward. The Rakan banned away here by G2 as the first ban in the second phase. We've seen some pretty amazing plays out of this champion so far at Worlds 2023. They don't want to give Ignar the opportunity to do so. We know it's one of his favorite support champions.
I mean, earlier, Vedius posed the question, what is FBI going to play? Now it becomes like, what is Energy have in store for this bottom lane? Because we are going to get real deep in the bans here and go real far down on the tier list, both for AD carry as well as support, because G2 can fire off another one.
It looks like NRG a little concerned about that top matchup, the Olaf ban, something that we saw a lot from Broken Blade during the regular season. I think a Jax ban would also make sense, something that some laning phases, Broken Blade didn't have the best of performances, but in team fights, wow, he was able to have some massive impact in the later game fights. So I definitely think that if they want to make sure they can have a more favorable matchup, that or the Rumble are two champions you have to be concerned about on the top side.
Rumble blind pick has done wonders. Rumble into Cassante, Rumble into Jax, all these things. Rumble has not been countered significantly here, and they're going to continue to whittle down. They really feel like it is going to be the support rel, it looks like here.
Okay.
With the Viego ban.
The Viego's banned away, Olaf. Renata Glass, the last ban there from G2. So double support ban in the second half. Renata normally drafted if you want to make sure that you can go in with a big team-wide engage and not have that counter engage available from the enemy support position. So they'll take that off the table. What is going to be the lock-in here? The Jax picked up for G2.
All right, and it looks like we're going to get one of these pushing lanes, bottom lane for FBI and Ignar. Both Ashe and Ziggs will accomplish that.
Curious as to what direction they go.
Ooh, the Senna, they bring back the Senna. They already pulled out the Senna TK once. It was very successful. This is also one of FBI's specialty champions here. So we'll see if they can do it again. Very tanky on the side of NRG. They've got a lot of defense.
I like it. I mean, it gives you pretty good scaling options as well. A very solid front line, a lot of peel. The concern you have to have if you're NRG is G2 is not afraid to dive bot. And when you have a composition like this, their eyes are immediately going to be glued to that side of the map, as Yike is going to round out with one of his old school carry junglers.
Amazing, love it. Anytime we get Yike, either Kha'Zix or Bel'Veth, I get excited. One of the most exciting rookies to come out of Europe in a very long time.
Oh yeah.
The jungler here. He pretty much is the jungler that made Blabber and Contracts and a lot of these NA junglers I was talking to start practicing Bel'Veth on the patch because it was so strong and because Yike had such an impact with it. So anytime you see that champion pick, you have to look for level 1 invades. Raptors are coming at a premium because Bel'Veth annihilates those Raptors. We'll see if Energy can hold on to theirs.
So, I mean, Energy's game plan here, they have to find advantages through mid in the early game. That is the lane where I think they have a lot of power to look for attacks, especially if you're able to burn that Syndra Flash early. Repeated plays in that mid can open up the map a lot more to especially make it harder for Caps to get priority and look for these dives bot, which again is where I think you need to keep your eyes on G2. They're going to be looking for invades. They're going to be looking to use their push to set up Yike, to steal away camps and make life miserable for Contracts. The early game is going to be a struggle between these two mid laners as they fight for control.
Yep, and I love the fact that you bring up Contracts. He's a jungler that when this team looks their best, a lot of times it's off of him being the facilitator. It's off of him driving the car straight across the finish line, leading the way for him. He's a jungler who has been through some highs and some lows, and now that he's back here on the world stage on the North American #1 seed team, I've got high expectations for him again.
Great point. It has been 6 years in the making since Contracts was on the world stage with Cloud9, working so hard to get back here, and he's had to go through a long and arduous journey to get here, dipping all the way down into the Academy League, working his way back up onto the world stage. And Energy, he's one in a long line of the underdogs here on this lineup.
2017 was Contracts' last Worlds. And it's crazy to think that 2018 was Caps' debut to the World Championship. And since then, he's kind of grown into an incredible mid laner. Actually, no, what am I talking about? Even 2017, I think Caps was actually when he introduced alongside Fnatic, along with that reckless roster. Crazy the trajectories that some of these players have had as Caps has kind of grown to be.
Caps kind of stayed on the world stage.
Yeah, he did. I mean,
Contract dipped back down.
Very different journeys, right?
Yeah.
And it's a great opportunity for so many of these NRG players to go against many of the big names that Europe has to offer.
All right, as we get a little auto-attack trading in the top lane, a reminder to all y'all out there, connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote as we start things off. Bel'Veth is on her chicken camp, as everybody would expect her to be, but it's not her chicken camp. It's the Energy camp that they failed to protect early on. They had to be expecting something like this to happen.
And I want to point out the defense wards here. It's not just the level 1 invade that's expected from Bel'Veth. We have double wards here from G2 to see about the attempts to split the map there from Contracts, because they know for sure G2 taking away your red quadrant here.
And as well, you look at Caps already trying to get some control in the mid lane so that he can immediately offer support to his jungler should there be any danger here. That is a full bot side clear coming out from Yike. He will be spotted out on this ward.
Ward showing up there means that Yike has to fall back a little bit. FBI and Ignar do want to contest this. Smite cooldown not quite available here for Yike as he takes a little damage from FBI. Mickey and Hans Sama stepping forward past the enemy tier 1 turret. Yike can secure the large golem, pick up the last little bit here.
And FBI's only level 1 still. He's being zoned away from those minions underneath the tower. Contracts now making his way down, but the damage has already been done. A lot of experience being lost here for the Energy bot lane.
Yeah, and a lot of CS as well. Ignar did not pick up many of that CS at the tower there, so Contracts is kind of forced into a bad spot here. Has to make something happen.
Oh, there we go. The flash out of Caps, nice and early. This is what we talked about back when the pick was locked in, Vedius. You said whenever the flash is down, that's when the danger's on.
All right, I want to go see if Yike is going to try and meet Contracts, because they know Contracts has no camps on his side of the map up. He has to be counter-jungling your chickens at the moment. Here comes Yike. Remember, Caps has no flash.
All right, Yike jumps in, finds the knockup. Contracts immediately flashing away, respecting the Bel'Veth here. Palafox leads his clone out first, but with Yike having control over this 1v1, and you can see Broken Blade also pathing down from topside. Dokla is stuck underneath his turret, so the Jax is able to move, and Energy have to disengage.
Didn't mean to draw on the screen there, but yes, Jax was in fact roaming from top side, and it's something that you'll see a lot from G2, but also something you need to see when playing around a Belveth, right? You have to make sure that you have control to offer assistance every time she's looking for these invades, and Contract's looking for whatever he can, should be able to secure this Grom. I don't know if the pings have actually come down from G2, but Mickey will spot him. They are concerned about that dive.
But instead, they're just immediately going to turn it onto Mickey, force him to crash down back over the other side of the wall into the lane. The rotation from Ignar guarantees that Contracts can pick up that Gromp and stop falling further behind.
Yep, their bottom lane comes up, helps him out a little bit. Looks like we have Belveth coming back towards mid as well. And remember, no flash here either.
Oh, Palafox, he's got to try to get away from this one. Can he out-juke the enemy Belveth? No, it's first blood for Caps.
Nice pickup from G2. Palafox is just trying to push that wave underneath the tower, but Yike sees an opportunity, and now he's found Contracts.
Oh, Contracts walking back into that brush, immediately thinks better of it, as Yike was just waiting for him. Falls back into the river now. You can see Mickey still with only a 200 HP down here in the bottom lane. Has Hex Flash, but the real Flash not available. Doesn't look like we're going to get too much more fighting out of this, but getting the first blood on the Syndra back in the mid lane, real big for G2.
And now again, you look at the minimap and you see Yike now here to cover this back and forth coming in from laners and jungler. Laners get pushed to help with their jungler setup on the invade, and then when those lanes need clearing, Yike is there to offer that assistance, making sure that wave gets underneath the tower so that Hans and Mickey can have a safe base. So far this early game going the way in which G2 want. The good news for NRG, not a significant difference in the gold so far.
Yeah, let's see about Ignar though.
Ignar, 150 HP left, trying to walk it off. Thick skin keeps him alive. FBI looking to put the damage into Hans Sama. Mickey now the one, soaking the damage, and FBI blasts some energy on the board.
Ignar's a tanky boy on the Tom Kench. He can go face check that brush. They bait him in and get the extra kill here onto Mickey. He did flash away because he was worried about the Q from Mickey, but they'll be happy to take that one. And Contracts has been able to kind of stabilize his jungle. Really the payment was that extra kill. The first blood going on to Caps. Star player for G2 has been doing so well and has been so driven. They talked about it multiple times, but his interview after MSI and wanted to change how they play, Palafox had a lot of respect for him, but the Belveth comes on, slips right on in. Caps set it up, of course, with his Scatter of the Week stun, as both mid laners had previously used their flashes, so nice pickup there for G2.
I think G2's bot lane overstayed their welcome when they wanted to push that wave underneath. They took so much chip damage defending against that potential dive, and then they overstayed. A really great punish from the bot lane of NRG. Will actually give them a very small gold lead for the time being. And we kind of draw attention to the top side of the map as well. Doklo doing very well in the 1v1 matchup, building up that small advantage as well.
It's pretty funny too, because it's not exactly the same, but Ignar on a feeding Tom Kench here or a eating Tom Kench.
Yeah, he's an eating one.
Not a feeding. Farming Tom Kench is kind of shades of thinking back to Misfits when he's playing this Fervor of Battle Leona and surprises everybody by going so aggressive. And then here when he's up against his old lane mate from Misfits, Hans Sama, who they had such a miraculous showing with, he's able to get something done again on one of these melee supports.
You can see Dokla there wanting to take advantage of having the level 7 versus level 6 edge over Broken Blade on the Jax. Both of these top laners have those Sheens prepared, so the trades will look pretty even between them right now. Yike again, just showing some presence here in the bottom lane, trying to help Mickey and Hans Sama be able to get this wave shoved in without any sort of a counterattack coming out from Energy.
I mean, credit to Energy's bot lane. They're winning out on these trades. The sustain coming out from FBI is just getting the better of Hans and Mickey. They have that ever so slight experience advantage as well, thanks to the kill that they were able to pick up. And you look at the jungle matchup too, it looked a little dire for Contracts in the early game. It felt like that he was being denied so many camps, but he's been able to equalize that farm. Yike has looked for a lot of opportunities on the map, and that has kind of slowed his jungle clear down. So Energy have been able to stabilize what was a bit of a chaotic early game, and they find themselves with a decent gold lead for now.
If we kind of zoom out though and look at what they need to accomplish in this game, I think there is more pressure on Energy to build a lead in the early game and then try and use that to snowball Drakes to actually win this game, because this Energy lineup of champions doesn't have a lot of late game damage.
Hex flash over the wall from Mickey, but they're ready to turn it around. Pop Blossom under 2. Senna ulti comes in for the bottom lane, and Contracts goes for the ult. Caps is down, and Yike is on the run. Palafox and Contracts are looking for another, but they'll settle with the kill on on G2's mid laner. Mickey barely hops away, but Ignar's going in. He won't quite have the tongue to get it done, but now Yike's got to retreat as well. G2 lose the scrimmage in mid.
Baker sees 3 people coming and says, I like those odds. They turn the 2v3 with Contracts and Palafox. Senna ultimate over the top, and the biggest reward is actually going to be extra turret plates. Topside turret plate, mid lane turret plate, and Rift Herald picked up in the aftermath. Vedius, no sooner than I speak the words of Energy need more early game power than they immediately receive a bunch of gold.
We talk about how they needed to play through mid and just great awareness from Contracts, right place, right time. Just as G2 is looking to gain control, look to punish Palafox as he's pushing that wave underneath the tower, they are there to respond, and they respond incredibly well. A 1.5k gold lead now for NRG as they are slowly but surely taking control of this game 1.
And I think that is necessary, again, to kind of reiterate here. G2, they've got the Jax for side lanes for later. They have the dive bomb Kaisa here from Hansama. And of course, Cap Syndra to be able to set them up. But Energy, they can work as a team, as a pack here with so much CC to force a lot of engages if they can get control of the neutral objectives early on in the game and try and draw G2 to them.
And I think Energy always looks good when Palafox and Contracts are on the same page, like right here.
Yeah, Palafox, he walks down, they see the 3v2. Senna ultimate was beautiful, right over the top. And Contracts went for the Q onto Yike, and then ultimate overthrew both of them. So he's able to get over onto Caps, focusing him down, picking up that kill, and Mickey does indeed live through that one.
I mean, again, great start for NRG. Love the way in which they played around mid lane, and we did talk about in draft how this mid lane struggle is where we're going to see it from both sides. Yeah. Having that control gives you the ability to start moving to sides and having more impact on the map, and once again, G2 return. Mickey level 5, Yike level 7.
All right, Palafox just playing very far back, very respectfully. He knows the enemy bot lane's missing. Contracts starting up the Drake here. This could be a little risky, considering the position of G2's squad. Contract sees Mickey walk right by. He doesn't care.
Yeah, they've got pushing bottom lane here. Nice minion wave pushed all the way into tower. This is a Mountain Dragon, so it's one of the tankier ones, but it looks like G2 have said, we've had enough of these early game fights.
Yep.
We concede. You do have a very good early game setup, and they don't want to take it. So, NRG, they accomplish it. Rift Herald picked up, into Dragon picked up, and they actually immediately used the Rift Herald again bottom side to really snowball this bottom lane and this Senna pick super early on.
The timing is great as well. Mickey just threw in a recall to get back to base. His hasn't quite hit level 6 yet, and now they're ballooning this gold lead to about 2k. Again, slowly but surely, Energy are building lead after lead, and it's great to see. I want to see them maintain it, though. When we saw them play up against Mad, they had some pretty chaotic fights. We saw them kind of getting down and dirty at times and throwing away good positions, and I think that they can be patient here. They can take their time, and Contracts looking for a play top.
Contracts goes in, flashes to be able to land the ulti, but Dokla's not there for the follow-up in time. Yike gets a 2-man knockup, but Broken Blade's got to continue the retreat. However, Dokla still sticking around. Caps has made his way up. He walked over a ward. Energy knows to disengage back in the bottom lane. They see all the G2 bodies up in the top half, so FBI and Ignar know they can push.
Yeah, sometimes, you talk about getting down and dirty, sometimes Energy will just take those chances. Contract says, I will flash for this ultimate. If Yike is not there, we can at least get a flash out of Broken Blade. Maybe they get the kill also. If he is there, they have to back off, though.
A TP's coming in from both sides now. Ignar using the Devour, keeping his AD carry safe, spits it back out now. Palafox looking for the knockup, only finds the Pop Blossom onto Cap. Mickey's still trying to walk away. A lot of damage on both supports, but Mickey's the first to fall. Another TP ready to reinforce the G2 lines, but Broken Blade is already there too late. He gets slowed down by the tongue lash as Palafox waits over the wall, and the play goes no further as Big Dokes picks up some plates in the top lane.
The response from NRG every single time to G2's aggression is perfect. They match the TPs. Ignar buys so much time by using the consume to keep his AD carry alive. Mickey gets separated from his AD carry. NRG find themselves another kill. I don't know if Yike can get the kill here.
Yeah, Dokla flashing away from the knockup. Good moves there. Now he's almost, you see, on any champion that's not Cassante, I would be like, oh yeah, that's just a fluke. But with Cassante, I never know if he's really going to go back in or not.
Well, Yike does force the flash to be burned on that Cassante. Dokla, though, does have his teleport ready, so no problem for him. He can teleport right back to that top wave. Meanwhile, bottom side, Broken Blade gets a turret plate of his own. And again, remember, the Jacks for later. G2 do have quite a few scaling options available to them. Possible side lane play there.
FBI getting stunned up here. They're going to chain CC him down, and Caps gets the second kill of the game for G2.
I was not expecting FBI to die there. I really thought he would be fine. What a play and a setup from G2. They find themselves a pick, but now NRG looking for the same bot lane.
Oh, Broken Blade walking into the brush. Contracts is ready to go. Dokla follows it up, and the helicopter crash lands. Contracts gets the fourth kill of the game there for Energy.
Contracts is always such a proactive jungler, looking to make these plays, looking to force them. Dokla now in a 1v2 scenario. With no flash, he'll play it much safer, and they should be fine to get that bottom turret without having to give up anything else. I do, though, you know, to that point about getting the kill onto FBI, quite big for G2, trying to punish that Tom Kench ultimate cooldown timer. Really trying to keep track of that, of how well Ignar is going to be able to keep him safe, because when that is down, that is going to be a huge amount of protection. And you look at that, he's definitely quite a rich boy. So, yeah. During this one, no ultimate means no life for FBI.
And I mean, this pick is straightforward. Broken Blade, he doesn't respect where they could be on the map. He wants to get a bit of vision down, and he gets chain CC. Nicely done by NRG. And now they're looking for Hansama.
Han's in some trouble as the Vault Breaker connects, and Palafox pummels them. Energy find the enemy AD carry for the first time this game.
Oh yeah, Hansama doesn't flash the Q, and so that's just enough of CC, enough of a little bump there to allow Palafox to hit the follow-up snare off of Contracts. Contracts has been on a warpath here.
In the draft, we wanted to see this Vi Nico having impact on the map, you know, looking for those early skirmishes and then moving out to the sides, and they are doing just that. Now G2 is responding.
G2 ready to look for Dokla here. Caps and Broken Blade putting pressure onto the turret as Dokla knocks Broken Blade back. He forces him to flash away, otherwise the all-out could have been the death of him. Dokla will successfully defend 1v2 and keep the turret standing.
All right, let's look at what this does to the lopsided map pressure, because they're going to send down another champion to bottom side for G2 to harass Dokla, but he's staying there under the turret. Meanwhile, the rest of Energy, teleport comes through. They actually want to go for a counter gank.
All right, they want to bring somebody in to make something happen here. Palafox, he finds the knock-up onto the enemy jungler. Nearly get 100-0 yike. The Belvath only stays alive long enough to die to Contracts as Caps wants to run away, and Ignar's ready for the chase. He lands the first tongue lash, and he's ready to get those stacks. Contracts comes in, Caps falls down, FBI gets paid. Energy get 2.
What did Energy eat for breakfast today? Because they are locked in and they are catching G2 off guard across the map. Every aggressive play G2 tries to make, Energy shuts it down.
Oh, Vedius, do you hear that in the distance? It is the sound of the faithful rallying to the sides of Energy. They are huge underdogs here versus G2, but they are accomplishing the goal they need with this early game snowball composition. The Senna doing wonders for them, and Contracts on this Vi starting out so many plays. This time around, yeah, we already went over it. As soon as that Q hits, he's dead.
And they're keeping it simple, right? You look at what they're doing on the map. They push a wave, they look for something on a side. They push a wave, they look for something on a side. Great TP coming out from Palafox as the rest of Energy entirely collapsed onto Caps. And you look at the minimap, situations like this are often, oh, well, they're getting punished elsewhere. They're overcommitting 5, but they're not. They had the top pushed in. They had the mid wave pushed in. They had the ability to collapse on as 5, and now they're looking for another pick top.
Here we go again. Broken Blade under pressure. Palafox making the rotation up as Dokla goes all out. Dokla, however, very, very low. Reinforced by the Senna ultimate. And the Pop Blossom is so awesome. It's Energy ready to win another one, but now Yike's ready for the follow-up, and Dokla's gonna run. The damage pours through. They lock down the enemy carry. Hansama falls. FBI's free firing. G2 cannot escape. Ace for nothing.
Energy are relentless. It is bottom play into top play into bottom play into top play again, and they've got a Rift Herald to push it ahead.
It is just an absolute slaughter from the side of NRG. It started with the range advantage, then winning skirmishes in the bot 2v2. Mickey now in danger.
Mickey, oh no, buddy, get out of there. The crash down. Will it get him away? He tries to flash, but the 5 will run him down. Contracts is on a rampage.
Cease and desist, my friend. What are we witnessing right now? Energy coming out, firing on all cylinders here. They had the interviews, so many interviews before this match, so much respect for G2, and they knew that they really had to come in and focus on a game plan, and that was early game lead, and then collectively snowballing ahead as we look at this fight again. Man, the re-engage from Palafox is just giant, and these Senna ultimates, Vedius, keep on adding so much effective HP. The damage plus the big shield comes through. Dokla lives the whole time. Ignar eats him up just so he can get right back in there.
Oh yeah.
And finish off the extra kills. And then, as you know as well, there's a Vi ultimate coming here.
NRG just always seem to be 5 faster. It feels like that they're always collapsing first. They find another pick on the Mickey. He now finds himself with 5 deaths as NRG are sieging onto the mid-tier 2. We're not even at 20 minutes yet, and NRG are knocking on the doors of G2's base.
Energy have always been at their best when they are snowballing games, when they get the early lead. Really, really. The big improvements, I have to say, are more in the control of the snowball. And the arena echoes. I love it.
What's wrong? Man, I am so impressed this game with Palafox's ultimates. I don't think we've seen a single non-impactful Pop Blossom so far. This Nico presence has been awesome to see.
Every player on Energy is just, they don't miss. Every player on Energy right now cannot make a mistake. Contracts interrupting Mickey's crash down there. Later on, finding him with the ultimate as well. That's your MVP, Vedius.
That is our MVP. Thank you for highlighting. I mean, G2 seems scattered. They've been getting caught out multiple times on side lanes. It feels like, I mentioned it earlier, Energy, while they always feel like a 5, G2, 1, 2, it is just pick after pick after pick, and G2 are always slow to respond to the play. The way in which Energy shut down some of those mid lane attempts from Yike and Mickey have been able to snowball off the back of that so effectively. 2 dragons up, a minute until the next dragon. We've seen G2 in these positions before, will be my only caveat to you, gentlemen. Both Weibo and D+ were able to get massive gold advantages. Admittedly, it was G2's own undoing, where they would throw at Baron. But now with the Baron alive, this is going to be the big test for Energy. Can they secure this cleanly without G2 being a nuisance?
Exactly. This Baron pit has proved a thorn in the side of G2 in their World's Quest so far, but will Energy make the same mistakes? 21 minutes into the game, they're up 10,000 gold. That is a massive lead for the LCS's #1 seed.
Yeah, and Damonte specifically used the word methodical when talking about what improvements Energy needed to make to their late game, to their snowballing game. Now is when you have to implement that. Because you set it up for the big throw, Vedius. Objective bounties are on the table. That is definitely possible. But Dragon should be a much easier take for them. If you're going to be methodical about it and constantly remind them in game, then you would want to switch down to this Dragon first, pick it up on timer, because you should theoretically be able to accelerate this timer and pick up Dragon Soul as quickly as possible.
I mean, they're keeping it clean, right? They've got the top lane pushed in, they made sure to push in mid before moving into the river, and they're keeping bot pushed with the Cassante hovering in the enemy jungle to just keep that
Those are the
control
shortest
up.
arrows I've ever seen.
Yeah, there was just, to illustrate a point, Kobe. My point was illustrated. NRG playing the clean, easy League of Legends right now, taking the simple objectives and they're not taking any risks. Now what you want to do is move your vision deeper into that top side of the map. In an ideal world, if you could take down that tier 2 in mid lane, it would allow you some very deep vision, but resets need to come through, money needs to be spent, wards need to be replenished, and this is G2's window for a bit of breathing room to maybe look for an opportunity or set up for a potential trap.
I would also mention at least you've gotten your 2-item power spike for Hans Sama. Hans Sama, who has been so big for G2 here, and once the Rage Blade comes in, then you've got a lot of single target damage with your plasma stacks, and then once you get your Nashers as well, the pick really, really takes off.
So I know we were joking around a little bit earlier. Hey, Vedius, that's your MVP when Mickey got picked. But the reality that I'm looking at is we know this guy is such a big playmaker for G2. He's on one of the best team fight engaging champions in the game. And I feel like if G2 is going to find an angle back into this one, it's going to need a huge Mickey engage on the round.
I mean, he's 4 levels down Ignar, and if you want to say that Ignar's the one getting all the farm, he's 3 levels down FBI. Like, he has not had a great game right now. And sure, if he can find a good engage, it could be massive. But again, Ignar has so many tools to mitigate a lot of those engages. I think that like it's going to be on NRG to lose this game more so than G2
That's
to win.
fair. Excuse me, I believe that is Bignar. That is no longer Ignar with a 4-level lead.
Oh boy, Contracts waited around in the brush. He got found out. The stopwatch keeps him alive long enough for his team to reinforce. The Senna ulti over the top just to protect him as Ignar showed up. The Devour would have been there, and Caps even used Flash.
They really committed to that play. The stopwatch usage saved his life. And again, we talk about small mistakes. Contracts not realizing that he's sitting on a ward. If he'd lost his life, that could have been a window for G2 to force the Baron. Fortunately for him, he gets away with his life, and NRG hold on to the control.
Yep, those reasons are exactly why Caps decided Flash is worthy there. Because there's also a big bounty on Contract's head. That is the biggest bounty in the game right now because he has been so good with this Vi. And they really do need to take it back. Step by step, be methodical, clear out the vision first. Oh, okay, they're just gonna start the Baron.
All right, they're ready to start going. Keep your eyes on Yike, keep your eyes on Contracts, Energy.
Who's gonna keep him
the
out?
Baron, and they got it down to half HP. G2 on the approach, Contracts over the back wall, Palafox! 3-man pop lost him, but nobody ain't died yet. The first one down, Sama, and G2's in the run. Broken Blade tries to go back over the wall, but FBI's already on a killing spree, and Contracts is gonna be backed up. The helicopter won't save him. Dokla's unstoppable, and G2 are crushed.
And Energy can go right back to the Baron. They don't drop anyone in the turn. Beautiful, methodical stuff from the LCS #1 seed.
And you were nervous for a second.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
You were worried that they were throwing that Baron, but that turn from NRG was clean. Yike still alive. Surely they won't give him access to the pit.
Yike is close. Ignar goes up the wall, exhaust onto the Belveth. Palafox surviving the unleashed power thanks to the stasis. Yike still being scared away by Contracts. He goes back in with a ball breaker. The Belveth getting absolutely slammed in the 1v1 fight. Contracts is not in the pit. Yike might be able to go over the wall. The Baron's still at 2 SP. His cap is going to be taken very low, but Yike ain't back in the pit now either as the Baron's finally going to be secured by Contracts. Broken Blade shows up. He decides to re-engage back over the wall versus Ignar. Energy on the retreat as G2 continues moving forward as 5, but their health bars are low. Energy with the full retreat. Baron in their pockets.
It was a little scrappy, but they did everything correctly. They did everything in their power to keep Yike out of the pit, and they're able to secure the smite. This is a look at the engage again. Beautiful combination from the mid-jungle once again from NRG. Hansama is eliminated from the fight. Broken Blade is forced to flash away, and it's just clean up from NRG. Exquisite turn, secures them a Baron, and it's likely going to secure them game 1 of this series.
Palafox and Contracts were such a big story, such big components of Energy wins throughout the summer split. I have to say though, this Senna pick is doing wonders for them.
Yeah.
An FBI classic here, absolutely in love with it. Let's see if they can finish it out cleanly though. Dragon will be up in 25 seconds, and with the Baron buff, it is very easy to be methodical, Flowers, and push out all your waves.
I like your comment on the Senna pick because I believe going back to draft, it's only been played so far twice in the tournament.
And one was FBI himself.
Yeah, and Senna Tahm Kench is such a different laning experience compared to the standard marksman and support. If you're not used to playing against it, if it's not fresh in your mind, it's easy to be caught off guard against the strengths of what this does, and Energy are taking full advantage. That's the Hex Soul right there if Energy secures this, and the enemy jungler is in the top half of the map. G2 are recognizing they cannot contest this. It's Hex Soul for Energy.
I mean, at this point, gentlemen, it feels like the G2 are just buying time to talk more about what they're going to do in game 2, because I feel like that they're out of options. The Baron was their best play to turn things around, and that's all gone. Energy now setting up a 1-4. They have Dokla pushing in mid. 4 members using their range. FBI just chipping away at the health bars of G2, and they're limited in their ways to stop him.
The range is so powerful. Gonna be stunned up now by Caps, but Palafox ready to turn it around. Ulti over the top, Mickey gonna be taken low, but he ain't killed yet. Finally dropped, Contracts goes godlike. Hans is ready to jump in, and Caps kills Palafox. It is a one-for-one trade saw for with the more valuable player dying on Energy's side, but the time that they bought is going to get them into the base. First inhibitor turret, first inhibitor, both down.
G2 just going for a Hail Mary play, trying to get anything that they can to slow Energy down, even slightly, but it will not. An inhibitor is secured at the cost of their mid laner's life.
And that is actually very reassuring to me. Even though people may think, you know, the Baron getting a little messy, this dive getting a little messy, I really feel like Energy have to keep up this pace with the lead that they have in order to actually destroy the Nexus and win the game. You can't afford to get lackadaisical here. You have to keep pushing forward. Yeah. You don't want to let G2 catch back up in this game, and so they force it on in. And Palafox, he does end up going down for the kill, but they also get the tower and the inhibitor here.
I mean, I love what I'm seeing from Palafox right now. Every team fight, it is not about peeling, it is not about trying to just find a pick. He is going in. He is looking constantly for 3-man, 4-man ultimates. He wants to make a highlight reel for himself, and that level of confidence is exactly what North America wants to see from their mid laner.
The best defense is a good offense, Vedius, I heard once.
I mean, the best offense is a good offense, and this man is like, I've got everything I need to go full offense in this game.
Palafox is peeling them before they even need to be peeled. Yeah. That's what's happening. All right, here we go. They're going to congregate around topside here. Bit of a 4-1 split push for Energy. Dokla again trying to keep that mid wave pushed up while the rest of them harass top tower.
Palafox sending in the clone there to just try to scare him off a little bit. The poke from FBI onto the turret, slowly whittling it away. The minion wave finally gets cleared out while Dokla continues applying the pressure back in mid. Super minions are naturally going to push up that bot lane here as well. No Baron for another minute and 45. But once that's up, you know that Energy have full control over the map to move towards it as well. FBI and Ignar maintaining the pressure up here in the top lane. G2 are trapped inside the base. They know that if they lose one more big fight here, the game is done. They've got one last real chance as Energy continue their push. Vault Breaker going to be charged. Turret's not really low enough to hard send it just yet. They're going to keep getting these waves up, but without the Baron, it's pretty easy for G2 and Caps to clear those waves away. Instead, it's going to be Caps getting engaged on. He drops the stasis to stay alive. Massive counter engage coming out from Mickey, but it will not matter. They're still going in. Yike, barely surviving, getting away now with a stopwatch as Energy tries to regroup. Mickey goes for a crash down, but he's only going to be brought down. Yike stays alive under the tier 3 turret as Broken Blade and Hans try to retreat. Contracts leads the charge, and Yike is finally dropped down. The tier 3 turret falls, and with a 5v2 advantage, this should be it. Energy are on their march to the Nexus turrets. All 5 players still alive. Han's gonna be knocked up into the air, taken down. They're all out, they're all in, and Energy are all about this game number 1. All 5 players standing tall as the Nexus will drop, and Energy will take game 1.
Contracts legendary on the Vi. Bignar, deathless on the Tom Kench. Dokla, deathless on the Cassante. What an immaculate snowball. They stated it before the game. They called their shot. They said, we have to get an early lead, and we have to snowball it.
All right, for a little bit more on how that crazy game 1 went, let's toss it back to the desk.
Thank you so much. NRG finally playing the way a #1 LCS seed deserves to play, where so many before them couldn't. They have shell-shocked G2. They have actually not put their foot off the gas in 1 single second of that game.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance by Energy, and I think a lot of it comes with the preparation. And there's this not very well-known American way of baiting. It happens in the South. You take your arm, you put it in the water with catfish, and you hope the catfish bites your arm.
Yeah.
It's called catfisting.
Okay.
That's what they did when they left the Kai'Sa open. They catfisted G2, they bought the Kai'Sa, and they countered with Tahm Kench Senna. It's a little-known American piece of tech, but it worked great.
I think they have to know. We have to send them the tech so they know, and I gotta say, what do you think it is? It is a case of, oh, we haven't played versus that in a while. I forgot how tanky Tahm Kench was, but how do you forget?
I really do
think... It's a good pick against Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
It's a good laning pick against Kai'Sa. They had 3 lanes of prio with the way Dokla played and when they got the kill in mid lane, so that stops the Bel'Veth from being able to work.
And I really want to highlight here how good the prep is from NRG, because they take, as we talked about at the beginning of the day, specifically the Draven and Kalista, because I do think that Hans, when G2 have looked best, is when he completely takes over a lane the way that we know him and Mickey can. So that doesn't happen. Then you go for the Nico, and there's 2 outcomes. Either you end up with Nico and Kai'Sa, which is a really strong duo, or, which is what I think NRG was expecting, G2 will pick it instead, because Kai'Sa is the best AD carry that is still left. And then you just go for a pretty standard top side, but then the Senna Kenj counters literally every single champion on G2 because it's all single target.
Yeah,
Such good prep.
If there's a mistake, G2, it's the Rakan Renata ban, because as soon as I saw them with that many 80 carry pans pick Kai'Sa, I said, they're going Senna. And they were so confident that it was going to work that they waited till phase 2 after the bans.
And we have so much documentation about it, right? About FBI specifically on Senna as well. So that's a little bit cocky. I want to say. I want to say. And I just have to say, watching Palafox on Nico, I felt like I was watching Jaws with the Korean observers, because every time G2 was just thinking that they were safe, he came out. I don't think he ever hit a one-person ultimate. It was gorgeous to see how we circumvented them.
It's specifically, when you're looking at this as an analyst, right, or a caster, you're like, okay, Nico and Vi, they have good 2v2. Let's say, and then have the games, especially in the LCK, nothing happens.
Yeah.
But they literally like, what was it? Starting level 7. Yeah. They never stopped. They were just 2v2, 3v3ing all across the map, and that mid jungle duo and the aggressive play that they showed, to me, so incredibly impressive.
I gotta say, I felt like G2 was behind on the play very, very often, especially in that early game. Of course, it's not all on Yike, but kind of as a team, they were just a little too late.
Yeah, they were, and I think part of that happens because the Senatom Kenj pushed in the whole time. We know how important bot prio is for G2, and then Broken Blade was completely neutralized by Dokla's Cassante, and the game did take a little while to conclude, but I think that's very natural with Sen and Nico just because their Baron damage is so low. So I'm happy with the way that NRG was able to stay patient in what many people didn't think would be a situation that they'd be in. With a large goal lead in game 1 with the pressure on, they didn't make mistakes.
And I think that's kind of a key as we look at contracts. We talked about his story already. You know how long it took for him to get back, not just to an LCS championship opportunity, to take it, and now to take this first game versus G2. I think the story is just too good not to tell. And on the side of NRG in general, I know, like, we felt that they have a different approach. We felt that they have such a strong confidence in their own abilities, and we see that here. They knew that they had the ace up their sleeve, and once they got the advantage, they never let up.
And particularly with a comp like this, I've seen NA teams historically draft comps like this and then not be able to actually showcase, even when we know that they can. So the fact that they're able to do it here, never relent, is so important, because I think the compositions actually operate pretty similarly, where if G2 would have gotten the lead, like, it's really easy to push, you have set up for Kai'Sa in every lane, but instead, once you start falling behind, like, this comp has no range. You're playing into Nico, you're playing into Cassante, and you're a solo target composition.
Look at FBI over the wall just killing Hansama. Hansama doesn't get a chance to cast a spell that fight.
It's impossible once you're behind.
Exactly. G2, they kind of threw everything at it, but at that point it was too late. It was a 4K gold lead, and it was an 8K gold lead, and it was hard. The only time that Jat was stressing was the first time that NRG walked towards Baron, but you should have faith.
I was stressing this entire time.
Well, I was not. I thought it was a great call.
I'm stressed now. They still need to beat G2 another game.
It's a best of 3. It's a best of 3. The momentum swing. Come on, you can...
I mean, I'm happy, but I'm still stressed.
Of course.
I mean, that's the thing, the emotion of these NA versus EU matchups. You're like, the whole time, you're like, as soon as G2's down, you're like, it's over. They're not up to the level of their competition. NRG...
I did not say that. I said they play differently versus different opponents, and they find themselves out of sorts where they don't expect to get counterweight in a match that they expected to go easier. They fell.
Yeah, apologies. But for me, the emotion here for NRG
Can't believe he would do that to you.
I am going to refuse to believe in them.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Because throughout the entire summer split, they had a winning record against teams that were actually better than them in the standings and a losing record against teams that were actually worse than them in the standings. They were the underdog in basically every series they played throughout the LCS playoffs, including the final where they beat C9 3-1. And of course, they are the underdogs here, so they have no chance. and I'm sticking to that.
You know what's going to help you? Let's pull up the full screen again for everyone who wanted to cast a vote about the matchup before we started the game. I mean, look at this.
And this is very reminiscent of some of the predictions we've had in the LCK this year, right? T1 at finals back in spring. KT, obviously, in a lot of their series in the playoffs. And the reason why we bring this up, I do agree with Jet. I don't think this series is done by any means, but I think taking such an aggressive loss when you're the team that's so clearly the favorite in a best-of-3 can be hard to come back from.
It hits like a truck, and NRG right now, they just have to harness that energy, exactly that. They could be NA's new hope and bank their ticket to the quarterfinals right after this. And you can stay up to date on all the action of Worlds by downloading the Riot Mobile right now. Receive alerts when your favorite teams are up and tune into live tournament streams on the go. Keep tabs open on the score and turn on spoiler-free mode if you want to catch up on games you've missed. Download Riot Mobile now, available in the App Store and Google Play Store. We'll be right back with Game 2 between G2 and NRG.
Got him, no? Yeah, I'm on rail. Keep fighting. On the way. Nice shot, guys. No eat, tap, no eat. Yeah, okay, we can look here for sure. Let's go. Is that like a TV? I'm looking, yeah? I can look. Is that nice? Stun. Okay. Someone can come in. No, I'm going mid. No, you don't have to. It's fine. It's okay. Come on, bro. Looking, fast play. Moving up. You go straight. Okay, I'm gonna ult. Oh, nice.
Now Young's ready for the follow-up, but Dopa's gonna run. The damage pours through. They lock down the enemy carry. On Sama falls. FBI's free firing. G2 cannot escape. Ace for nothing.
What's your play? Yeah, we talking about the grind. It could be a soul. So when I need it, drinks of glory. Alright, let's ride. And not
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
How's the world look from way up there? I miss you, but I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? tears when I can't see your face. How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you'll meet me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies, but would you do that to me if you're really mine? What's your play?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2023, where Energy just pulled off a very impressive victory over G2 in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Gentlemen, a reminder of what's on the line. Whoever wins this series punches their ticket to the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Whoever loses this series has to go in that last chance best of 3 during our 3-series day tomorrow.
And here's what I'll say, you know, North America, when it comes to qualifying for quarterfinals, like, often it's been tiebreakers. It's been like just clutching it out at the last minute, right?
We've had a lot of 3-3
very familiar.
But imagine you 2-0 the first seed of LEC. Like, that's got to feel pretty damn amazing as a way to qualify for the quarterfinals, especially when after we've seen G2 beat D+, we've seen them beat Weibo, right? We saw them have a kind of competitive game against Gen G to then getting stomped, but people rate G2 higher as this tournament progresses.
Oh, yeah.
And for Energy to get a big win against them would be instrumental in kind of reselling NA to the world and saying we are here. And it comes back to something you were telling me about Palafox, right, where he talks about where we just needed some fresh blood on the international stage, and by God, that mid-jungle is doing some work in this series.
It certainly would be big. Last time we got out of groups into the quarterfinals was 2 years ago. I will say, though, there are some very easy modifications that G2 can make in this game. I think they are still
one of them?
very scary. As soon as that game ended, I was like, they are never getting Senna again. Send tweet. Yes, that is true, because G2, you know, we spent so much time talking up this bottom lane and how they've been playing through it. And we saw even in the series versus Gen G, where G2, they craft all these things in draft to try and get these advantages or these counters for their bottom lane, and both of them failing, and both of them you know, kind of sending them here. Now that G2 is on blue side, though, they have much more freedom. They target ban the Senna. And I mean, they can't target ban Contracts and Palafox from playing so well, but I will say that is probably the best or close to the best that those two have ever played. Absolutely immaculate stuff from them.
They also had a great sort of matchup with the 2v2, being up against something immobile like the Syndra. Like Betty has pointed out in the previous Champion Select, once the flash is down, Syndra is just naturally at this disadvantage against champions like Vi and the Nico. But it will be Senna, Maokai, Orianna banned out by G2,
Ooh.
as Draven, Kalista, and Viego are banned out from Energy.
Zaya's up. Yeah. Energy is saying, ooh, you weren't expecting our Senna? Sure, you can have Xayah, but we might have something else cooked up, and I'm curious as to what that could be. Xayah, as you can see the stat on the screen, 97% presence throughout this tournament, is considered the strongest AD carry, and you just handed it over to Hansama.
And not even just looking at its absolute power, but Xayah is a counter-engage AD carry. One of the few in the game, and that's exactly what Energy want to play, is hard engage. So not only are you giving over a power pick, but it is a power pick that is exceptional at countering exactly what has been our primary goal here and what our primary goal for NRG is showing here in 1-2 as well. With the Jarvan, with the Rakan, that guaranteed pickup. I will say Rumble is also up, so Rumble priority would go really nicely with the Rakan and Jarvan engage options for the side of NRG.
I love this Poppy answer from G2. I looked at this NRG side now, I was thinking, nice, Jarvan has been very prevalent, really good early game engage jungler in the current meta, and Ignar's not. I mean, I was casting Ignar's not back in 2017. Like, I know how proficient he is on the champion. He's a fantastic playmaker, but it seems that G2 are really simplifying the draft. They're just getting themselves onto champions that they know can have impact. Great scaling and range for Azir, great disengage from the Poppy, and you already talked about how Xayah is one of the best disengage support AD carries. You look at this tool, this comp rather, coming out from G2.
Yeah, they drafted 3 champions with counter engage options in the Poppy following it, as well as Azir. But that Rumble I was talking about, the insta-lock here, the no-brainer. Again, you know, Dokla notoriously hadn't played it during the regular split and then put in a lot of work to have it ready for LCS finals. So we'll see how well they can execute if NRG can still force this one through, because G2 now know exactly what is coming at them.
Yeah, and hey, at least it's nice with the Rumble. You've already seen Poppy locked in against 2 champions that she can really shut down with steadfast presence. Rumble can't dash anywhere. Poppy doesn't have the same denial power against the Rumble. So cutting off at least a little bit of that as the Cassante is banned out from NRG. Remember that it was Dokla piloting this in the previous game against the Jax of Broken Blade. Now that he knows he's on the Rumble, he doesn't want to deal with that Cassante matchup. Nico being banned out. I respect this respect ban from G2, saying that really caught us off guard lots of times. The Pop Blossoms over and over, catching multiple players on G2, setting up these huge engages for NRG. They don't want to face it again.
So the things to think about now, if you're NRG, is this Lissandra pick from Mickey, whether or not it's something that they actually want to go for, because during the regular season it was their answer to Rakan, alongside things like the Alistar, and also Broken Blade has played some crazy stuff top. He's played Swain in the regular season, he's played Kled. Usually those are things to answer into the Renekton, but I wonder if he's been cooking anything into the Rumble matchup specifically, or whether they're looking for something more generic like an Ornn. Maybe they just want a few more team fighting tools.
This is G2. I don't pay to see G2 play and want generic.
The G doesn't stand for generic.
I want to see some real spicy stuff here. I mean, there are picks that haven't really been played into Rumble, like Jace. You know, you can play Assassins, Akali. I mean, Broken Blade even played a little bit of Yone, but those require more offensive plays and it requires some jungle attention, so maybe not either of those. Meanwhile, on the side of NRG, Palpox going to bring out the Taliyah again. I am.
Why are you skeptical?
Taliyah is 3 and what was that? 14?
3 and 14, man. That is a really bad number.
And a couple of those wins were jungles, so I'm getting a little nervous, Vedius. But it is another champion that pairs really well with the. If you can get guaranteed engage with Jarvan and Rakan, you know, I always want a Taliyah seismic shove to be played off of something else. And the rock field will be quite nice for them as well, but man, when you're playing that into Poppy and Xayah, it does seem a bit difficult.
So one thing that I'm also noticing here, a lot of terrain creation for NRG. The Taliyah wall plus the Jarvan Cataclysm, if you aim all of these right, you can really create corridors where there
for
otherwise
Poppy to knock us into.
No,
Great.
we're trying to ignore. We're going to make a nice spicy Rumble hot pot.
Okay, yeah.
That's the play. But it will be the Ornn we were talking about. Is it going to be a spicy counter pick to Rumble, or is it a scaling team fight Ornn? And that's the pick for Broken Blade.
Flowers. They've got 2 champions that charge into terrain now.
And one of them even breaks it.
They could break it. They could smash us, stun us into it. Well. Hopefully we don't self-counter here, Vedius.
Ooh, the Sivir, the final pick of the draft here for FBI.
Okay.
So, when I look at G2's comp, they've simplified the draft, right? That's what they've done.
Back to basics.
They've sat there and said, you know what, Xayah really strong on the meta, Poppy really good into J4 Rakan, all that mobility. We love Azir just as a mid laner, great scaling, great range. That as a core is very solid. And then what do? They padded it out with a little bit more frontline and a little bit more CC. This is very much about team fighting. This isn't about doing anything too crazy in the early game. They still have an ability to play to the bot side of the map.
Yeah.
NRG, they have a very similarly, like, strong team fighting composition with a few more early game options, an incredibly strong top side. You look at Talia, gets the push, uses ults to roam up towards top. They threaten a dive onto the Ornn. A very easy access point to look for early roams. The question is, can NRG find those early game leads once again? Can they bully out Caps on this Azir and find ways to unlock Palafox on the map once again?
Yeah, and honestly, how are they going to navigate such an incredible front line that G2 are fielding in this game? That is going to be the big thing they have to get over, the big hurdle here, because so much guaranteed setup for them. And the carries this time around of Azir and Xayah are incredibly safe carries.
The other concern I have is that Civ is relatively short range. Of course, if she can get that ricochet off, it can hit into multiple people. But just if she wants to auto someone, she has to get relatively close. Yeah. Azir and Xayah can be very difficult champions to actually get close to. So these team fights are going to be exciting. Energy had a fantastic early game 1. Let's see if they can do it again in game 2.
All right, everybody, here we go. Game number 2 in this best-of-3 series between G2 and Energy. If Energy win this one, they're going on to the quarterfinals. If G2 win it, we're going on to one final match to decide who's going to get straight into the quarters and who's going to have to play again tomorrow. A reminder, tomorrow is the last day of the Swiss stage. We are starting earlier, 5 a.m. CET, 9 p.m. PST. Make sure you show up for that, but we still got this and then T1 versus BLG after here today.
Yeah, tell your friends, the games are starting early. We got 3 best-of-3s, the final day of Swiss. People will be going home. People will be qualifying to the quarterfinals. It's going to be a hype day. And one of these 2 teams will be in that day.
Yeah.
They will have to play another best-of-3 tomorrow.
You don't want to be in that day.
You do not. You want to qualify for the quarterfinals, and NRG are in a great position to do that right now. So early game, nothing too chaotic, nothing too crazy. G2 just setting up a defensive line of scrimmage to prevent Energy getting off any early invades.
I want to see what Energy can do with the top side of the map. They got Dokla the Rumble. He's into the Ornn here, should have priority. Contracts is on Jarvan, such a good early game ganking jungler. Actually one of the champions that he played last time he was at Worlds, those 6 years ago with Cloud9 as well, to some unfortunate endings.
Well, the early jungle pathing is already starting off better for Contracts in this game than it did in the previous one. We talked about how Yike was able to get a nice lead early with that Bel'Veth and the power that she has to farm so effectively, as Broken Blade is just pushing Dokla away from the wave here early on, making the Rumble step back a little bit.
Forge Master versus the Forge here at level 1.
Rumble is the Forge.
Who would have thought? He's got the Flame Spitter constantly on. Should be heading towards bottom there for Contracts though, so I wonder what kind of an effect Yike will be able to have early on.
Ooh, nice knock up there from Broken Blade. Dokla getting caught at the very back end of the slight level advantage there, level 2 versus level 1, as Mickey's going to move into the enemy jungle. Just check there, looking for that blue buff. You can see a couple of pings coming out in the enemy jungle now as Hans is still just shoving the wave forward here in bottom lane.
Yeah, information gained. They saw with the blue buff alive that Jarvan hasn't gone there yet, which means that he's likely pathing towards bot side. This means that G2 in an ideal would want to get this minion wave underneath the tower. He will lose a cannon minion there, Hans. We all saw that. The -1s are in the chat right now. You know?
But he got the blade collar.
Yeah.
But they need to be careful. Oh, another one! Wow, the LCK observer is really highlighting when you miss those cannons.
Yeah.
Calling G2 out right now. The fans, the NA fans, I hear them. And G2's mental is broken. They can't even last hit cannons.
No cannons.
All the chatters.
Look at Yike, though. Hasn't quite ticked over to level 4. He sees the Dokla's at about 50% HP, and he sees a play.
Yeah, Dokla keeping the wave away from the turret right now. Should just be able to farm that up. Yike is not really going to find an opportunity for a whole lot just yet, but Dokla is stepping up now. Dokla needs to be really respectful of what could happen here. Yike biding his time, happy to stay in the fog.
Oh man, this wave pushing out for Dokla is so scary. Oh, so
He's
scary.
suspicious. He feels something is off.
Yeah, there's the ward. That's going to see the poppy. So at least he knows now Yike is going to leave. Hans Sama going to get jumped on there as Ignar tries to lead the charge, but now he's got to be careful. Battle Dance back to his own AD carry.
Yeah, and they know that Jarvan is bottom side, so they're definitely not going to get baited into anything longer there. No longer extended trades. You can see everybody being cautious about it. And Contracts will come over for the Raptors.
And again, just credit to Dokla there. Just really good awareness and good communication from the team. Yike trying to get back to his Raptors as quickly as possible, but he's too late. Nice steal there from Contracts, getting a bit of revenge for the first game. And you can see he's 2 camps up now on his jungle counterparts. Energy getting a couple nice trades onto Hans in the bot lane. Of course, the sustain from Ignar helping a little bit in the 2v2 trades. And wards already being littered around the bot side of the map. So the one lane that G2 would look to play for in the early game don't have a lot of options right now.
And I like the fact that you mentioned that little bit of sustain from Ignar, because it's not nearly as severe as the sustain from the Senna in the previous game that G2 had to deal with. Meanwhile, on the top side, Dokla hitting the overheat, 200 HP left, knocked up into the air. Broken Blade takes him low, but he won't quite take him down.
Yeah, no ignites in the top lane, so no kills just yet. Contracts came over just to recall by their bottom lane to ensure that FBI and Ignar could get that wave in as well. Looks like they're going to stay one more. And they do cancel it for a little bit of extra money, 1 more wave's worth.
Mid laners closing in on that level 6 point. You can see not quite there just yet, but Caps' EXP bar nearly entirely filled. Palafox about halfway there. Dokla continuing to try to get this wave to crash. He hits level 6, he has the equalizer. That should be enough to dissuade Yike and Broken Blade from trying to do a whole lot here, I think.
Is really trying to force something topside. He's trying to catch Dokla out, but he's just showing the utmost level of respect right now. Even though he knows Contracts is in the area and could potentially come for a counter gank, he's saying, nope, not worth it. Just going to take my time. He has a healthy CS amount right now. Things looking good for NRG.
You know, when we originally coined the term big dokes, is actually for his big brain, not for his big muscles.
I see.
Those
the
are
brain
also
is the strongest muscle.
Now he's all encapsulating.
Brom, lie to me.
Well, Palafox, level 6 now, Caps the same. Palafox with that Weaver's Wall. We know this is all about roaming. It's all about assisting the other lanes. We'll see if he can get to those lanes and try to help him out a little bit. Bottom side, you can see the purchase is done. Big difference here. Berserker's Greaves Rush from Hans Sama, so he's got the extra movement speed, whereas FBI just going straight for the Noon Quiver instead.
Here's what I'll tell you now, though, gentlemen. If you're an EU fan watching this game, 0-0, 6.5 minutes in, they're happy.
Okay.
They see when G2 is in a neutral state, they have confidence in their ability to play the mid-game macro. And when we look at NRG, they look good when they get a lead, right? So the fact that they haven't been able to find that lead is definitely a comforting sign when contrast to the first game.
And now that you can see we're watching down here as these bottom laners are ready to leave and start fighting over the Drake. This is your featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz with Hans and Ignar, the former teammates, now standing opposed. But we've got Dokla ready to TP in. They want to force G2 off of this. The Weaver's Wall comes in. They're going to find Mickey as the isolated target, but he still has the flash to get away over the wall. Broken Blade using the Ornhorn to try to get the wave shoved up, recognizing that his opponent has left. First Drake of the game, 7 minutes in, goes to Energy.
Yeah, I want to point out that Broken Blade had just used his teleport back to top side, so there was no world where G2 could fight that even numbers. That's why as soon as they see the teleport from Rumble coming down, they back off the Dragon. Energy do get the flash out of Mickey there, but honestly, that is one of the lowest value flashes because it's, of course, a Hex Flash Nautilus, and Energy unable to trap any kills down here in addition to the Dragon, and they did give up a turret plate to Broken Blade.
I mean, still, I think that Energy played that very well. Just good awareness as you
already I always want more, Vedius.
You always want more?
Kobe's just never happy. Strict.
That is disappointed, NRG, but don't worry. I like what you did. I think that being able to secure that early Dragon also just, when I think about what NRG's comp does really well, it's a very difficult comp to walk into, you know? Things like Talia, Rakan, Jarvan. These champs, you ideally want them to walk into you because a lot of their tools are kind of like picks, easy ways to catch you off guard, and they want to try and force champions like Azir to come within closer range of them. So the fact that they are able to quite calmly and easily force G2 off that Dragon that they were comfortably on with a great use of the TP, I think is good sign for Energy moving forward.
Yeah, especially since G2's comp, as we see a little bit of a visit.
Okay, nice knock up there from Ignar, but there's nobody close enough to do meaningful damage to Caps, so it's not like he's pressured any further than that. Energy are on the Rift Herald. They already secured the Drake for themselves. They want to use the knockback. Nicely done from Yike. He gets rid of the enemy jungler. The smite steal is so easy. TY for Leash. G2 picking up their first neutral objective of the game. Broken Blade's going to grab a plate here almost at the same time. Do the minions get it? Do the minions get it?
I hate Poppy!
The minions barely get it. The plate goes over to Broken Blade.
Man, that is actually a huge swing. A lot of gold into the pockets of G2. That was a really, really good play from Yike. They had vision the entire time. You saw Dokla flash the white flag there afterwards too, because he came down, so they give another couple turret plates, they give the Rift Trail. That is so much money back into G2, which you were just pointing out, Vedius, is a very, very sturdy scaling comp
I thought
here.
that was going to be a really scary team fight because I looked at both supports. They both ticked over to level 6 in the mid lane, and I thought, oh, we're going to get a bit of a skirmish. And then Poppy said, no, I'm good.
I honestly, yeah, I love doing those plays, but now it's definitely frustrating to watch. Really nice accuracy there. Yike able to hit him out, and of course, say TY for Leash.
And I like what you talked about earlier, Vedius, with how difficult it is to engage on Energy's comp. I think both comps are a similar way, as Mickey and Caps are now both going in. Mickey's taken very low, but it's first blood over to Contracts. The Jarvan gets paid.
All right, also this is going to mean a quick push here for FBI on the bottom side. Can they catch one in the river?
Hold on now, Seismic Shove nearly finds Yike, but the last second flash gets him away. So G2, they're going to lose their support. They're going to lose the flash on their jungler. FBI shoving up bot lane now, trying to grab a plate and keep this game nice and close.
Super questionable play from Mickey there. He literally hooked into the bush, either expecting someone to be there or with the intent of getting some vision, and then he ends up face-checking 2 members of NRG who are just very quick to punish him when he doesn't have his flash up. So great play once again from NRG. They get themselves their first kill of the game. The gold's still in favor of G2, but I think a lot of that gold is sitting on the top lane right now. Broken Blade, I think he's secured, what, 3 plates? Nearly 4?
Oh, yeah.
You look at the total gold. He's the one sitting on all this gold right now. So I think that gold difference is a little bit deceptive when, even though Ornn is tanky, that's not ideally where you want all your gold in the early game.
Yeah, fair enough. He will be able to upgrade people's items pretty, well, not pretty soon. Later on into the game. So he'll be able to distribute some of those stats, at least, to the rest of the team later on. Honestly, though, as we do see the play onto bottom side.
I mean, the Rift Herald getting dropped in mid, Caps grabbing a couple of plates from that. That's where you want to see some of that money going. If you're a fan of G2, you want to see Caps be able to get ahead. You want to see this Azir on some playmaking ability, because if this guy can find the angle to really start off one of these fights correctly, both teams have so much powerful disengage that if somebody can really hit one of those huge angles, that's the difference maker. As Yike will again look into the top part of the map. Flash coming out from Dokla. The Ornn Horn goes out. It'll hit him at the last possible second. No, it won't. He missed it. Broken Blade will not get the knockup. I don't think they would have had the damage to get the kill anyway, but Dokla gets away with the expenditure of his flash.
Yeah, they do get that summon spell out from Dokla. A bit of a cheeky play from Yike. Mickey now in a bit of danger. Knockback. Nice sidestep.
Nice step away from it.
And that play on top side has pretty big ramifications for this dragon about to spawn here for Energy. Dokla's going to teleport back to top lane right now.
He might dive this. Broken Blade doesn't have ultimate, but he should be tanky enough this early on into the game. You'll see Yike catch the wave. Caps is going to rotate up with them, and now he's in some serious danger. No flash.
Yeah.
His stopwatch is not ready here for Dokla.
Oh, they're not going to go for it.
Wow, they're backing away. I thought for sure they would decide to just jump in for this.
Yeah, that could be a bot lane dive then for Energy. Yeah. They took Dragon. They could even go for more.
Nice move from Dokla there, using the equalizer to burn away the waves so he can prevent any sort of threat on himself, as Energy now overloads the opposite side. 4 players down here, Contracts and Palafox both hovering around. Palafox walks back out over the ward to leave. FBI wants to grab this second plate here real fast. Boomerang Blade to at least chunk Hans a little bit. They avoid losing the second plate. Now Mickey with a dredge line. Follow up with a Blade Caller. Ignar doesn't take a severe amount of damage just yet. Yike has arrived to reinforce, make sure there's not going to be any dive instead, so we don't actually get any turret dives from either team on any part of the map just yet, but Mickey goes fishing. He finds himself a connect. Dredge line onto FBI, who has to try to flash away. The feathers fly, and FBI will not survive. Hans Sama takes him down.
That is the EU bot lane that we've been waiting to see in this series. Mickey lands a clutch hook onto FBI. The spell shield is used early as well, which means that it's not there to mitigate the ultimate from Mickey, and Hans with the damage finds a 2v2 kill.
Yeah, no respect there from FBI for the lollipop of that hook from Mickey. Nice one from him. Able to nail it and get that kill back. Let's see if that's the momentum that they actually need here, because Energy with the 2 dragons and Palafox looking for.
Ooh, Caps, nice job there using the disengage. Now Dokla's coming down to try to stop him, but he's got to be careful. Caps still trying to get away from this one. Dokla now finally not overheated anymore. Caps getting away. Nice movement there. Doesn't even have to spend the flash to get away from the Jarvan Cataclysm, as Energy tried to make a move, but they won't find it. Now the Ornn Horn is summoned up. Contracts with a re-engage back at a Cap. Caps. They want to try to stop it, but now Dokla's got to be careful. Ignor and Yike both making their way into the fight as Dokla's only got 300 HP remaining. Mickey with another big dredge line. Ignor and Contracts over the front line. Contracts has caught Caps. Huge re-engage coming out from Energy. As the Poppy disengaged, now might turn it back for G2. FBI has arrived, and now a seismic shove ain't quite gonna find another. Energy and G2 are making it scrappy here in the top lane.
That is really good target selection from Contracts over and over. He knows the only damage on G2 is Caps and Hans was not there, so Contracts keeps re-engaging onto the Azir to keep the DPS away, even though it looked like G2 with all these extra bodies up there, those are mostly tanks, and they don't have enough damage to take down Energy on the top side. They did, however, have plenty of damage to take them down here. This is what we're talking about. Really good hook there from Mickey right at the end. The extendo hook is able to get him. They also got both summoners out of FBI. So not only did G2 here get the kill, Mickey lives even with the Ignite and the minions on him. But they also got the summoners.
Very weird. I mean, Caps ends up securing the crab with his ultimate. Obviously, he's just trying to create space between him and Palafox. He's holding up. I'm not even sure if his WE is up or if he's just holding it. The ultimate from Contracts delays him from being able to get the maximum rage. And then G2 says, we see an angle. Let's throw the ultimate. Dokla doesn't have his flash up. Let's look for a play. But as you rightly said, Contracts constantly, back in the action.
Back in the action as Mickey and Yike gotta try to get away. Contracts with the engage on the enemy support. FBI's got the damage, but his Contracts getting the credit. Yike flashes over the wall to make sure that he doesn't die here too, and Energy find their third kill of the game.
Similarly to game one, Energy are doing a great job of finding picks. It was Palafox and Contracts working together in the first game, but now we're seeing Ignor and Contracts find these picks wherever they can, and it's Mickey who's getting caught.
So, Contracts is again popping the hell off. He was only a couple of years ago the death leader of the LCS. What a magnificent glow up for him. Absolute masterclass, back-to-back games, really big stuff. And here again, he's going to see two tanks in the river, so they have the freedom to engage. FBI just pops the Sivir ultimate, and they melt down one, get the flash off the other.
In recent years, Contracts had been in conversations for the weakest jungler in the LCS at different points. He has made a miraculous resurgence to become this absolute crucial cornerstone of Energy in the games where they look their best.
Yep, and now definitely in the conversations for one of the best. Started at the bottom, now we here.
You ever seen those like reels or TikToks where like it starts with the flashback, like you are here and then you have the dubstep at the end, like where he's at now? I can see it with the Contracts montage plays already. What a glow up from him. The gold pretty much dead even. We saw it from the MasterCard check-in that a lot of that gold sitting on Broken Blade and Caps where the leads are coming from right now. But after that action earlier in the top lane, perhaps that has shifted. Contract navigating his way around the vision.
Yep. The big thing I'm looking at right here, that timer in the top right of your screen says 10 seconds until the third Drake is alive. It's going to be a Hex Soul yet again. Energy already has the first two Drakes of this game. G2 are not willing to just allow this third one to go away. Being on Soul Point only 18 minutes into the game is a very difficult game state to play. I wonder, how will this fight go? This could determine so much from such an even game.
Rumble ultimate is going to be massive. Caps looking for Dokla.
Dokla playing around the blast cone, trying to be careful. Weaver's wall over the edge. G2 are going to be equalized. Hansama goes up into the air as the Orn Horn is sounded off. A lot of damage back onto the middle as Ignor drops, but he's going to be traded for Mickey. Support for support. Palafox goes over the wall. They burn down Yike. Broken Blade with a knock-up back into Palafox, but now he's not able to find the damage. Hans is firing off, and Caps is still alive. A seismic shove to Caps. They found the enemy mid. Energy 4v2, but health is low. Hansama is cut to ribbons by the boomerang blade of FBI.
And Energy are going to pick up the dragon. Palafox with the flank up into the fog of war, onto the high ground, and he seismic shoved the Azir. Caps goes down, and Energy on Dragon Soul Point.
Keep your eyes on Palafox here. You already highlighted earlier, he uses the wall initially, then the E from Broken Blade as they try to find escape. Good ultimate from Dokla, forces the ulti out from Hansama very early on, and then the wall, I forget what it's called, but from Palafox, he lays down the ground to split G2 up, which means that their front line is separated from their back line to buy time for Energy to just get rid of the front line.
Look at this.
Mickey drops, Poppy drops, and then they find that pick onto Caps. Great play from Palafox throughout this fight.
That control ward, Palafox knows he is in the fog of war. He kites up around onto the ledge and lands the seismic shove.
Unraveled Earth, Vedius. That is the bunch
That's
of rocks
what I
on
was
the ground.
looking for.
Yeah. That's one of the ones that gave me trouble for a long time too, because I'm like, it's just a bunch of rocks. But yeah, Unraveled Earth, nice job. Energy managed to find their fight there. The gold still remains very close, but the big thing is the Drakes. The Drakes are now a problem for G2 moving forward in this game.
Oh, they certainly are. G2 are going to be forced into the next fight. Energy could even use it as a potential Baron threat. Contracts finds himself with 100% kill participation. The young stuff in Yike from Europe came in as... Oh, hang on a second. This Herald is not going to get any value at all, is it?
No, sir.
But Yike, yeah, coming in as the replacement for Yankos. Big shoes to fill. At MSI, he had a promising performance, but in this series, his presence has been very limited. Caps finds himself at 0-2, and G2, they're crumbling. You have to wonder how much that loss in Game 1 affected them as NRG find themselves with a gold lead. Their comp feels very powerful right now.
I just want to re-emphasize, too, how crazy of a situation this is to have Energy, again, in a big lead over G2 in a series-defining game. This Energy team is built of players that were discarded by other teams, that had to work their way back up through the academy system and have come together, with Energy acquiring CLG and in their first split, winning the finals as underdogs every step of the way.
But I cannot count G2 out just yet. This is a team that has shown tenacity, that has shown the ability to scrap even when behind. Broken Blade coming in for the knockout. Palafox is just swooped to death as Contracts is ready to bring the same back to G2. Caps falls, and now they gotta try to get Yike out of trouble. He wants to run away, but the Jarvan with the EQ flash, and Ignar ain't done. He's gonna look to see if they might be able to find something else. Nice buffer from Broken Blade as Contracts goes in, but the equalizer comes down over the top. Contracts might just die. Huge shutdown back for Hans, but he'll fall after. Mickey wants to get out, but FBI cuts him off. Energy get a 4-for-2 trade.
No jungler, no problem. They're going to burn down this Baron. Broken Blade is the only one for G2. Vedius, is there a world where that Ornn teleports in and does something insane?
I think he's going to have to try, but they find this pick onto Palafox, but again, the collapse from NRG is always so good and so quick. Look at how quickly they're able to respond. Look at live, though. The Baron is going down.
Oh, Caps is there, too. They're going to force them off for sure.
All right.
They might start this. Poppy is back alive.
Yeah.
No. Okay, they're not going to. That could have been a window for G2. You'll see on your main screen that the chase down that comes through from NRG. I had some concerns about FBI's range, but he's being given so much space in these fights. There is zero threat on him in these engages, and he's able to clean up every single time. 2-1-6 now for the Sivir.
Man. Big thing there is G2, again, this is just a 2 DPS comp. It is just 2 carry comp here. And with Caps going 1-for-1 under the tower there for Palafox, Energy going to have a lot more damage dealers left for the chase down.
So, big thing here, we've been talking about Contracts, talking about his performance, 100% KP. Spear of Shojin, completed in the inventory now. This transforms Jarvan from a good champion to an insane champion. The amount of combos you can get off in a fight, as long as you're able to get auto attacks, is just oppressive.
Yep, shout out to Freak, maybe shout out to Augurin as well for the builds.
We love you, Freak.
Augurin with the rank 1 Korea, really popularizing it, but all the extra health that was added to both those items really makes him so tanky. And the cooldown is so nice on Jarvan because the E is not classified as CC, and the E is the actual gatekeeper of your combo. The Q doesn't really matter that it gets less.
Okay, Mickey wanted to try to use the control ward there to see if they could find a pick before this crucial 4th Drake. 10 seconds. This is Hex Soul if Energy gets it. G2 need to play this fight well. They've still got the board in the Pixel Brush, but it was sighted out. Ignar will knock that down first. As we also see Energy clear out some of the wards from that Drake pit. G2 trying to approach. It'll be Mickey, Yike, and Broken Blade. The Secret Service for Hans Sama. Protect the president. Do not let him fall.
I mean, it's G2 on the objective right now, but with Contracts and Ignar, look at how dark it is. The Observer's highlighting how little G2 sees. That Rumble ultimate is luring in the distance. Dokla, he can have so much impact in these fights. Mickey trying to zone Energy away. The Dragon will begin.
Oh, they've got that controller now on the ledge that they remember from last time. Here we go, G2.
All right. The Drake's already down to half HP. Contract's ready to challenge. Equalizer over the wall as the Ornhorn comes out. Finds a single knockout, but it's going to be spell shielded. Caps with a swoop on the 2. Massive engage coming up from G2 when FBI is killed. Caps is going to be traded back as we now have a 4v4. Contract still looking to go back in. It's Palafox stealing away the soul. G2 gets a 2-for-1 victory, but it's soul back over to Energy. G2 trying to path their way up back towards the middle of the map, maybe over to Baron.
That was crazy. Even though Energy are losing the fight, Hans was untouched. They still managed, Contracts and Palafox, to combo the Dragon. Mickey goes in!
Mickey! He ends up sending a dredge line straight from the food delivery service. Broken Blade, Yike, and Hans now in a 3v3. Any chance of Baron is dashed as Palafox continues looking. Might be able to find a seismic shove. He flashed forward. Palafox with a crazy play. It won't find it yet, but they'll get Broken Blade at the very end.
The crucial thing here now is Contracts is alive, and they just got a big pick onto Broken Blade. The Baron is now up for grabs with the Soul as well. Energy can melt this.
Caps is back alive. The Azir could have an absolutely massive play. The rocket flies by. He sidesteps away from it. Sweeper still active. Soldier in the brush, just looking to do a little scouting. It's up to the Emperor.
They have to give this up. I don't think that they can contest it.
Oh no, he walks right into the brush. Dokla's ready to provide the damage. Ignar may just die for it. Ignar lives, Caps at 400 HP. Dokla finally getting the heat gauge back. Caps burns, and Energy takes Soul and Baron back to back.
It is not a dream anymore. You are looking at reality. NRG are having a massive upset against G2, and it all started with this huge fight.
All right, let's take a look at it. First, they go the Taliyah wall down, and they try and Cataclysm Yike in there, but Caps comes in big for G2, sweeps them back. You see Hans free firing, and it forces Energy to scatter. It's here that they combo for the Soul. Contracts and Palafox, the coordination between those two, still able to get the critical objective for the extra Soul. And then Mickey.
Oh, this was such a blunder from Mickey. Nice sidestep from Ignar, but I'm not even sure what they were hoping to get off the back of that. They needed to get the reset off, and Energy chasing was the best thing. They know they have a huge health advantage. They know that Jarvan and Rumble is coming back soon. This was a huge chase, getting this pick. It resulted in a Soul, it resulted in a Baron, and it results with Energy having everything they need to 2-0 the first seed of the LEC.
They still gotta close it out. 6,000 gold up. Hex Soul in their pocket. Baron circling around them for the next minute and 45. Energy need to keep this push going. Back to what you guys were talking about earlier. It is a 2-threat comp for G2. It's all about Hans. It's all about Caps. If they're gonna win, they'll have to have a massive turnaround against this Energy squad who has been team fighting beautifully.
They've been doing everything this series. Energy have come to play. Tower number 2 down in mid lane. They're gonna rotate over to the top side. We get a recall from Broken Blade, and there go G2.
Mickey over the wall, flash dredge line, looking to engage on Ignar. But the stopwatch means no dice. Now Energy ready to keep their own push going on. FBI keeping the Baron on the cannon minion back in the mid lane. Dokla, Palafox, Contracts all working together here on the top side. Weaver's Wall, a beautiful tool for just making it so you can kill the turret. Mickey's gonna be pushed back. Seismic shove, they won't kill him just yet. Horn sounds off. Dokla's knocked up into the air. Palafox may be under pressure. Now they're gonna find some damage on Contract, but he won't be killed just yet. Caps is down. Dokla unstoppable. And now Mickey falls too. Broken Blade will be broken in half. Yike and Hans are on the run, but they won't get far. Poppy can't live. Hans can't stop him.
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded.
It is an ace for one. Nobody thought they'd win LCS. Nobody thought they'd beat G2. It's time to change your minds. Energy, win the game, defeat G2, and go to the quarterfinals.
What an upset. Betty, even as it's happening.
The beauty is, like, they didn't need your faith. They didn't need you to believe in them. They thrived in the position of the underdog, and they continue to surprise.
Take a bow, Energy. You deserve it. And as for all you co-streamers, I'll get you big box, the red noses and oversized shoes. Where is the faith? Energy, 2-0 over the LEC's #1 seed over the team that everyone had the most faith in of any Western squad.
Energy have made quarterfinals of Worlds in their first split after acquiring CLG. They win the LCS. They 2-0 the LEC #1 seed, and they are all smiles.
To hear more about it, let's head on back over to the desk.
Why would you not be smiling from ear to ear? And I have a sneaking suspicion that every single LCS fan, no matter if they got up early, if they were trying to stay up late, has such a big smile on their faces right now, because this is not only for NRG making it to the quarterfinals, but such a hit in terms of the strife that NA has had versus EU for so many years.
Let's go!
It's huge. It's huge.
And I know,
Look at that!
listen, G2's got a chance tomorrow to still make it. This just needs to sink in still.
Yes.
And it's incredible, actually, that Energy acquired CLG, and the last time I had this unreal feeling was when CLG won their first split back in Madison Square Garden in 2015 of the LCS. It's been 7 or 8 years. Energy, first-time Worlds participant, Palafox, Dokla, and the way they played today was without fear. It was without history, basically. They didn't let any of the demons of North America come back and bite them, and they frickin' did it. I am so unbelievably proud of the way they played, and it still doesn't feel completely real to me.
It's gonna sink in, I think, and the good thing is that they can let it sink in, because they have now earned the honor of taking a few days to kind of look at what they have achieved. Maurits, a couple of words about this last game specifically. Even though it was a little slower in the beginning, Dokla also never let up.
It's for me, NRG have been able, and I really want to tie this into into bigger perspective, as mentioned, specifically that they're never afraid. And I think that, as you know, Dokla personifies this very much outgame as well. But to me, Contracts and Ignar were absolute master classes today. Like, I was so impressed, and I think Contracts we'll talk about a little bit more.
Yeah.
But Ignar, to me, coming up, right, with the amount of setup that he found here today against his old teammate. He even flashed the Misfit sign as the Nexus fell. And, you know, back then, Misfits, they got close, but they weren't able to actually get the upset. The fact that NRG, a team that wasn't supposed to win their own league, does it against G2, who, and I include myself in this, like, I love chaos. Coming into the day, I was like, if RNG wins, that's cool. Or Energy, rather. But the fact that they actually do it, and in a 2-0 is so insanely
it's so
impressive.
Crazy. It's not even a 1-2. It's not even, I think, that you had to be really too afraid.
It's their specialty. Nobody believes in them, and then they dunk on you. That's just what they do. Their draft prep has been so good, and I know I should have put in an official graphics request for this, but this is one of the reasons that North American fans can be so happy right now. Teams that have actually made it out of the group stage or the Swiss stage, 0-0-0-1, and it was a 2-4 Cloud9 who won a tiebreaker, and now Energy, who has done it in the most convincing fashion since maybe the last 2 times ago we were in Korea, 2014, like
maybe in terms of the score and the result, for sure. You could argue opponents, of course, you know. But I have this guy on my desk. I actually had him on my desk since yesterday, and we saw Fairy Tail last year at Worlds. It was the biggest one we could have gotten, but I am actually bought into what I'm seeing transpiring in front of my eyes right now. And I'm not going out on a limb saying, yeah, they're going to win their quarterfinal, but it's you couldn't write it any better, you know, up against it in NA. Then Yes, they did well, of course, in the first stages of the Swiss stage. People would say they didn't have the hardest draw, but nobody's going to argue that this was a mountain to climb.
They did not have the hardest draw, and I'm fully willing to admit that, but there's been so many draws where the #1 seed from North America gets the hardest group, so it's about damn time they get an easy group. So here, they beat 2 EU teams, they beat an NA team, but they 2-0'd the strongest Western team who'd actually beaten 2 Eastern teams to earn their spot. I do want to correct myself, NA did get out in 2018.
Yes,
How could I forget? It's because they got 3-0'd by EU, and I blocked that from my memory in the semifinals, but this one felt
I did as
different.
well.
I can't wait.
That was Freaka.
I can't wait.
It was a freaka, indeed. When it comes to the graphic, I don't know if we can pull it up on the Telestrator by any chance, but
probably.
See, G2 was a team that came to Worlds also with everything in their back pocket that they set out to improve, right? That they said, we do not want a repetition of what happened at MSI. We want to make it happen. Now, you actually had the red carpet, they even called it like that, laid out for you, and you fumbled the bag tremendously. And tomorrow, these are the teams you may have to face.
Yeah, and they'll also play the loser of this game is going to be dropping into that, so they can play anyone. It doesn't matter if it was a 2-1 team or a 1-1 team. Everyone in that 2-2 is put in the same pool, and they'll play a best of 3 literally tomorrow. And the biggest questions they have to answer were not proven to be power points for them in this series. It's that 80 carry meta. The bans of Kalista Draven work great. The Xayah didn't work great for Hansama.
It didn't.
And they have less than 24 hours to remedy that.
They do. Thank you for that, schedule makers. Kind of whack, but you got to play tomorrow. But the Oppo player of the series was Contract. Oh, Jat, just lay out the story for me again.
I mean, there are days where Contracts is literally the best player in the game, and that happened today. His Vi, so incredibly active. They were one-shotting people, but notice how he's always coordinated with his teammate. I'd say as well, as this freezes for a second.
It's just ours, I think.
His Jarvan in the second game was more impressive to me than his Vi in game 1. He had so many perfect turns in situations where you could feel scared. 3v4s, team fights that looked like they wouldn't go Energy's favor, and he was the turning factor in almost all of them.
And particularly for me is that if, especially like game 1, you can attribute, and I think as we mentioned, in a large way to good preparation and then executing your draw very cleanly. But in game number 2 in particular, I think Contracts, more so than anyone else on his team, also felt the hesitation and the fear set in for G2. And I think that is where being the favorite to this extent is something that can work crippling.
It's so dangerous, and they saw one man over and over again. Big
kept
Dokes.
coming!
Big Dokes.
The Rumble Ultimates.
Yes, and he's standing by with Lore in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Shox. And RG defeat G2 here in what was maybe the biggest upset of the tournament. But Dokla, first off, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking them down. Can we even call this an upset, given how good you guys played today?
I mean, I have a lot of respect for G2 and their players.
Yeah, sure.
But I think we just showed up on the day, and I think they just had an off day. But I don't think, I mean, I would still consider an upset, but I don't want to like diminish how good G2 is. I think we just played really well as well.
Some praise needs to be said, though, because I keep on hearing we showed up on the day, the power of friendship, having the right momentum and everything, but you guys keep on doing it. Any explanation on the performance you had so far, and how far do you think you can take this, Dokla?
I don't know. I think we just are a completely different team on stage compared to Scrim, so I don't really know what to attribute it to at this point. Yeah, just really happy we got the win.
If I may, I heard backstage that you guys had some scrims versus G2 and that they were not representative of what you saw today. How different do you play on stage, and what is it down to, would you say?
Yeah, I don't know what it comes down to. We play completely different. I'm pretty sure I don't think we won a single game against them in scrims. So relate that to what showed up today. It's like, I don't know what to attribute that to.
Yeah.
I mean, the games were like some close, some complete stomps. But nothing like today that we just played. And I don't know, we just are a different team on stage. That's all I can say.
Well, tell me about your performance today then. We saw that after the draft of first game, Soaz was talking to you, former top laner, of course, coaching you right now, maybe positional coach. What is the relationship between the two of you, and how much of guidance can you take from Soaz?
Yeah, I mean, he's always, giving me advice, matchups, just visualizing the game, pointing out what I need to do, mistakes. I mean, he has so much experience, so I'm really, happy that he's coaching me, and I'm really glad he's on our team. He's very valuable to us, and me especially, so yeah, he's a GOAT.
You made it to quarterfinals. You
Yeah.
made it to
Oh
quarterfinals.
my God, it actually hasn't sunk in yet. Holy
Tell me how it makes you feel. Like, what is the first thought that comes to your mind when you realize that you're going to take it to the next step? And what is going to be the next goal for you, Dokla?
I mean, I'm really happy that we showed up for NA. I think that's like the biggest thing for me personally. Just it's a really big accomplishment for us and the region itself. So I think I'm really proud of that. And then I honestly don't know what to expect going to quarters. It's just whatever happens on the day happens on the day. That's kind of the mindset I have.
Let's not jinx it.
Yeah.
It's been well for you so far, so I hope you can keep on getting the ball running. Dokla, thank you so much for the interview. And we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back for the second series of the day. See you soon.
On the Rift Herald, they already secured the Drake for themselves. They want to use the knockback. Nicely done from Yike. He gets rid of the enemy jungler. The smite steal is so easy. I hate Poppy! The minions barely get it.
Right, Poppy, no flash. Look, he's here.
Okay,
Look, he's here.
I'm coming, guys. I'm coming.
I'll flash. Together. Fight back. They don't see me. Look, he's here.
Yeah.
Broken Blade will be broken in half. Yike and Hans are on the run, but they won't get far.
What's your play? A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
Burn it up, hot to go OD, turn it up, volume keeper. Burn it up, hot to go OD, turn it up, volume keeper. Burn it up, hot to go OD, turn it up, volume keeper. Burn it up, hot to go OD, turn it up, volume keeper. 이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 얻고 있어 쇼 만약 입고 있다면 펄 보는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진 재미없는 들은 또 급발진 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 낙친한 척 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리형 다시 와서 소스를 뻑뻑 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume keeper Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up volume keeper Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 우린 hot 뜨거 like the summer 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 야 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일삼띵공내도 안 해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뿜뿜 Then we burn it up 어셔처럼 let it burn We making classics Air Force One 쟤는 한참 지나서 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 인기를 거절해서 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은 겁이었나 봐야 한데도 적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아님 데드풀 우린 직진하지 while they making false moves 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수 1300 이제 돼버렸나 가수 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워 바로 배로 바로 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송지고 온나 나의 범인은 일삼 no doubt 뒤따라봐 지금쯤 핫한 팀 일삼 no doubt 부정부타지 넌 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
What's your play?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2023. It's time for our second best of 3 for the day. It's T1 going up against BLG. Let's go ahead and check in on who the fans predicted to win this one in our MasterCard fan predictions. Each day you can head on over to @MasterCardGG on X to participate. So let's go ahead and check what those numbers look like.
Can't say I'm surprised.
64%, nearly 2/3 of fans believe in the T1 win.
One of those 35.6% is me.
Oh, I see. Okay. I mean, yeah, we talked about it on the podcast, right, where BLG should feel like favorites coming into this matchup, especially when you look at T1, some of the struggles that they have had so far in this tournament. But let's see, what adaptations have they made coming into this, and how can they match up against BLG? Rematch of the MSI best of 5, where we saw BLG get the better of T1.
All right. And I want to see what style BLG go for, because this is one of the few teams that still held on to, like, let's have a Fiora top lane for Bin. Go ahead, pick whatever you want. Let's have Shun play Nidalee and Kha'Zix and these assassin
don't remind me of that draft, man.
I'm just throwing it out there. It is always a possibility with this team.
Yeah, you got to set the stage for possibilities at the beginning of a series, right? Anything could possibly happen. So let's see what we got in the bans. It's Maokai, Nico, and Jax banned out by T1. BLG getting rid of Renata, Xayah, and the Rumble. First pick of this one will be Jarvan for Owner.
I like the Rumble ban here. Give Bin a little bit more freedom from this red side.
The Renata ban does suggest that maybe they're looking at an early Alistar or maybe even an early Nautilus. The Orianna being up, Yagao going to be grabbing that for himself. Having spoken a little bit more to Hysterics, one of the things I debated with him is BLG have felt a little slower in terms of their early game prowess, even in their series against LNG where they ended up falling short. Game 1, they were very dominant, but as the series went on, it felt harder and harder for them to find those early game advantages. And I did wonder, is it because of the shift in the mid lane meta where Yagao doesn't have as many mid laners to be able to unlock and roam around the map? And now that he's being put on the Orianna, I wonder if this favors a T1 where you do get to scale a little bit more and go for those team fights. But then again, BLG is one of the best team fighting teams in the world, so we'll see how T1 fare.
They certainly have looked their best when Yagao can just go help Bin and Elk in the side lanes, and Bin and Elk just go sicko mode on the game and duo carry it basically. But we shall see here as the Azir is picked up an answer to the Orianna. Sea of Faker also is a Hell of Blades Azir enjoyer. Seems like that has really been taking preference so far. And with Jax banned, guess what? Our triumvirate of the top lane. Ooh.
Never mind.
Zeus, okay, Zeus with some pocket picks of, you know, Kennen, Jace, and Gnar possibilities. I like it into the Renekton because it's more of like, look towards later stages in the game, and T1 going to take a little bit long view.
It's also just like, it's such a good Zeus pick. He's such an incredible Gnar player.
I also always love it with Jarvan because Cataclysm into Mega Gnars, you get just more area to try and crash people into.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
How many power picks are on both sides here?
Yeah, it's kind of impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, Rel, Orianna on the side of BLG, Azir, Jarvan. Obviously, we haven't seen a huge priority of Azir, but the Hail of Blades, Azir is something we saw from Showmaker very early in the tournament against Caps, and it's an ability, it gives you the ability, rather, to get push in that lane, out-trade the Orianna using your long range. So we'll see if Faker goes for that direction. But top side of the map has been a high priority. Of course, this Rel can still be flexed. So now the bot lane will be targeted, and unsurprisingly, BLG are going to start banning things away. The Alistar going to be taken away from Carrier. Don't think we'll see a Bard ban, but you've always got to be prepared for it in case Carrier chooses to bring that one out again.
All right, support focus, man. The Alistar, the Rakan, like you're talking about. Are we going to continue with that here in this second part of the second half of the bans? Let's see, taking the time to think about it. No, getting rid of the Caitlyn instead, the long-range marksman power in the lane.
Makes a lot of sense. You think about long-range champs that often pair up with Azir. Ezreal and Caitlyn are two very prominent ones. Caitlyn also gives you a very strong bottom side of the map, and Gumayushi, he's been known for a pretty good Caitlyn performance here and there.
That's all right, yeah.
So definitely showing that respect towards him. Will T1 look to ban away further AD carries, or will they actually... Oh, they're going to choose to remove the Sejuani so that they can limit that Renekton Sejuani strong top side of the map.
So they've taken away a lot of the tanks, but not the Poppy. So they could go Rel plus Poppy and have a very, very strong front line. And the Poppy also could have pretty good W value versus all three of the T1 champions at the moment. But they want to jump on the Kai'Sa pick first, it looks like.
Oh, the Senna hover.
Oh, boy. Give me more.
Inspired by North America, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, you know the classic NA inspiring Korea.
Yeah.
I think the last time that actually happened, and it was T1 picking up 2, was all the way back to 2016 MSI. Aframu, exactly, for CLG.
Oh!
But hey!
Oh,
told you!
Shun's Nidalee.
Told you so! He can pull it out whenever he wants, baby! He has the card!
Yes.
You can pull the Nidalee card whenever you want if you are Shun, and it's with the Renekton, okay? The best combo with the Nidalee.
For those that don't know, that don't get to watch the LPL that much, Shun is a very well-known Nidalee player. This is one of his comfort picks, something that even earns respect bans domestically in the LPL. When they used it against LNG, I didn't love it. I wasn't a big fan of it. But let's see how it works out today against T1.
I mean, I'm a resident Nidalee hater. I feel like the champion can often run into a lot of difficulties, but the situation where it always works best is with guaranteed CC to set it up for the spears.
Renekton Nidalee.
Exactly. When it has something like Renekton, point and click, you can't really mess those up, and it makes it easy for the Nidalee to get in there and get the ball rolling, because she needs to stay ahead of the pace of the game. She needs to lead the way in terms of tempo. If she falls behind, she's a really cool ranged minion.
Yeah. I mean,
really cool, though.
She's a really difficult champion to play. You kind of want to get off the gate very early, stealing away camps, leveraging your mobility. You could bully a Jarvan. There's very little he can do against the Nidalee, but you need that priority in lanes, and I don't think T1's going to be looking to give it anytime soon.
This is why I love this team, though. BLG has so much swagger. They're always willing to pay these hard-to-execute picks. I want to see the early jungle path here and how aggressive he can take, because that top side of the map, that is BLG territory, okay?
I mean, Zeus versus Bin, a top lane matchup that I think everyone is excited to watch once more. These two players are some of the best in that role. And you can hear the support for T1. NA versus EU earlier the crowd was hyped there during the games, but now the home crowd favorites, they're in the house.
It's always fun to hear those differences when there's one of the home teams that fans just love in the building.
And it's T1, man. Like the most popular team in the world.
Yep, exactly.
All right, a reminder, you can log into your Riot account on LoLEsports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes and icons. That's right now, it's live. Go do it, LoLEsports.com. But let's see how this early game is going to play out now, because I'm so interested in this Nidalee pick specifically. How do they enable it? How do they get it going?
So the beauty of what we get to see is we actually saw this bot lane matchup earlier in the G2 NRG series, and the range
At the
advantage.
highest level.
The highest level,
yes, of course.
The range advantage that this Senator Kench does give you in the early game is that you can really have a lot of control in the bot side of the map. Interestingly, BLG going for a bit of a delayed invade here.
Yeah, Owner could be under pressure, as you can see. They see it marked with the spear. The 3-man invade coming out from BLG, crash down. Not gonna find anything other than the red buff. Now they're backing away. Red buff still at about 1,000 HP. Owner taking some damage, gets ignited, has to continue falling back. Shun still trying to find a little bit of poke here. They engage. Oh, nicely catching Owner out, but now Shun's gonna back away. Owner with a flash out, trying to stay alive, but now Elk is under pressure, down to 100 HP. They're nearly gonna kill him. It's first blood back over to T1. The invade crashes and burns. Now Shun has to try to get away. The flash is already down. Can he escape the power of the Kench? He's been hit with the lick, the flash of the wall. How many licks to the center of a Nidalee pop? It's only gonna take one more. Shun falls. Keria grabs the second kill of the game for T1. And he ain't done yet. Gumayushi's coming in. Keria's got a red buff. On is continuing to be slowed. T1 may have just won the game in 2.5 minutes.
Oh, wow! On barely lives, but Keria is a monster!
Another knockup coming out as Elk. He shouldn't die here, but he's nearly going to be killed.
Goodness.
BLG thought they were being clever, and T1 smacked him right in the mouth.
We literally saw this matchup earlier, and once they get ahead, they become oppressive as all hell.
Yeah, we might have to throw out this data. I don't know. With the way that level 1 went, this is going to influence the stats.
Oh, it is. My goodness. The idea from BLG is to delay invade and believe that you can win out on the 3 versus 3. But the engage from On whiffs. His W from the rail actually collides with the wall. And once they don't have that initial damage, then T1 can just use the range advantage. They also got a bit of sustain coming out from Gumayushi. The Guardian from the Tom Kench as well meant that in the extended fight, T1 came out ahead. And while Owner did lose his red buff, I think you can quite clearly say that this was worth it for T1.
Yeah, definitely so. And Faker, I believe he's the one who came first, even with the Conqueror not going with the Hellblades mid-Azir. So definitely all things pointing towards T1 here. Now let's see, as it settles down, as it calms down, you have to keep track of all the summoner spells that were blown in it. If you had a plan previously coming into the game of top lane and looking towards Renekton plays and flash stunning into spear combos, you have to think about bottom lane now with so many people blowing their flashes.
Yeah, lots of stuff down. Are there any summoner spells still remaining? Gumayushi has his flash on, just about to get that ignite back up and ready to go. So plenty of vulnerabilities down here.
Shun able to secure the second crab. Bit of an engage.
There comes the Abyssal dive, but now the counterattack with the crash down. The spear goes wide. Gumayushi gets away, and now another counterplay coming out from Owner, but Keria's killed instead. BLG are on the board. The game's not done yet, boys.
Yeah, very smart. You have to pay attention to that bottom lane. They return to the scene of the crime, Vedius.
That they do.
More
They're looking for a dive. I think that with Owner and Gumayushi's very squishy here.
Gumayushi only 350 HP. Shun trying to tag him with the auto attack, slow him down first, but he misses the spear. Gumayushi can escape. Owner's back underneath the tier 1 turret. Remember, everybody's still only level 3, level 4. Owner jumps in,
Here
doesn't
comes
hit
Faker.
the knock-up, but now Faker's ready to clean these guys up. Level 5 Azir. There's some damage potential there, but Yagal's coming around behind him. Faker's gonna chase these guys out. They can disengage in time, but now Faker goes in after Yagal. He's got the higher DPS, so he'll try to use those soldiers a little bit. Man, what a crazy early game.
Yeah, I mean, some of these spears are reminding me of Kadrill's Lee Sin Qs, you know, with the direction that they're going
I
right
thought
now.
Yankos was the meme. Is
Oh, no, I mean, Yankos has much higher hit accuracy than some of the Kadrill Qs in his history, but that's fine, that's fine. So we can see this initial play. The Q does go wide from Shun, and it's a good, promising engage from T1, but the re-engage from On. The spear goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Gumayushi's forced to flash. And admittedly, he doesn't have a huge amount of damage this early on in the game. We talked about how Nidalee can just bully a Jarvan out of the early jungle, and that's because of how much stronger she is in those early skirmishes. And while that EQ can look lethal, Nidalee in the extended fight will come out on top.
So it's 6 minutes into the game, and Shun also hasn't based, by the way, on this Nidalee. He's going to go for another clear. Raptors possibly into the Krugs as well for a big, big buy.
All right, no action again for now. Just a little bit of poking back and forth. This game has led us to believe that anything could happen at any point here in the first 6 minutes.
It's so funny every time we get into matchups like this and we're like, the top lane. Zeus versus Bin. Everyone's super amped to watch those two compete, and then we have a look at top lane. Dead even in farm. The lane is neutral. It's the team fights where we'll really see their impact, whereas the bot lane is where the chaos is rampant. Faker once again makes his way out onto the minimap, moving into that fog of war, creating that sense of pressure that Elk and On have to worry about. Jun has finally been able to base, has picked himself up a first key component.
Ooh, nice Mega Gnar into the wall there from Zeus, just trading aggressively with Bin, hops back into him at the crunch. Bin still getting away, Wallop doesn't hit, no more follow-up there. Of course, just trying to put as much damage into him as he can, with Bin still having both the flash and the dominance. There's not really any true kill potential there.
Yeah, also we just saw Owner go into the bottom side river to grab the crab and get that extra vision. So they know after the full clear from Shun, he's going to head back on down towards this bottom side. They saw him just grab that ward by mid lane. The mid laner's just been farming, so they're fine with all this, but they did get an alert, so both of them should know bottom side presence.
Now, we've seen a lot of early action, but credit to Owner. He's... Oh, hang on, bot lane play.
Shattering strike, nicely done. Keria forced to flash out of that one just to escape, but now they're looking for an angle with Owner. On still trying to get away, back into the river. Shun and Elk falling back to their own tier 1. They disengage in time. Owner can't get in there from an EQ.
So just a bit of testing the waters, you know, looking for an opportunity there. The flash being lost from Keria. But the gold advantage still sits in T1's favor. Shun once again looking for something.
We're back. Both junglers.
They can't see it, right? If we get an opportunity to toggle that vision, that control ward is limiting that, what T1 can see right now. Gumayushi has no mana.
Here, it just got 6, though.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They're not going to take that fight anymore, and they're going to disengage. Herald and Dragon both up on the map. Both these teams have their eyes set on the bot lane, and it looks like no early objective going to come through.
Yep, Keria just trying to jump forward, keep the pressure on here, use those tongue lashes to try to poke at these guys. We talked back when we saw this matchup the first time in the earlier series today. The sustain from the Senna creates such an obnoxious lane state to have to deal with. It's so easy to just constantly try to take these trades. If you're the Tom Kench, go up, trade Tongue Lash with something else. Eat a Void Seeker for a Tongue Lash. Senna's going to heal it off.
Gentlemen, how crazy, you know, you've already had your big upset today, but is it NA that's also innovated the bot lane meta? Have they found the answer to things like Xayah?
It might just be the energy special, man.
We'll take credit, yeah. I mean, it's for sure been getting scrimmed by a bunch of teams, but I'm down.
I saw NA play it first, Kobe. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm feeling in a good mood, so we'll accept all credit here. 4K health, though, on this Herald, and Shun is watching.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody's coming.
Yep.
Zaya's a little bit further, Kaisa, but...
It's a party. It's a party up here in the top side river. The Herald not going to be taken down just yet. They're going to smite it away. Owner picks up the eyeball. Everybody came to the party, but now we're all leaving to go do our homework. Keria finds a tongue lash onto Yagao. No more follow-up here just yet. Nice root coming out from Gumayushi. Now they're going to go in. There's the wombo combo. T1 ain't going to kill anybody just yet. Yagao barely gets away. Owner's ready to swoop in for the Cataclysm, and On gets turned off. Gumayushi flips the switch, and now Shun tries to fire back. Massive double kill over the top. Gumayushi is shooting straight.
Senna's gonna get some bans in the future. I can feel it. That is 3 kills all in the hands of Guma now. And T1, let's see. They're pushing topside. They're pushing mid as well with Elk. Trying to fish around. There's a ward on him, so he's not gonna be able to interrupt Faker here. Should be able to finish off the cannon and push that one in too.
That fight looked a little chaotic initially for T1. And you'll see here, once they go into the fight, like, the response from BLG is good. Like, yeah, the shockwave comes through, CCing Faker on with a response as well. Yeah. Owner's not in the fight yet. It's when Owner re-engages that it starts going in their favor. And I was worried for Gumayushi, stuck here on the front lines, but he gets so much health back. And then he's able to disengage, find that snipe, and the crowd erupts here in Seoul.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how Guma ate the tankier member, ate Owner, and Guma's like, all right, fine, I guess I'm flashing out. But Gary's like, you know what? I'll be next to you more in the future in the game, so I'll be able to protect your flash.
Well, look at the gold here, picking up 3 kills in the bot lane, leading alongside Faker. They are identical right now. And he's only at 13 CS. The Senna doing wonders for T1.
Yeah.
Total damage. Zaya's topping those charts, but it's pretty easy to do when you're Gnar against a melee. Flashing forward. Mega Gnar into the wall. Wallop, rock toss. One more hit will do it. Zaya's solo kills. Bin.
This ain't no finals, okay?
This ain't no finals. Zayas is locked in. BLG are trying to respond, but they may be getting collapsed on.
Yeah, Keria comes in with the Abyssal Dive. They're ready to reinforce Owner and make sure that he doesn't get jumped by the members of BLG that were looking for a play. Void Seeker not going to really do a whole lot here as T1 can just walk it off.
I really do want to put more emphasis onto Zayas, though. He did so much work when T1 had such a hard year losing Faker for so long. Really, Zayas was doing overtime trying to keep them together, and very, very good recovery from this team to be able to make it through playoffs, make it here to Worlds, and especially on these types of picks for Faker, the Azir, the Nico, definitely their comfort zone.
I mean, T1 have just set themselves up fantastically. Elk in a bit of danger.
They're looking for another one. Keria goes in for Elk, forces him to try to play defensively. Guma has so much range, so much damage. Elk is going to get rooted up. He pops the cleanse to escape that ulti.
Nice play there from Guma, really leveraging the range to his advantage and bullying this Kai'Sa out on trying to respond.
It's so difficult to do when the Tahm Kench is right there with the Devour ready for the save. If On would have committed, they could have immediately countered there with Keria, no problem. Rift Herald summoned up here. They're looking for plates, and I don't think BLG's gonna stop them. Already grabbing that first one. There's another one going over with the charge. Don't think they quite have enough damage to get the fourth after the extra resistances have been added, so they'll walk away from that. But it's a 2,500 gold lead for T1.
Guma found like 10 stacks in that single skirmish. He was just constantly hitting onto his opponent.
Yeah, I just clicked on the souls to try and check in, and he's already 49 right now. It's kind of a shooting gallery down there in the bottom lane with so much action starting from level 1.
And in the context of this comp, oh, Zayas, he's going for another kill. Okay, no, he's going to show restraint. He did have a 2-level lead. I really thought he'd look for the dive. I guess he doesn't have full information yet, but you look at these little wards in the enemy jungle. Moving the wrong mouse. You can see these just littered to get a bit of information as to where Shun is, giving Zayas the freedom to play as aggressively as he wants. But let's look back at this solo kill.
And he's doing so well because Gnar's going to turn into such a powerful split push and teamfight presence for Team 1. I believe, too, for live right now, I wonder if there's a picture-in-picture we can see for the Dragon setup, because T1 are in a really prime position to start setting up the objectives. When you're getting Zayas solo kills like this, when you're winning team fights, well, there you go.
There it is.
Revealed. Yes, easy setup for them, as expected. Dragon number 1. It's decently late into the game, but they should be able to snowball pretty effectively.
Their position around the Dragon is dead. Yeah. Nice position to have when you're looking to get the
That's
game
what I was expecting.
I
guess we didn't need the picture-in-picture pop-up to confirm.
So coming into this series, I look back at all of T1's games, and against TL, they had a difficult early game. They couldn't really do much. Against Genji, they actually had a pretty solid early game, but then it was the team fights where they ended up falling short. And then against Cloud9, they ended up looking incredibly clean from start to finish. And it feels like throughout this tournament, they have just been ramping up, as they often do when they come to international events. You know, this team in the group stage has their worst record ever is 5-1. They only lose a game.
Wow, that must be so horrible.
I was told this is a Swiss stage, not a group stage.
My point is, though, that this team has already lost once to Gen G, and they are saying we're not losing anymore.
That's the roof.
That is the roof. And coming into this series, they are looking strong. Their early game is looking good, but BLG are known for their team fighting, their ability to play the 5v5s, but with the gold advantage continuing to grow, it might not matter, as T1 is in a fantastic position.
I mean, T1's still stinging from MSI. They want revenge over BLG for that elimination. BLG taking them 3-1 and kicking them out, so definitely have a bit of an axe to grind on their side. Let's all remember, too, the level 1 that started out this game. Definitely, that was a lot of variance in that level 1. And this is going to be a long series.
And you bring up the fact that they were eliminated by BLG back at MSI. Remember, this is not an elimination game here today. It is a promotion game. You guarantee a spot in the quarterfinals if you win this one, but the loser will still go on to play in that last chance set of games tomorrow. 3 best-of-3s back-to-back-to-back. Show's going to be starting a little earlier, so make sure you tune in. 5 a.m. CET, 9 p.m. PST. But T1 now being challenged in this topside river as BLG move in to control the Rift Herald around the spawn of the second one. They don't want to lose out on more neutral objectives here.
Faker has TP, but I like the look of that bottom push. They should just buy time for Faker. Push that wave all the way in.
Yeah, just waste as much of BLG's time as they can. Keria and Gumayushi are so annoying to deal with right now. The Senna has so much range, and you pretty much got to throw enough at him to overcommit to him twice because of the save from the Kench.
Yeah, so annoying. I mean, the Tom Kench constantly just walking up into your face, bullying you off. And it looks like that's going to be all that they need with Bin going to answer that bottom wave. T1, they rotate Faker over to mid and collect another objective, simultaneously taking the Rift Herald and mid lane.
Just beautiful stuff from T1 here in this first game in the best of 3. Objective bounties are available soon. That lets you know the state of the early game here. Just 17 minutes in, and we've already got ourselves what looks to be a 4,500 gold lead.
I mean, I'm just looking at their comp as well, and from my perspective, this was like a very difficult game for T1 to lose. Like, they have such a massive range advantage. Senna is one of the best scaling champions in the game, period. And when you pair that up with an Azir, you know, we talked about earlier some examples of long-range champions, Caitlyn, Ezreal, two really strong long-range champs that work so well at playing front to back. Senna works in the exact same way, and her range is only going to get longer the longer that this game goes on. So I feel like BLG are going to have to find some miracle fight or a big throw from T1 to be able to turn this one around.
Yeah, and when your Gnar is solo killing and has a ginormous lead over the Renekton,
oh yeah,
that is going to be a lot more useful.
Yeah, like you have no options in the side lane. You feel like your team fight options are limited. The push, like you can't contest it anywhere.
That's why they picked Nidalee and went for a level 1
T1 are in a commanding position right now. They've caught bot, they've pushed that in. They've caught mid, they've pushed that in. You look at top as well, Faker having some cover from Ona. This was where we saw some blunders from them against Genji. Genji found some great windows to punish Faker when he was pushing in these side lanes. And he has been left isolated for the time being.
Yeah.
But he's going to play safer as a response.
Yeah, and so much safer too for the Azir in those matchups on the side lane with Dragon coming 30 seconds and Faker still having his teleport. I don't know exactly how many seconds left on Yagao's and how that's going to match up with the Dragon, but it probably should be up by Dragon time or pretty close.
15 seconds until that Drake. It is important to remember what you noted earlier, Kobe. It was a pretty late first one, so it's not going to be a fast soul stack even if they go 4-0. But you know that BLG doesn't want to allow them to just continue taking everything on the map for free. It is still a 5K gold advantage, though. It's so hard to take a fight in open ground, especially when T1 already have priority over this bot lane river real estate. Zeus is in position in the bottom lane. He's pushing up. Faker is back on the other end of the map, pushing up topside, but he's got his TP ready to go to join.
Oh, he's joining.
Yeah, he's ready.
Here comes the fight. BLG feel like they need this.
All right, keep your eyes on. That rel engage would need to be absolutely nasty to win a 5K deficit team fight. Instead, they're going to decide against it. BLG will walk off, having watched T1 take the Drake.
I mean, BLG were kind of in our position, just acting as spectators on that Dragon. They didn't even try to cross map anywhere. They didn't even try to do anything elsewhere on the map. They just wanted to try and find a fight, and T1 gave them no angles. Absolutely none. They were funneled into that choke point. BLG didn't even try to get push in bot and then access via the river that way, because I think they were so scared of Zeus with the pressure that he was generating. Like, all three towers are up. They have full control over the map. A 5K gold lead. BLG are running out of answers, and they're running out of answers quickly.
Yeah, I feel like they got draft gapped, they got level 1 gapped, they got top gapped, they got bottom gapped. There's gaps everywhere, man.
Yes, so many gaps.
So many.
I don't know if there's a word for that, a collection of gaps.
The whole game is a valley right now. We have found our way into quite a gorge here, gentlemen.
A great word, an excellent word.
Yeah,
I
one of the
mean,
ones you don't get to hear too often.
At this point, T1 can start playing around the Baron. They don't have the fastest Baron. I mean, of course, with the Zia, it's never going to be the slowest. But I guess right now they're looking to play for that tier 1 in the top side of the map. They want to try and move their vision, get control over mid, and then start threatening that tower. But BLG are pretty committed to defending it. They do, of course, still have Zeus' TP. They could look for a play with that. But here we are. They're looking to chip away at this tier 1.
Well, those chips are going to be pretty intense once the Herald
Here
has
comes
its
the
way with the
hammer.
turret. There it goes. Yep, just immediately smashes that thing down. 3-0 now in the turret count. T1 absolutely owning the Rift in this first game. Carrier takes a bit of damage, but he doesn't care. It's so easy to just keep using this Kench as a brick wall. Herald's going to get ready for the second charge. Kaboom! It connects. And because they were able to move so far forward up in the jungle, mirroring that same progression in the top lane with the Herald, they pushed their opponents all the way back, took control of the enemy jungle, exfiltrated safely.
But it's not even just that. Look at the bot lane as well. Zeus keeping this pressure up, controls the bot side jungle too, has that control ward. There is that single ward for a potential TP flank, but that isn't an option for Yagao right now. And T1, they controlled the top side, they control the bot side, they're replenishing their wards, they're spending their money. 2 items now finished for Faker. A second in the works for Gumayushi.
Yeah.
And everything looking up for T1 here in the game 1 of this series.
It's just so incredibly hard for BLG to find a time to fight because you're down on these item power spikes, but also it doesn't get better for you if you wait. But there's a pick!
Zeus getting jumped on. They're throwing the kitchen sink at him. Beautiful shutdown from BLG.
That's the wrong side of Summoner's Rift, buddy. Little Mininar wandering into the dark forest here. That's the time to go for it for BLG. Yeah. But really, what can they get with that pick? I mean, it's so difficult even with getting a person advantage because your side lanes are both constantly pushed in by T1. So they don't really have objectives to go for, and they're even under attack as T1 continue to push in 4v5.
Shun's health just brought down a half after Gumayushi laid his sights on him. 4 members actually putting pressure on the BLG. Faker with the damage.
Yep, Faker now disengaging alongside Owner. They don't want to end up getting caught in too lopsided of a fight before their allies can move over and reach them. They do crash the wave into the mid lane tier 2. None of those tier 2 turrets yet demolished. Remember that top lane tier 2 was the one that took the damage from the Herald, so it's still pretty low. Backing away now is on the Hex Flash, finds Owner, forces out the flash from the Jarvan. That's a big summoner spell.
That could have been lethal. If he had died there, that's a barren start for BLG. And even though they find themselves behind, it's worth the risk, especially when you're not playing against the Smite's Owner. Needs to be careful, but he will get away with his life for now. T1 continue to play the patient game. We're going to look back at this pick from Zeus. You just have to look at the minimap. He's overextended. He shouldn't have been there. The rest of his team were nowhere near. There's nothing that they can do to punish elsewhere on the map. And just a mistake from Zeus.
Even the best make them sometimes, but T1 is still enjoying an incredibly favored game state. You can see the goal difference over time presented by AWS, just showing how it's been this up and to the right movement in that blue line for T1 ever since the very beginning of what you mentioned earlier, Kobe, kind of an aberration of a level 1.
Yeah, and the only reason we're not going to see T1 go turbo mode and continue to push is because they also have the luxury, you know, of this late game. So there's no reason for them to risk anything versus BLG, who have been able to work miracles out of other teams rushing fights towards them. So they'll continue on stacking those dragons, even though it is a little bit of a delayed pace. Maybe we see the point where Zeus' priority on his split push on the side lane, bottom lane, does result in a setup for the Baron, but I think only in a very secure setup would T1 actually go for that. T1 have pretty good turn off of the Baron, so after collecting Dragon, they might try and turn their resources towards that, do a 4-1 split push, and whoa, never mind. BLG fight now.
Shun just goes over the wall, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to be there anymore. Flash back away just to escape from Zeus' Gnar. It's sole point at 24 minutes for T1.
I mean, I'm getting a little frustrated with BLG because, like, they should just be trying to cross-map. They should just be using multiple members topside to, at the very least, get some bounty gold back. Because you're in a situation where if you feel like you need to force a fight, then trying to funnel through that choke point at blue, that's the second time you've now tried to do that, and T1 have just made fun of you. So I feel like that BLG, if they do want to come back into this, they need to be finding other things on the map rather than just running face first into T1.
Well, they're running into him again here as they try to find something. Once to Owner Gumayushi, not going to get anything back. And as Gumayushi just keeps farming all these souls, building that range like you were talking about earlier, Vedius, every single one of these attempted steps up is going to become more and more punishing as you take more and more Senna shots in trade. Finn going in, looking for Zeus. Mega Gnar back onto both targets. Elk tried to swoop in there, catch him off guard with a killer instinct, and Zeus just walked away from it.
They opened a window mid.
All right, they're going to be able to push at least half of it. BLG, this is the moment.
All right, TP coming in. They want to try to stop this, find a punish. Knock up on 2 coming out from Owner. Guma usually looking to disengage back up towards the top side of the jungle. TP coming in now. T1 regrouping. Low health bars on BLG.
Zeus is taking towers right now. Zeus did not join. T1 said, we're fine without you, buddy.
All right, Pin is low. Still lots of free firing damage coming out from Gumayushi. Remember, there is no ulti available for Alcon. Goes in, finding a Magnet Storm onto 3, but he ain't gonna find any kills just yet. Honor's gonna die first. They take out the jungler second. Ben ain't gonna get it. Shun is down. T1, run them over.
The range is lethal from T1. 4 versus 5. BLG just can't even get close to T1. And when they finally do, Carrier devours his mid laner and brings him back into the fight to wreak havoc. Carrier, he's not done.
Oh no, he even stops Bin's recall. If he gets this croc here, there it is. Abyssal dive takes him out. And critically, this means his respawn is now desynced from the rest of the team.
The lick hit confirm on the W. Tom Kench claims another. Let's take a look, because look at the mini-map during this replay. Honestly, while T1 are taking care of business, really good Cataclysm into EQ out there from Owner, the Gnar is just taking towers on bottom side, and then they make the call with this ward here. Teleport in, they go for the turn. T1, they turn it around. Red buff is picked up, Carrier goes in. The shockwave doesn't do much damage at all. I mean, it's just a massacre.
Bin's not even really in the fight either. They didn't have ultimate for him or for Kai'Sa because of the play they tried to make in the bot lane. And then Carrier is able to find this. Is able to find this kill onto Bin. Just a one-sided stomp from really beginning to end from T1. That was the only promising opportunity that BLG was able to find, and T1 handled it with calm patience. And now with the Baron, they're looking to siege.
All right, let's see how long this base can stand. Top lane tier 3 turret is already down, so there's an open inhib available if T1 just want to rush it. They still got this power play for Baron for another minute and 40 seconds. The minions will do enough work onto the inhibitor here on the top side themselves. Zeus about ready to transform. Magnet Storm was used for a whole lot of nothing. Owner's got Yagao locked down, but Owner's gonna drop instead. They'll trade him back for the mid laner, and Shun falls too. Now it's 2 inhibitors down and a 4v3 for T1. The souls are all over the place, but they're the souls of BLG players, as T1 is not stopping here. Elk may have been the one to take out Owner, but now the push just keeps going. Zeus will grab another on Bin, as Elk has the killer instinct right back into his own fountain. He flashes away just to live. T1 just stomp BLG in game 1.
Carrier is having fun too.
Oh, he is. I mean, from start to finish, what a great performance from T1. We talked about it earlier in the cast, but it does feel like this team has only ramped up throughout the tournament. Their debut against TL was a little bit shaky, but from game to game, it feels like that they have gotten better and better, and we're looking at an informed T1 today.
Man, oh man, T1 coming out swinging here in game number 1. To hear more about it, let's go ahead and toss back over to the desk.
Thank you so much. Sovereign game 1 out of T1, and it has been the loudest here that it has been so far. I think that this just because these were all Dokla fans who stayed and are now supporting
I
T1.
think so, I think so.
Big Dokes rather is joining us on the desk as well. Thank you for joining us. Congrats.
Thank you for having me. It's today was a crazy day, you know. Really happy to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just warming up the fans for the T1 game. I guess that's my job.
Well done.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try and I'm just gonna stop being angry at you now, because that wouldn't be for a good
You would
test.
never.
I would never. Just kidding though. Maurits, talk to me first about this game. T1, I know you were a little bit nervous.
I always am when LCK plays. I do think that T1 have a history of when teams have beaten them and BLG really dunked on them at MSI, right? That's the type of matches that then coming into Worlds they very often perform in. I also think though, and credit where credit is due, they played their lead out very well, but given these drafts, I don't think the game really went BLG's way, because the whole point of Kench and Senna is that they are an unmovable brick wall. And then BLG was like, what if we just slam our head into it level 1?
Yeah, I mean, we played a similar comp to this. You know, maybe T1 saw our draft and they're like, wow, we should just copy it. I I just want to point out the top matchup where I think Zeus has a lot more agency than Bin here, and, you know, big Zeus fan here. But, yeah, I think for BLG, I think they should draft in a way where it's a bit more even matchup because the Gnar Renekton is just scaling, and then the Gnar will eventually win. So I didn't like that too much out of the draft, so we'll see how they adapt.
Yeah, it puts them in a situation where they're actually playing off of the back foot, which with how aggressive they like to be, over 1 combined kill per minute in the LPL, which is the highest of all the teams in the LPL, it's not their style.
It isn't. We wanted to check in with a couple of picks that have only showed or reared their heads today. Obviously, NRG is setting the meta for the world's Swiss stage, specifically, you know, the Senna and the Tom in general, Jad?
Yeah, Dokla, I don't need you to give anything away. We got to hide this stuff for quarters. So this was just my observation. So these are the most banned champions up top, and then the 3 most picked in each role gives you a nice snapshot of the types of things we're seeing. It's a ton of engage. It was a ton of Xayah wins. It was 14-2 in the first 5 days of Swiss. So now we're seeing that banned a lot, which then makes Kai'Sa the top tier 80 carry, but Kai'Sa actually has some counters, so that's where we're seeing the meta evolve.
I wish I had this graphic before my pick'ems, you know? That would have helped a
lot. That would have been good. I went with Lee in most roles played. That's not happening.
I had the Nautilus for the death one.
Yeah,
I think everyone did.
We killed Mickey a lot.
The big thing though is we found the counter to Xayah, which is ban her, and then we also found, I think now, the counter to Kai'Sa. We've already seen some experimentation. The Tristana, the LNG pulled out, I think is good, but the fact that if you add Senna and Kench that as well, and it's not just Kench, right? But I think that combo is ones the teams that probably have most experience with. It might change the meta going forward into the tournament.
It might, but first let's talk about the Senna and the Tom and what happened in this early game. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 get a huge win in the level 1 fight to start the game with a big lead, Maurits. Talk me through this one.
and after, it's an Italy comp, so the moment that this happens, if you're a BLG fan, you're already like, oh no, and it's the early passive that J4 has, plus his E, which gives attack speed, and then Senna and Kench, their level 1 is insane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what BLG is kind of thinking or how this, you know, would pan out for them, but I mean, the Rel W miss, crucially, Nilly Spears, I mean, the first one hit the red buff. I mean, they kind of have the right idea, but I think they probably, you know, overestimated their strength.
Yeah, and this was just maybe thinking that they needed to have something happen early, but with the Nidalee Renekton, a lot of times you just want to slow play that until you can get the Renekton sent into the Nidalee Spear. This just set them so far back. Is this your first time seeing this, Dokla, because you were in other
Yeah, I mean,
videos?
I've not seen Nidalee pretty much in SRAMs or the whole world stage.
Oh.
And I mean, maybe that's a leak, but I don't really know.
I was just talking about the level 1.
Oh, level 1.
The start of the game.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of level 1s that go really bad into a remake. I've seen that all the time,
Yeah. But I guess we were saying you were still basking in the glory, so maybe you just didn't quite catch that level 1. You're doing press interviews, so
Yeah, and I think that what BLG tries here, which is what we've seen a lot of teams do, is say, hey, red side is a side where you have to go for big swing and a miss. And it's mostly been misses, right? That's the reason why blue side is as good as it is. And this one, also, I think that you can run it back, but you probably just go for something a bit more conventional.
I feel like
after
you would
level
never
1,
want to take red,
I don't think you take that risk, right?
But I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the red side decided this game. I think their planning was just really bad. Like, they didn't play through Renekton in Italy, which can set up Rift, and their balling should just be like, you know, let the Nidalee farm, get fed, you know, just have the tempo lead, and then try to impact the map like with her advantage. But I mean, the game kind of just ended before she could even get to that point.
Did BLG select blue side? No surprises there.
Wow,
It's going to
I'm
stay
shocked.
the same. Dokla, do you have experience scrimming either of these teams? I guess you do. And is there anything you can tell us about how you think BLG might react or T1 might do?
I don't know. Usually our games don't go that long. So I don't really
you win,
know.
right?
Right. But you know, I'm curious what to see the top lane matchup will be, because I think drafting agency for Bin is like the biggest thing. I don't think you want him on a Renekton versus Gnar matchup pretty much ever. So maybe if he's an Gnar side, but I mean, Zeus might be the best Gnar, you know, in the world. So I don't think you should probably give him that.
I'm glad you're
matchup.
here.
Yeah, I can say it. So Maurits doesn't have to say it. So we'll see what the top lane brings us for Game 2. And as we gear up for that Game 2 between BLG and T1, let's check out some exclusive behind-the-scenes photos thanks to the Uppo Cam.
flicker from afar. I'd rather stay in the dark if I'm with you. I don't need the world, keep me close, safe and sound. More than two is a crowd when I'm with you. Time is passing, knows no manners. I'm finding comfort in hope.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023 as we're in the middle of this series with T1 and BLG going head-to-head in a best-of-3. Game number 1 was very T1 favored, and they are one game away from punching their ticket to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that was some BLG right there. Yeah.
I mean, I love this stat because I think it's crazy that throughout T1's history, in group stages, they only ever drop one game at most. And because they've dropped that to Gen G, the other teams are like, oh.
I'm sorry, the quota's been filled.
Yeah,
that's the one.
The quota has been filled, and right now, T1, they're at they're at 3 wins. They're looking to make it 4 and qualify for the quarterfinals. We're straight into draft. Azir Renata taken away from the side of BLG with Rakan and Maokai on the side of T1. I do wonder if this Senna will actually be looked to ban away or if the Xayah will still make its way through the draft.
I wonder how different things are going to look with T1 on the red side, too, compared to what we saw in the previous game. How is that going to switch things up? What is BLG going to have? The Rumble banned away as the final one here in the first half, so the Senna's still around.
Yeah, Senna's still available. I do like some of the changes that have occurred here with BLG on the blue side, though, in trying to attack T1. They take away the Azir themselves, and Nico was already self-banned by T1, and those two champions were really at the crux of the resurgence of this team. Does mean they're going to give up the Xayah, so sought after in the bottom lane, but the duo combo here of the Orianna Jarvan for T1, that is some nice, sweet engage.
The Renata ban is still a bit of weird to me. Like, they put such a high priority on it, they really don't want Curry to get his hands on it.
Yeah, I mean, they still ended up getting super pushed in bottom lane because of the Senna Tahm Kench. But I think that's what they're trying to avoid. You know, a lot of those, like, Kalista is available, so you don't want the Renata plus Kalista. You don't want the Renata plus Draven lanes.
They're locking the Syndra now. They did have the Vi, and I do always like Vi into things like Orianna, because again, we saw this earlier in the day. Once the flash is gone, she's a very easy champion to lock down. But Jarvan into Syndra, I also think is really good. Like, these junglers can do a great job of locking these things down, but BLG trying to solidify their top side, and they have a lot of strong picks in terms of the early game with Syndra and Xayah, and then giving Bin a comfort is super important for them.
Yep. Yeah, exactly, because last game, something that was not drafted at all, that was the top lane matchup, and Zeus really, really destroying Bin with his Gnar specialty counter pick into it. And this time around, this is an older counter into the Jax. The belly bump tactic for Jax for the Counter-Strike.
There's a lot of mobility skills across the champion roster in League of Legends, and Gragas's big old belly takes priority over pretty much all of them. As long as he's going forward when you're going, he's going to stop you and do the damage. So very, very powerful champion, especially if you know the matchups, you know the trading patterns. He can be very difficult to deal with. Blitzcrank, Caitlyn banned away here in the second half. Once again, it's BLG keeping Gumayusi off the Kate.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Seeing as how the Senna was just pretty impactful this last time around, I guess BLG are like, you know what, we level 1 invaded, and we really messed that whole situation up. So I guess they're accounting for it that way. Keria is such a good Tahm Kench, though. Loves being that frontline engage, and we saw it last time.
But the thing is about Senna Tahm Kench, if you're on red side and you're saving them for the last 2 picks, one of them has to come first, and then you can't get the other until your opponent has a chance to interrupt it. When Senna and Tahm Kench are popular, they're kind of best friends. They're BFFs down there in the bottom lane. They like to hang out with each other and not really anybody else. So I'm curious if they'll still go for it. No, they won't. The Jinx locked in for T1.
Yeah, I don't...
How do you feel about this, Vedius?
We did see a Jinx earlier in the tournament. It was KT that I think played it. And I'm pretty sure it was in yesterday's match against LNG. And I think the problem with Jinx in the current meta, she's a really hard AD carry to play. When there's so many things that can dive onto your backline, she can be a challenge. But I guess with things like the Jarvan already unlocked in on the side of T1 with the Gragas disengage as well, they're confident in their ability to provide peel and protection. But if this Jax, Alistar, ever gets on top, like that Jinx is dead. There's no way that she's playing this game.
Yeah, there is quite a lot of peel for it, and the lane still looks pretty good considering it's a Xayah Alistar lane that they're playing into. There's some more guaranteed targeting of the possibilities for that Jinx.
Jinx is not going to have fun, man. It's Arcane all over again. We're about to get a sneak peek at Season 2.
What do you mean, man? She was the main character of that show. How can the main character not have fun?
Okay, Tahm Kench is a good answer.
Yeah.
It is also pretty good at putting some pressure onto the Orianna. I want to see if there's not a level 1 that's similar to last time around, if there's more attention paid to this mid lane, because both these mid laners, very, very possible that you can burn summoner spells super early on and try and force ganks with these junglers.
All right, I love it, man. Active, powerful early junglers. We got the counter pick in the top lane, the old school style with the Gragas into the Jax. Ori versus Syndra. This is probably the most evergreen mid lane matchup in the history of League of Legends esports. I feel like this is one of those ones everybody's seen so many times. But the Jinx, and specifically the ability of the Tahm Kench to keep it protected, is probably the biggest thing I'm going to be looking at.
Yeah, I actually love watching Ori Syndra too, because There's so much how you can swing it in the early stages of dodging those Qs and positioning just a little bit more aggressively up front too. But of course, that all teeters on do you know where enemy jungle is? So see about those Raptor wards, about those deep early safety nets.
I wonder if we're going to get any level 1 activity.
I'm going to say no on this one. I'm going to hazard a guess.
Are you kidding? You think they're going to back down after that?
Well, it certainly skewed the early game of this this first round here in this best of 3. BLG really wants to avoid that situation. Bring us to a game 3, keep their chances alive at avoiding the competition tomorrow and getting the early ticket to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think they do definitely at least need to get some early info on Owner. The Jarvan could start a snowball himself. Definitely could throw a wrench into things here.
All right, a reminder to everybody out there, connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote. You can do that right now. Get yourself connected, get your emote, start spamming it on people whenever they do something wacky in lane.
How do I get the Braum one? That seems to be the most popular.
We are the wrong people to ask that question to, Kobe, but I respect your confidence.
Yeah, I'm glad you trust the two of us with that question. As Zay is just walking it off. He wants to get away from Ben, who gets that last little hit. So, hey, little extra HP from Grasp.
Love it. Okay. The value here. Carrier also going to take a nice
he
little
didn't put the
chunk.
ward down. I thought that his goal there was to get the ward on the red to see where this Vi was starting.
T1 donating some early health pools here.
Yeah.
They're not off the members of T1 that are going to miss them the most with Gragas and 8 sustain and Carrier tankiness, but nonetheless, it is going to be BLG again going to the same red buff that they went to last game.
Yep.
This time around, though, they're on blue side, so it's theirs.
The squad is there.
Yeah, the squad is there.
BLG's like, I'm watching you, T1, just in case.
We know that this is something you might do because we did it ourselves.
But admittedly, Elk and On realized that in the 2v2, they're not getting early push. Tom Kench Jinx, the range advantage. Tom is a really... Alistair's not the best level 1 anyway.
In fact, he sucks. Let's just go ahead and say it. You can say it, Thaddeus.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. And Tom Kench is a really great bully, so Elkin on getting late to lane is not the end of the world. Level 2 should be coming through in a minute from these bot laners. But yeah, I wanted to go back and talk about this mid matchup a little bit more because the idea behind Syndra into Orianna is that you have a range advantage, right? The Q means that you can often out-trade against the Ori in lane. The thing about Ori, though, is that early laning phase, you can already see she's starting to get this push off. And when it comes to early skirmishes, Syndra is very terrifying because of her ability to set up for the gank, right? The QE, you can already get it at level 2. With a Vi coming in as well, easily able to force a flash out from someone like an Orianna. And a Jarvan in this matchup won't be able to match that same trading power in the mid lane 2 versus 2. So this is a lane, again, that BLG can really find advantages in if they can be active in the mid lane.
And the reason I love watching it so much is because you can ego on them from the other side of it. We've even had Oriannas getting the solo kills on the Syndras.
That's true.
Especially if you have unpredictable movement, like walking towards it and dodging some of these Qs and move up on them. So definitely one that's very tiltable, as we said, but full clears for both junglers mean it's a calm early game. No extra influence here.
It's kind of one of those things that we talked about in game number 1, Vedius, where we were like, oh yeah, I can't wait to watch top lane, and everything was bottom. We're like, oh man, look at these junglers, it's Jarvan and Vi, and they can both do so much, and they're like, full clear. Let's go ahead and just get those economies rolling.
Yeah. Ben doing a good job, though, gets his grasp up, even as Zeus goes for the belly bop. Winning the mana war here currently as they both eat their biscuits.
So it's a reminder. Oh, hang on a second. Might have to hold off on that as Jun navigates his way around the vision.
I like this.
We talked about the gank setup early on. Faker has no idea.
Jun coming around. There's the stun. Scatter the weak. Faker tries to flash, but Yagal's got him for first blood. Counterattack from Owner, but doesn't look like there's a whole lot to get here. Nah, the Jarvan's probably not strong enough for this. Owner loses his own flash. That was a little silly.
Yeah, they're going to be able to rush down the wave still here, too, with Baker teleporting back. Yagao is so good. That was beautiful. Able to set him up. He kind of lures Faker in. Faker goes for the command attack, and Yagao's able to get him, throws the W, hits the stun, lines it up for Shun so that Shun can then have his flash for Faker's flash and secure that kill. Really well done. Yagao probably one of the least hyped up members because he usually, to your point earlier, Vedius, is playing a lot of Roam style champs and setting up teammates, but him getting first blood, so nice having Syndra get the early advantage.
It's just also a lane that you can snowball. We already talked about it earlier, right? A lane that you can be active in early on. The fact that Shun choosing to sacrifice the crab because he saw an opportunity to make that play on the Faker, navigating around that vision, just very well played. BLG being active in the early game is the best version of BLG in my opinion. And the play is very straightforward. Low mana on the side of Faker as well. That auto attack from Yagao flying as he flashes too is actually what cements the kill, as Jeune is able to flash after and provide that damage. Been getting kind of low, but I don't think he's too worried right now. Keeping my eyes on the minimap as well as to the presence of the junglers. Ona pathing away as he moves towards his wolf camp. Bin? No.
No. He's just saying don't.
Oh,
he is!
Oh, it
Oh!
does! Zeus went back in thinking he might find an outplay, and Bin just beats him on the head with a stick.
Uh-oh, no flash Faker.
Faker doesn't get hit by the Scat of the Week, but it doesn't even matter. The unleashed power should be enough. Faker's just buying some time. Beautiful from BLG in game 2.
Now this is BLG. Bin, I thought he was just saying, don't you dare come for these minions. I guess he was. But then Zeus still dared for it. Body slam just inside and really good from Bin. Activation time there. Pops his counter-strike, gets the kill. Simultaneously getting the repeat gank onto mid too, punishing the no flash here. That's the snowball you're talking about. They're so vulnerable, these mages, when they don't have it, and it's going to be a knock-on effect. Dominoes here will start to fall. Shun picks up the dragon as well.
And you look at Ona and you're like, where can you do anything, right? Maybe you can look for a kill in mids, maybe, but Yagao still has the flash, and if Vi is there, you lose that 2 versus 2. Top lane doesn't really have enough damage or options to be able to find a play in. Chinks, Tahm Kench, is this really a lane that you can enable in the early game? T1 feels very stifled, and Ona's kind of responsibility is to mitigate BLG's early options, but that hasn't happened. BLG have found great plays in mid and a big confidence play for Bin. After getting solo killed in game 1, he now finds a solo kill for himself on one of his most comfortable champions.
All right, let's see where our junglers end up getting involved once they hit level 6. You can see those EXP bars on the side of the screen creeping ever closer to that point. Both of those ultimates incredibly effective at setting up some plays as Bin wants to go in on Zeus, who knocks him back into the cask. But the Jack's still so strong, man.
Hang on.
Such an iconic pick
Here
for
we go.
Bin, and he's not afraid to use it. Zeus gets killed again. Bin is just tearing him apart.
Yeah, I was thinking Zeus just used everything in the first engage, and then he just waits around and stands there and watches them, watches the minions. Bin doing such a good job. He always gets his counter-strike off, gets his auto attack off as the body slam has been coming in, and this is the repeat gank. You're asking where's the level 6 of the jungler's gonna go? I believe there's a few more seconds still as we get back to live left on Faker's flash, maybe.
Yeah, a few more seconds, but looking back at this kill, very clean, very easy for Bin. And we talked about a confidence play. You can see the confidence shining through for him now. 2 kills top, 2 kills mid. The top side of the map dominating for BLG, a 2K gold lead already 8 minutes in. And the pings are coming through for Herald, and what can T1 do about it? The truth is nothing.
Yeah, there's kind of this big bad Jax up there in the top lane that is just not allowing anything to go down. 64 to 47 in the farm. It was the Gragas picked after seeing the Jax locked in. This was the answer that T1 said they wanted to go with, and Bin just seems to know the matchup better.
Angry Bin, he's gonna do everything. Got a couple of solo kills, go start up that Rift Herald for you. Meanwhile, On making his roam mid through 2 to get priority. That means bottom lane's left open, T1. Small window, and a nice bit of communication here from BLG, I think. Elk knows he's in danger. He's going to go
he's face checking.
Check it.
Face check into the brush.
Whoa.
The feathers fly.
Okay.
Owner disengages.
Got
Okay.
his team coming.
Damn, I wasn't expecting. I thought he'd drop a ward. And I didn't think he'd use his face to check it, but there we are. Elk ends up being alive, so good news for BLG fans. They're still in the lead, and they hold control over the objectives. First Herald, first Dragon, everything looking up for BLG, and if they wanted to, they could drop that Herald top lane. They don't necessarily need to unlock mid right now. Why not just accelerate Bin? We talked about how difficult it's going to be for Gumayushi on this Jinx to play these late game fights. If you're this low mobility AD carry that doesn't have those innate dashes, it's only going to get harder if Jax gets as fed as he's currently getting.
On the other side, maybe just let Ben stay in his arena and have
Also
some fun.
true.
See about the roam time towards that bottom lane though that we're talking about, with Scuttle Crab coming up, with Minion Wave pushing in. Tom Kench though, carry is level 6. It's just such a good denial pick. T1 trying to play some stall game, but BLG's pace that they've set is very quick for this game with all the extra kills that they've been fed super early on. They certainly will have the ability to snowball this.
Yeah, 2 kills plus a Drake, or 4 kills plus a Drake for a 2K lead, excuse me, just 10 minutes into the game. Total gold on the left side of your screen. You can see BLG, BLG, BLG at numbers 1, 2, and 3. Not a very good sign here for T1 as the Herald is summoned up in the mid lane. That's going to give even more money to Yagao.
So far, it is just the BLG show. You know, coming into this second game, we were talking about how it feels like T1 got a 2-0 this series. BLG looked out of sorts in game 1, but they're refining their form. Of course, still a lot of this game left to go. T1 do have pretty decent scaling, especially with this Jinx back pocket. A single good fight with Gumayusi picking up a number of kills could be all they need. You look at the farm as well. 114 CS, he has a 30 lead.
Massive.
On has been roaming a little bit to assist with the topside plays, leaving Elk kind of vulnerable to ganks, meaning that he has to play a little bit more defensively. So I wouldn't count T1 out just yet. Obviously the other game going heavily in favor of BLG, but we'll see what T1 can do to turn the game around.
Yeah, it's a good point because On actually came into this tournament one of the highest roaming time supports in the game. Oftentimes it is Elk having to make his own money, and he's been quite good at still dealing plenty of damage even on a lower budget though.
I'm really going to be looking for that first big fight where we have, you know, 4 or 5 players from each side in there, because that's really where Jinx has the opportunity to find those pop-offs that you're talking about, Vedius. We need to see resets turn into stats that make up for the gold difference that BLG has earned for themselves so far in the first 12 minutes of the game. Until then, the Gumayusi farm train needs to keep chugging along the tracks as T1 is going to start up this Drake. We'll see if they can get it before BLG can interfere. Bin and Zeus just scrapping up here in the top side, as now we are going to see a TP coming in, but it's from Yagao, who just picked up the Leandries. Owner's going to lose the opportunity for his combo, and the Dragon's going over to T1. But what about the fight? On trying to get away. Guma wants to get excited. Beautiful engage on the Yagao. T1 may lose their jungler, but they're going to get 3, and a Drake back for it.
It only takes a single fight, and Gumayusi finds himself 2 kills. BLG, why wouldn't you feel confident walking into that fight? The problem is you're a little late. Yagao TP's in over the wall. It means that BLG are a little disconnected in their engage. When Jun goes in, T1 can all immediately collapse onto the jungler of BLG, find that initial pick, turn it into a 4v3, and then chase down the remaining BLG members.
I want to point out the position of the DPS. Look at T1, Faker and Guma. When Shun goes in, to your point, they're immediately onto him. And even though Guma's getting bounced around, Faker's able to do so much damage that Owner's able to get that kill, and then they run them forward.
This front-to-back play from T1 was clean. And already that goal gap is starting to shrink, and crucially, that bot lane that we talked about earlier, 2 kills now for the AD carry of T1.
I said I wanted that first fight with 4 or 5 people from each side to be meaningful, and there it was. T1 finding their opportunity, but the problem is still the top lane for them. If you're looking at what's going on up there, Bin could be a serious issue, and if you're BLG, that's something you know you can play around as the game goes forward. On's gonna be caught by Shockwave! He could not live through it, and Faker's on the board!
BLG just got Carrier's flash, but T1 got On's life for that one. He no longer had his flash from the previous play, and T1, they're retaking control. Still behind in gold, but they're making play after play.
But we've all seen it where the wind gets taken out of your sails, right? BLG were moving cleanly around the map. They had a dominant top side, they had a dominant mid, and then off of a single kind of lackluster Dragon, they immediately concede another pick, and you can see now that like they've kind of lost that control. It's not over yet.
Oh, nice catch, BLG. More money on Yagao. MasterCard Lane Economy snapshot shows Guma might be the one with all the cash on T1's side, but Yagao's even further ahead for BLG.
And I love this from BLG. Don't slow down. Don't kind of let that control shift in favor of T1. Remember what you were doing. Jun and Yagao is still a powerful duo, and they punish Carrier for the flash that they found earlier. They hold on to the gold lead for now. The Herald is spawning in a few seconds, and I imagine this will be the next objective that both these teams look to fight for.
And you can see the lane assignments here, trying to send Jax to go answer Orion on the bottom side for BLG as that objective does come up. We saw this one in its entirety. Something to note though, Faker did flash offensively for it, and those offensive flashes can sometimes be tricky.
He just
control ward there.
Oh, but back at live, we have a TP coming in. It looks like the second Herald could be a point of contention here. T1's already got 5 bodies in the area. Bin has TP, he could join up for this if BLG want to challenge it. Chompers are great to block off that little pathway from the river into the blue side jungle. So it looks like BLG are just going to take it. They'll trade it away for Bin, grabbing the tier 1 turret there in the bottom lane. 15.5 minutes into the game, the plates are down, so Bin can do a lot of damage to this thing very quickly. Mid lane tier 1 turret, taking a little bit of damage from T1. Low enough now that the Herald should be able to break it. Scatter the weak onto 2. Carrier having to get away, pops the thick skin to survive this unleashed power that likely would have killed him otherwise.
I see a lot of pings, blue pings here, up towards Faker. So they're sending a contingent of BLG members to go for him and to teleport.
Okay, TP's in there. That's Bin. That's the one they got to watch out for. Owner tries to stop him. Zeus is ready to join the fight. He TP's in now as well. Both top laners going to have synced up Unleashed teleport timers here for the next time that's available.
And that was BLG being like, you know what? Remember that offensively flown Faker flash in mid lane. Let's try and pick him off. But that's a tale as old as time. People trying to go for Faker. T1, he just pulls back. The rest of the team is there. And now we got to reset for Dragon. Only 35 seconds means you better get your control ward now.
No TPs available for T1, mean that there should be a window for Yagao. He's actually going to stay for another wave, or not. He's a bit indecisive. But it's easy for him to join the fight. Good vision setup from T1 around that neutral. It always makes me suspicious when the observers zoom in on an AD carry. Like, what's about to happen?
What did he miss?
Yep.
Oh, nice sidestep there from Elk, getting away from the zaps.
But right now, it's just this fight over the mid wave, right? T1 are first to it. They'll push through. You can see Zeus has made his way down. And Bin has actually chosen to stay top, so they can't fight this now on.
Oh. If Owner had that timing slightly different, you can interrupt him when he's in the air from the blast cone, but no worries.
And I like these calls from BLG because they want to play to where they are winning, the side lanes. Bin had an advantage and Yagao had an advantage, but their AD carry, they're outgunned. Well, can he do enough? Does the wave clear? But they're outgunned, so they didn't want to take the 5-on-5 versus Gumayushi, who had a BF sword to the long sword previously. Now we just had a recall for Elk, and Elk is able to go even up the inventories, but it's at the cost of your tempo.
To the tier 2. The top tower still lives as well.
Gumayushi's excited, but all right, they're going to back away from it. They don't want to get collapsed on. They know that Bin is moving around. He's no longer top. He's no longer pressuring the tier 1. All right, no fight. Kyria takes his place next to Gumayushi once again.
This is a timing for BLG to actually start pressuring that tier 1 in mid. But with the range on Gumayushi, he's going to have enough wave clear. Faker.
Nice, the shockwave going to catch on, force out the ulti there from the Alistar. That's all they're going to get though, trade of ulti. Shockwave for the Unbreakable Will.
Look at top though, you see once again Shun hovering around Bin, looking for a potential play, maybe a dive. But no, it looks like with the wave clear from Zeus flash.
Oh, Owner just flashing in, looking for the damage here onto Elk. Nearly finds him, Super Mega Down, gonna get it, but the flag will be planted on the corpse of the enemy AD carry. BLG trying to get away now, as they will not finish off Owner. Meanwhile, Bin and Shun not gonna get anything topside here versus Zeus.
Beautiful stuff there. Carrier is there to save Owner as he goes in and kills Elk. The Jarvan pick into the Xayah, so clutch there. And that's going to be the tower on it on top of it. This is supreme control from T1.
I'm surprised that Elk held on to his ultimate for so long. Look how much damage he takes before he throws it out. He does have flash himself. He could just flash away here to safety. Gets hit by the zap. Now he ults. At this point, you're just guaranteed to die. And then Carrier with the flash devour means that the Jarvan lives. There's no way to get that kill because he has the shield. And frankly, a bit of disrespect coming out from Elk. I feel like he had so many tools to live there, but he didn't want to burn them, and he ends up burning them all anyway.
Yeah. early flash the Jarvan Cataclysm and just try and take that worse cooldown trade, but at least keep your life.
Yeah, I mean, Ona forced him into a very difficult situation, right? Which
he
was,
burned it anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where I'm going to flash, but now you have to flash, which means you're not going to have it for the next fight. And the idea is good there. Ona, that's all he's trying to do, get those summoner spells out. He wasn't planning on getting the life, but he'll take it. Now T1 have basically equalized the kills. You talked about how it's an even game, Flowers, and T1, it definitely feels like the momentum has swung in their favor as BLG is only really getting control over the side lanes.
And Gumayusi is getting Infinity Edge completed, so the Jinx is going to be more of a problem than ever. I feel like if you want to kill him in one of these fights, the only way to do it is if Keria stands too close to the Jinx and you get a two-man knockup from the Alistar, two-man stun from the Counter-Strike, some way that you can kill him before the Kench can devour him, because Gumayusi is a problem.
And with T1 continually starting out these fights by chunking down on, I mean, last time they even got his ultimate and half-healthed him, but now he's behind them with a big flank.
He's looking for the flank, beautiful two-man stun. Gumayusi gets hit by it, On's coming around from the side. Guma's got to be careful, but Shun flashes back over the wall off to the left, keeping himself alive as Elk gets trapped in the Cataclysm here, yet again the feathers fly. Oda tries to stay alive. A dunk from the Super Mega Death Rocket. A double kill of Gumayusi. He's excited, and he just can't fight it. T1 are turning this game on its head and suplexing BLG right back into their base.
A disconnected fight is punished so cleanly from T1. Faker, he ended up being the target of Shun's ultimate because he knew that the Devour from Carrier was going to protect the AD carry. He thought that he could catch Faker off guard, but T1 responding kind. BLG don't actually follow up, so keep your eyes. Good stun here from Yagao. Shun turns his attention to Faker, but there's no one there with him. It's T1 that collapses first, then On locks down Carrier. Meanwhile, Gumayusi is completely safe on the backline, while it's Elk that gets assassinated by the ultimate from Gumayusi.
Guma Jinx stays safe the whole time, turns around the double. Beautiful stuff from them. I mean, it's so difficult because there's a Tahm Kench right next to the Jinx, and then Faker has the crown of the Shattered Queen, so then he ults over there, and Shun's forced to flash out, as you say, with no health. They kind of lost the fight right at the beginning.
You want to talk about no health? 2 fights in a row now. Owner has walked away with 100 HP remaining on his Jarvan, playing around his limits superbly on this engager.
The one thing, or the two things that they did get in that fight, though, are both of Guma's summoner spells. And Guma had been holding his summoner spells very closely, really relying on Keria. Now that those are both down, maybe they can do something about this Jinx. All you have to worry about now is the Tahm Kench ultimate and the rest of the peel from T1.
Well, man, if I'm looking at BLG win conditions right now, I'm looking at the man on my screen, Yagao, 4-1-0 on this Syndra. We've been seeing him hit Scat of the Weeks left, right, and center this game. I feel like if BLG want to stop the momentum swing that T1's been earning for themselves, Yagao's the man who's got to do it.
And I think that they have to commit to the split push. Bin has Hullbreaker built on the Jax. That's where they got their early leads. Him getting back-to-back solo kills. Bin has got to do Bin things. He has got to take over. He has got to create pressure and kind of force his own win con on the game.
Problem is, T1 have an easy answer to that, and it's called Baron. You start that objective and you say, listen, do you want to take this gamble against Jinx Orianna? We're going to mount this objective. If you don't TP in, then we're going to secure it. They get the TP, and then they can leave. Or they can even choose to take the fight if they feel like they're in a strong enough position. So I feel like that they actually have answers to mitigate this split push, and this is where I start to get concerned for BLG. Right now, they're taking what objectives on the map they can, but they still haven't been able to break open this mid-tier 1, which would give them so much more control over the enemy jungle.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That top lane, tier 1 gone. Finally, the gold lead was back in BLG's favor just for a second, but not really any longer than that. It's so even here in this game. T1 being on sole point now. The next Drake should be highly contested, I feel like, just because the power of that soul can be so overwhelming. Of course, Cloud Drake is one of the ones that becomes more subjective depending on the team comp, depending on exactly which champions you have available. For something like Tahm Kench, it can be super strong because you become just an F1 car once you devour somebody.
I am the speed.
Yeah, like you're just crazy fast. But we'll see exactly what they want to fight over here next, as Bin is trying to keep that split push dream alive. Meanwhile, the rest of BLG just keeping some control, some vision here in the top side river. They do not want to allow that Baron to go over, specifically because of what you were talking about earlier, Kobe.
Oh, I just want to see the Formula 1 catfish. Keria certainly would be quite the driver, you have to think. But it's kind of hard, I guess. You know, Bin, even with the hull breaker, Gragas just kind of holds the wave in front of tower. Zeus is why you pick the neutralizing pick of the Gragas, allowing the rest of T1 here to wait out and buy time for Guma's double summoner spells to come back up. He already has the Ghost, only a little bit left on his flash, and T1 can try and pull off that team fight again.
And when you're talking about the Gragas being a neutralizer, just stopping the Jax by surviving, he's got the 2 powerful active items that do that. The Everfrost, the Zonias. These are great at buying time to be able to stop Jax from doing what he wants to do. On level 9 on the Alistar, lowest level in the game right now. We've been talking about how he's been getting chunked out, even having to blow his ult before these fights start. As now they go in after Owner, but nicely buffered. Gumayushi survives the unleashed power thanks to Keria.
The counter explode you button. This is a large part of why they picked the Tahm Kench into the Vi and into the...
Oh, but they go back in. Now they're going to look for Faker, who has been trying to get away. Headbutt pole will be flashed out of. T1 will keep both their carries alive here.
On tried to predict the flash there from Faker. You saw the W in, and then On actually matched the flash. Unfortunately, he was a little bit short. Couldn't quite connect on to Faker, which means that Faker will get away with his life. But BLG feeling a lot more confident with their mid control. They're moving towards the Baron now. No way they're going to start this one off.
It would be madness. Nope, okay.
But maybe that is BLG.
Yeah, that prediction, though, that was so close to working. On was thinking Faker's going to go right towards this tower, but Faker's angle on his flash, a little bit more down the corridor, not directly back towards it, so just on the outskirts.
There's a reason he's the GOAT, man. Just those smallest things can make the biggest differences.
True. An elusive GOAT. It's very difficult to pin
The way
down
you
Faker.
said that is different from the way that he said it. I don't know why, but there was like an inflection thing. I don't know.
Kobe's implying there's some goat trying to hide around the barnyard.
Right. Have you seen the mountain goats up on those tiny cliffs? Like, it is crazy.
They're trying to catch Owner this time, but instead, it's On, and Gumayushi's unstoppable. They found Yagao! Shut down for Faker! Enemy mid, dead! Enemy engaged, dead! Baron is the target for T1.
T1's gonna get that for sure, unless Shun does a crazy miracle, but they're sending Zeus right for him. The 2 bouncers here, Keria and Zeus, gonna make sure he's getting nowhere near that thing.
It's not getting an opportunity to even try.
Oh, but they got him with the tongue lash. Elk after flash over the wall. Elk with a potential massive outplay as Zeus goes into the stasis, but he keeps himself alive. Gumayushi is dominating and Bin will not find the stun here with a counter strike. They got the Baron. They got back into mid. They kept everybody alive. T1 have grabbed control of this game.
Unbelievable. The early game was so dominant from BLG, but we talked about how they only need a single team fight. Owner finds the play. On thinks that he's caught Owner off guard. Yagao and On, they think that they see an opportunity, but look at the minimap. The rest of BLG aren't anywhere near. Nice flash from Owner, the follow-up from Keria, the kill from Faker. Everything is so clean. And then you see here, Shun trying to get something back, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, they try and push down mid, and then Elk here, looking for the big burst play with the Blade Crawler. He flashes it through, but Zeus has his Zonias. He's able to get over to Keria. Keria devours him. Faker as well with his Zonias. Or stopwatch. Not quite sure if he had finished it there. Just the stopwatch is broken. It'll be a Zonia soon.
Yeah.
But
here comes the soul.
So much denial there from T1. And Guma on this Jinx that we were skeptical. And Champ Select, will he be able to stay safe? Yes, the resounding answer from all of T1 is yes. Faker with his crown shattered.
Okay, Owner with the engage, forcing the flash at Yagao. Beautiful flag and drag right back out over the wall. Bin gonna be the target now as On looks to try to provide some disruption. Shun back over with a ball breaker, but he ain't gonna find a whole lot. Re-engage from Owner. Stopwatch to stop him in their tracks. Oh my goodness, it's T1! Just absolutely rolling over him. Double kill for Guma, triple kill for Guma. Owner picks up another. Bin's the last man left alive, and he's gonna walk home with a broken leg. T1 absolutely dominating.
T1 barely walk away with a scratch. The damage is completely mitigated. Stopwatches, Devour. Carrier didn't even use his Devour in the fight.
I mean, Guma flashed forward for a dead person to try and get a quadra kill.
It was crazy, just a one-sided fight from T1. We talked about how they've been ramping up throughout this tournament, and T1 are here to play. They're looking to secure a spot in the quarterfinals, and they're looking to do it in convincing fashion.
This game is Guma gets excited, the visual novel. All right, they started out on Faker and just look for the first kill. It's a heavy target onto Shun. He does have a stopwatch, but the zap hits before On goes for the engage. There's no DPS follow-up, and once again, these supports have been walking loot pinatas, especially on the Alistar. Going down, Guma gets excited, the rest of them chase forward. The front line for T1.
Oh, hang on, back in the action.
Back in the action yet again. Shun trying to get away. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find the target, but Guma Yushi finds the kill on Elk instead, and they'll happily take that. Bin trying to disengage with a leap strike back to his jungler, but now he's going to be thrown up into the air by Onergev again. Shut down over to Guma Yushi. T1 may have just won the game.
Another convincing fight for T1. BLG just, they have no options in the fight. T1 are just consistently getting the better of them. Shun is forced to retreat. The TP now coming in from both Zeus and Faker.
T1 are ready to end it here. The early game was tough. The top lane was rough. And for BLG, it was not enough. T1, the greatest team ever in League of Legends, is ready to bring it back and do it again. They're on the Nexus, and they're on their way to the quarterfinals.
A bit of a revenge for MSI. T1 will take this series over BLG.
Guma Yushi, incredible performance on the Senna, 11-0-3, and just listen to that crowd.
This man, hey, he was the main character from Arcane in this game. I'll tell you that.
That he was. The crowd fully in support of T1. And again, you can't talk about the AD carry without talking about the support. Carrier back-to-back Tom Kench games. Wow, what a performance. He was Executioner in game 1. He was Defender in game 2. The man had an incredible series. This bot lane had an incredible series.
And he protects.
That he does, Kobe.
Well, let's not forget this isn't the end of the road for BLG either. They will move on to play tomorrow in the last day of the Swiss stage. 2-0.
That stare! Oh, that stare!
That's beautiful. They're out for blood. Thumbs up. Oh man, T1 are going to be a frightening opponent for whoever has to face them next. Oh yeah, I love these guys, man.
The energy is good from T1. They continue their record, only dropping a single game. While it's not a group stage, the Swiss stage, they maintained their record throughout history, only dropping that single game.
And this team, with these players, been put together. They've been in so many finals. With the rumors of them not staying together, I really want to see them get one.
We'll see how far they can go. They're looking good in this series. T1, I think that there were question marks for me, at least, coming into this series. What level is T1 at? Because I feel like that we didn't really get a clear gauge. I think they've made it quite loud and clear where they are at in this tournament, and they're looking to be a contender.
I mean, when you look at the games that they played previously, the 3 matches beforehand, they lost to Gen G, which is the top team from their own region, and then they beat 2 North American teams, which are generally not considered as close to Korea in power level at all. So you're kind of wondering. I think it's the natural reaction to be like, where the hell are these guys actually in the standings? And now going up against BLG, I see.
They're up there. They're definitely up there.
They are up there indeed. All right, now with everything said and done, the dust settled for today, we're going to toss it back over to the World's Cooldown.
Thank you so much. The dust has not quite settled because we have a draw show coming up. And I'm scared. But T1, though, they don't want to take that risk. They want to go straight to the quarterfinals. Now, we've still got Dokla here, and he was actually not able to watch a lot of that game, so I'm going to ask him a question. You're a Jax, and you're up versus a Gragas.
Okay.
And you solo kill him, and after that, you just kill him a whole bunch of times, and you've basically got the lane kingdom. What do you think happens in the rest of the game?
You lose because top lane doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's right, Maurits. That's what happened.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked. I coming into the day, I did favor T1 because I think that we've seen the blue side thus far be more favorable. I also think that T1 just always naturally scales well into Worlds. And the previous game reminded me very much of the first game that NRG, you guys actually played, where you have a really clear plan and it works out well. The second game, though, I'm baffled because we did not see T1 team fight this well for, in my opinion, the entirety of summer.
But what I will also say is for most of summer, they were picking hard-winning lanes and trying to just outskill their opponent 24/7.
I know.
This was actually a team fight comp.
Yeah.
You just
but they didn't do that.
But they team fought really well with the team
Yeah,
fight
I know
comp.
they can, but they didn't do that,
And
Jan.
they won
I'm
the team
telling
fights.
you.
Are you disappointed that Zeus started off badly?
No, I mean, obviously, I would. No, because he's playing against one of the best tops in the tournament.
Yeah.
He made a mistake, and then against a player like Bin, you don't get to do that. But the coordination of this team was something that in summer, even before Faker's injury, just it wasn't that good, right? Like they won just off of hand stiffing people, and then I'm looking at this, and the front to back is really, really consistent.
Man.
I'm actually impressed at how they evolved.
I feel like both underdogs won today. Dokla may, contest that they would have been favored in the G2 game. But yeah, I was a little worried for T1 here. I know they have so much fan support, but the history of Worlds in Korea, T1 actually hasn't appeared. They've missed Worlds the 2 previous years it's been in Korea. When it was in Korea in 2018 was actually Korea's worst year ever.
Yeah.
So with this much fan support, sometimes that can just add pressure, but I feel like they really leaned into it and played at an extremely high level today.
Yeah, Faker's being talked to on stage. We're also going to talk to T1, but it's going to be post-draw, I believe, because... Wait, I think tomorrow we're actually drawing for the bracket stage, so they wouldn't actually be affected.
Yeah, T1 wouldn't be in the draw, but
no.
BLG's going to be in the draw
Is
because
going
all
to
those
be
2
in
and
the
2
draw.
teams. But just like we should have known, I know they changed it from groups to Swiss stage this year, but T1 had never lost more than 1 game in any Worlds group.
Iteration.
And they had already lost the 1.
Imagine having those
So
stats.
they have to 2-0. It's the only way. Yeah, can you imagine this type of World success?
Can you imagine being so lucky?
And then also to have
never.
this like 2019, 2021, 2022, and be like, yeah, T1's really underperformed their expectations.
It's crazy.
Like
If they don't win.
How high are their expectations?
Tell me about it.
My goodness.
Say, Maurits, you were singing Carrier's praises. Do you want to continue that?
Yeah,
here?
because we really got to. Because I think that this is also something that I really wouldn't expect from T1, which is they are at the forefront of a positive meta development. They've been at the forefront of a lot of them. Jin Yumis and
the Caitlyn's, the Ashes, the Callistas.
Yeah, they haven't always worked out. But specifically, his Carrier, or Carrier's Kench, sorry, has been to me the most impressive Kench that we have in the LCK. And we have been having a tournament of dive, and the counter dive just hasn't really been there, right? And particularly against BLG, the team that I think plays that style exceptionally well. As Faker's behind us,
The
so
Faker effect. Oh my
obviously it's going to be very loud. I think that the Kench to me was the biggest difference maker today. In game 1, it kind of blew open the game, but in game 2, it was really just Devour usage and follow up on CC that made the difference.
I see Dokla. You might have to play him, at some point.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many T1 fans here. I can't imagine what it's going to be like in Busan.
Hey, but you got swarmed. You walked off the desk after the last segment, and there were a lot of people wanting a photo.
Yeah, I mean, that's really surprising because I saw an energy jersey in the crowd.
Yeah,
I did not expect to see that.
every energy jersey here lined up for a photo with those, so it took a while.
Yeah.
There were so many. Hey, since we're stalling in any case for the draw that is about to come, let's talk a little bit about NRG versus G2 because you didn't get to do that yet. And to look at some of the B-roll, if you just woke up, EU fans, go back to sleep. But we're going to take a look. So, now that you've had some time to marinate and look at everything on Twitter, what do you think was the biggest factor that had you crush them today?
I don't know. I think it's the fact that we're playing on stage because if this was a scrim, I don't know if this would have been the result. So I think, we showed up on the day and we played really well. I think shout out to everyone. I think we all performed really well as a team.
Yeah, I think especially watching you guys all year in North America, I'm still not going to give you credit for anything because I think that gives you more power. But you do... every matchup you go into, you're going to look at the lane by lane, and there's so many people that'll say, oh, actually, no, Broken Blade's got the mid advantage, and Caps has the mid advantage. But you play so well on stage, and your drafting and teamwork is the differentiator. to me, this series, you guys were so connected. Like, there were so many plays where there were 2 or 3 people up trying to kill you. You didn't break. That allowed Contracts and the rest of the team to make plays on the other side. It was just incredible teamwork. And I credit you guys for being able to keep your mental this entire time, because watching it, I basically couldn't watch. So your ability to play is impressive.
He's like, I'm going to die. I remember that one.
At the front of the desk, he was just like, no. I'm like, it's done. And they're like, no, it's not. The Nexus hasn't fallen now.
Hey, we saw Soaz there coming up to you. We also saw that like right before, I think it was the second game that he came to talk to you a little bit. How has that been? Because, I mean, we consider him a traitor now, but for you, it's really helpful.
I mean, I guess you can consider him a traitor, but I mean, I'm happy he's with me, and I'm happy he's coaching me. I think he provides a lot of valuable experience and just wisdom. And if I have a question, I can just talk to him about anything, because, you know, he's just a top laner, and he knows pretty much exactly what I'm going through. So I'm really happy to have him on my side.
Yeah, it showed. Let's take a look at the bracket, because you don't have to sweat. Maybe you'll sweat tomorrow when it's the bracket draw for the quarterfinal. But okay, we're going into Last Chance Saloon. These are teams that have come down from an 0-2, and these are teams that have been on the brink of qualifying because they were 2-0. I'm looking at you, G2. So what are we thinking?
So what's the most entertaining set of games?
Listen, I'll sacrifice one of you and just do Fnatic G2. I just want one in the quarterfinal.
So Shox wants the Fnatic G2 guarantee.
Okay, can I then? Well, this is the problem, because that guarantees.
I want to give Doko the next pick.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
You don't have to pick that one. You can pick whatever.
What about G2 Damwon? I think that would be pretty entertaining.
Oh, the rivalry rematch. They've already played before.
They've already played 2 of these, right?
I mean, but it was a really close game, and I feel like DK would want
A
revenge.
best
for
of
that.
3, I like that. I will not survive it, but I would, you know, I would enjoy it.
Logically, you'd want them to play Fnatic, DK, or Weibo, and then probably not BLG or KT, because you haven't played those before.
If we got this, even though I think it would be narratively exciting, I actually personally don't want 2 rematches. I want to have unique. I want to have unique opponents. So let's. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
He's there.
They're setting up right now.
The referee man is here.
Yeah, you guys can see. I just don't want DKKT, Weibo BLG. Like, I don't want.
You don't want the triple inter-regional.
I don't want the triple regional. That will be my worst case scenario.
It would guarantee that every region gets an extra team through.
All these teams are sweating.
But it also guarantees that every region eliminates. So
you
it's
think that's what entices me?
It's a true double-edged sword if that happens. Actually,
crazy.
They just need a close-up on his face. He's about to
Yeah,
send
where is
him.
he? Are they going to do the slow pan? Please give it to him. Okay, cameraman. Let's see. The man with the biggest pressure on his shoulder. Actually, no, he's just unfazed. He's unbothered.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really big who gets drawn first, because they might be able to get side select given the seedings. So it's actually such a big deal, especially in a best of 3 where you might have two side selects.
I can't help but notice you were fine on either side.
Yeah, 1-1, undefeated on both sides.
Yeah.
Just so people know the rules, the pre-tournament pooling would give you side select, but if the pool is the same, the first team drawn gets the side select.
Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping if you might want to be drawn first in these scenarios if you're the higher seed.
It's better, yeah.
It's been so important indeed. Our host is Soobin Yoon and the referee is Sungbo Shim, our absolute legend, and we know that so far 5 teams, JDG, Genji, LNG, NRG, and T1 have already locked their spot into the knockout stage, but we are still missing 3, because we have 3 best of 3s tomorrow.
Yep.
Of course, it's packed. If you look, for instance, if you're G2, right, and you lost today, or you're BLG and you lost just now, you might be the first best of that plays tomorrow. I think that's kind of insane personally, but you gotta go.
Yeah, the amount of time you have, because you just come off the prep of the opponent that you really wanted to beat, because it will give you a direct seed into the quarterfinals, allow you to dodge JDG and Genji, which that's not bad. And then you have to both cope with the loss and prep for a completely new team that you're not going to know until the end of this draw.
Yes, and since there's 3 quarterfinal spots left, the same as the previous draws, the draw order will decide the matchup. So whatever team gets drawn first, then it's the matchup right after, and the higher seeded teams get side selection for game 1. The match order will not be as it is drawn necessarily. That will be announced later. Oh, I'm so nervous. I don't know what I want.
Oh my God.
This is a lot of talking. I want him to
This
draw.
is crazy.
I want him to draw
This
these.
is more pressure than the game I played. They're like, oh my God.
What?
There he is.
The crowd.
There he is.
So he did everyone at this tournament a solid with his last draw.
Yeah.
Let's see it again.
Is he gonna be nice to us?
I mean, he kind of carried us.
You carried yourself. Come on. Come on.
Oh, he went for the one in the middle.
No hesitation.
Look at the strat. Look at the strat.
All right. Okay, so
and they're
they're
KT.
pool 4.
Yes.
So it's really hard. The only way they'll get side select is if Weibo gets drawn because Weibo's also pool 4.
Just no KT. That's all I ask. Please, please,
Don't
Mr.
get
Ref,
excited.
please don't do it. Don't do it. Come on.
T plus KT would be tragic.
Would be very fitting for KT.
Wow.
Oh my God, is it happening? Well, we at least get one LCK LPL.
Either Deft doesn't defend his title or KT disappoints again.
Yeah.
This is 1 in 4.
Oh my God.
1 in 5.
1 in 5.
G2.
Okay. Blue side.
Okay,
Hey, yeah,
1 in
they'll be
3
able to
chance
get
they
blue.
draw Fnatic Shocks, if that's
Yeah,
what you're going
it's
for.
kind of a cursed gift, but I'll take it.
They want it!
They want
saying
BLG.
Fnatic.
Because that guarantees LPL OPL.
That's what.
I think they're saying
Extra
Fnatic.
voters.
Are they?
Yeah, they
I thought
are.
were
They want the
BLG.
regional
I think they're
kill.
going Fnatic.
Dude, they got thrown to the wolves. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's kind of your own fault that you're in this position.
Yeah, imagine losing to NRG. God.
Fnatic
Wow,
Weibo.
That's the
that is a
punishment.
tough
Fnatic
opponent.
Weibo.
G2 BLG and then Fnatic Weibo.
Hey, it's kind of fitting that the last 2 EU seeds have to beat an LPL team in a best of.
Oh man.
The ultimate nemesis
And
of the LEC.
didn't Mickey say in Montpellier, he said, it's ridiculous that people think that an LEC team can't beat an Easter team in a best of. We will do it at least once. Well, you've only got 1 chance left or you're out.
I mean, I don't want to make any predictions. I think
Okay.
that'll be a pretty close series.
Fnatic Weibo is kind of fun.
I mean, yeah. That's one way to look at it.
The cope.
Wow. So the KT
DK. It was, you know what? If T1 won, maybe it was going to
But honestly, this is tough for EU.
This is very tough.
This is really tough for the LEC.
I think this is about the toughest you can get, but I also think if you're G2, you had your chances. You couldn't expect another draw. It was going to be hard either way.
Sure.
You don't have to bet on getting Fnatic. I think if you believe in yourself. But it's going to be hard. I'm actually so molding and
That's
so...
the cope. Sit back, cope. Oh my God.
So what I'm wondering now, I think if you're an LPL fan, you're pretty happy, right? Because you have BLG, you don't have the team kill, you have Weibo have the opportunity, and I think Weibo's inconsistent.
And
but they're
they
still a
can
strong
get
team.
all 4 teams through,
Yes.
which is now impossible for the LCK. Meaning, so since that 2013, since like groups were a thing, even though the format was different then, 2013 Samsung didn't make it out. 2018 Gen G didn't make it out. Those are the only times Korea hasn't made it out of group stage. Now it's guaranteed that there will be a third.
It's true. I can't. So when we started the Swiss stage, we thought about all the things that could happen for us to lead into the last day. I don't think this is what we expected at all.
Well,
DK.
I'm like Thanos. I saw the possibilities of this happening, and this is exactly what I thought about yesterday.
Okay.
But this is why you won today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
Hey,
Just
I have some silver lining. I have some silver
What
lining.
is your silver
For
lining?
who?
G2, they played the best teams in the tournament, right?
Oh.
Gen G and NRG. And both of them actually destroyed them. So they should have a lot of practice.
BLG is so good. Like
They're so tricky.
They looked bad today. They flipped that level 1 and lost it, and then they didn't get far enough ahead and lost to a team fight comp against T1 who played. BLG is so good. I don't want to
Crucially, their bot lane is so good.
I don't know.
And the elk guy is not bad.
The L guy's not bad.
Yeah.
Hey, we still have an interview for you. It's in fact Faker standing by with Lore in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back here in the interview area after T1 wins here and qualifies for quarterfinals. And of course, I'm with the GOAT, Faker, for this interview. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on making it to quarterfinals. It feels like it was your best games and best series, best performance since the beginning of Swiss stage. What did you guys think you improved upon the most?
오늘 정말 역대급 스위스 스테이지에서 제일 최고의 경기력이 나온 것 같습니다. 어떤 부분이 가장 좀 성장했다고 보시나요?
그래도 저희가 좀 이제 초반에 불리하더라도 계속해서 뒤집는 능력이 오늘 나왔던 것 같고 그런 모습 덕분에 이긴 것 같습니다.
Oh, I think we managed to make a comeback even though falling a bit short early on. So I think because of that, we were able to win today.
Yeah, obviously, any specifics that you think you guys improved upon when it comes to the team play, the performance to get ready for this match today?
그러면 오늘 경기 준비하면서 좀 집중해서 우리 팀적으로 이 부분을 더 개선해보자 한 부분도 있을까요?
일단 저희가 지난 매치에서 조금 이제 의사소통이 잘 안 되는 부분이 있었기 때문에 그런 부분들을 최대한 개선하려고 했었고 그리고 이제 좀 메타 분석적인 부분에서 열심히 했습니다.
In the previous match, I think our communication was not on point, so we wanted to make sure that we are on the same page today, and also we wanted to also work on our meta read.
I just got the information that DK is gonna play against KT in an elimination game. Who do you think is gonna take this one?
모르겠습니다.
He doesn't know. No
Doesn't know?
idea.
All right, we'll talk about this later. Focusing a bit more on the game you just had, you and Yagao had faced countless time at international events. What is special about playing an opponent that knows you so well, but you know so well as well?
또 페이커 선수와 야가오 선수는 국제 무대에서 만난 적도 정말 많은데 이렇게 상대방도 나를 잘 알고 나도 상대방을 잘 아는 이런 매치업을 플레이할 땐 또 어떠신가요?
이제 뭐 매번 이제 만날 때마다 항상 같은 상대이더라도 좀 다른 스타일을 가지고 있는 경우도 있기 때문에 뭐 크게 의식하고 있지는 않습니다. 새로운 선수를 만날 때처럼 하고 있습니다.
Well, I mean, yeah, it can be the same opponent, but you know, we all come with different play style every new year. So I'm always keeping the mindset that I am playing against a new player every time.
Worlds may feel a bit special for you this year, Faker. This is your first time playing Worlds in Korea. You made it to quarterfinals. What is your resolution for the next stage?
그리고 올해 월즈는 또 한국에서 개최되고 한국 월즈는 처음으로 참여하시는 만큼 의미가 남다를 것 같은데요. 이제 8강 진출하셨는데 각오나 목표는 어떻게 되시나요?
네, 한국에서 월즈 진행하는 만큼 이번에 꼭 우승하고 싶다는 마음을 가지고 있고 그동안 이제 할 수 있는 최선을 다하는 게 저의 각오입니다.
Because this is Worlds hosted in Korea, I really wish I can win the title, and also my mindset, it's all about doing my best all the time.
Focus on the prize, as always. There's a last thing that I want to ask you, kind of a side topic here, but I know that prior to the tournament, Caps gave you a cactus because you like taking care of plants. Did you find a name for this cactus?
이제 개막 전에 캡스 선수가 선인장을 선물해 주셨는데 선인장 이름은 지어 주셨는지 워낙 식물을 잘 가꾸는 걸 좋아하셔서 신경 써서 준비한 선물인데.
네, 제가 항상 또 선인장 선물을 많이 받았었는데 이번에도 해주셔서 정말 감사하다고 생각하고 있고요. 이름은 이제 선생이 잘 안 죽거든요. 그래서 언클러브 디몬 캡터스로 하겠습니다. 네.
So I actually have received a lot of cactus gifts because, I don't know, people give me a lot of cactus as a gift. And because cactus, they tend to not die well. So I named them Unkillable Demon Cactus.
That's very based. Thank you so much. 감사합니다. And good luck on the rest of the tournament. Jisun, thank you so much, as always. And Shucks, back to you.
Yeah, what did she just say? Base?
She said base to Baker. That was
I love
great.
it. Does anyone remember when he brought a broccoli on stage and just bit it raw?
So
Shall he do the same with a cactus?
No.
Oh, man.
No.
You've lost it.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is you draw.
Yeah,
It's rough.
The energy match and the draw just made me... You're gonna have to bring us home, I think.
Yeah, you and me together are not having the best of time here,
No,
Sharks.
but we don't lose faith, okay?
Never. Well,
we don't lose faith.
I can't win. No,
you win regardless.
That's not how
one
it
of them
feels.
wins.
I mean, can you, which one would be better to have in quarters?
Yeah.
I think it would be better to have KT in quarters.
No.
I thought KT would beat T1 if that was the case, but you obviously didn't believe that.
No.
But
he's just salty because LPL is going to get possibly all teams out, and then they're going to hold that over their heads again. This is the order. You get to Malt first. KT Rolster versus
get it out of the way early. That's good.
Tomorrow,
I like
and
that.
then... Oh, this is not the order. Sorry, I got
match
baited.
order pending.
I got baited.
Yeah.
Take that away from
I think it's. I mean, knowing how it's been going is probably the other way around.
It is, yeah.
But I can't confirm anything nor deny. This is not the truth. I just hope I'm not in for 6 hours straight of suffering or 2 times 1647.
Me too. I mean, I have rarely been in this situation. I am usually the one that is super doomer. So
yeah.
There's no NA tiebreakers,
There's
This is
nothing.
weird.
This is odd. You know what? But I'm happy because I've seen you suffer for so long, and
Thank
some
you.
of the other casters as well. So.
And also, it's all thanks to this man.
Yes.
And his teammates and his coaches.
Amazing.
I actually did nothing.
I'm
for
not
this.
preying on anyone's downfall. But if you were to happen to lose, I wouldn't be too upset. That's all I'm saying.
What? But you already beat them. Ugh, no, you're on my naughty list now. Anyways, tomorrow we're going to be back with the final day of the World's 2023 Swiss stage. I know, it's been a ride, and it's not done yet. 3 best-of-3s to decide who will be going to the quarterfinals and who ends their road here. You can also catch the rebroadcast. And a final reminder also that tomorrow the games are going to start 3 hours earlier, 5 a.m. CET, 9 p.m. PDT. See you then. Good night. Don't cry too much, you fans.
I'm already nervous.
I will.
Tomorrow's...
Got him, Mel? Yeah, I'm on a roll. Keep fighting. On the way. Nice shot, guys. No eat. Yeah. Okay, we can look here for sure. Go. Is that the TV looking, yeah? I can look. Just a nice grip. No stun. No flash. Okay. Someone think about mid. Yeah, I'm going mid. No, you don't have to. It's fine. It's okay. Come up, bro. Here. Looking, fast play. Yeah. Moving up. You go straight. Okay, then I'll... Oh, nice.
They lock down the enemy carry on Summer Falls. FBI's free firing. G2 cannot escape. Ace for nothing.
Energy are on the Rift Herald. They already secured the Drake for themselves. They want to use the knockback. Nicely done from Yike. He gets rid of the enemy jungler. I hate Poppy.
Hey, Poppy, no flash. Look is here. Okay, Look is here. I'm coming, by the way, guys. I'm coming. Nice. They don't see me. Look is here. Yeah. There. Okay, play. Oh, Zai.
Broken Blade will be broken in half. Yike and Hans are on the run, but they won't get far.
T1 ain't gonna kill anybody just yet. Yagal barely gets away. Owner's ready to swoop in for the Cataclysm, and On gets turned off. Gumayushi flips the switch, and now Shun tries to fire back. Massive double kill over the top. Melee flashing forward. Meganar into the wall. Wallop, rock toss. One more hit'll do it. Zeus solo kills Bin. Remember, there was no ulti available for Alcon. Goes in, finding a Magnet Storm onto 3, but he ain't gonna find any kills just yet. On is gonna die first. They take out the jungler second. Bin ain't gonna get it. Shun is down. T1 run them over.
As he moves towards his wolf camp. Bin? No.
He's just saying don't.
Oh, he is!
Oh, it does! Oh my goodness, it's T1! Just absolutely rolling over him. Double kill for Guma, triple kill for Guma. T1 absolutely dominating.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun. Like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby,
Unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. All this power. Power. All this power. I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches, and just to see the smoke.